Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If, with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Could Harness Lifeforce and See the Dead. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At 4 years old, Izuku was told that he was quirkless, which basically translated to useless. He was pushed around, bullied, taught that not all men were created equal. However, this was his first and only setback. Despite having no friends, Izuku was incredibly kind to everyone. He quickly learned how to fend for himself at school, hide the bruises, the burns, everything from his mother, who he had managed to convince long ago that the bullying had stopped ages before. Of course, she believed him, and sometimes this made him feel a little bad, but he kept pushing forward. Thankfully, though, while karma can be a real jerk to people that deserve it, good karma was coming. Good karma was something that would help make the poor, quirkless boy into the greatest hero that the world had ever seen. But we aren't at that part yet. In fact, Izuku isn't even in the story quite yet. In another universe, All Might, the #1 hero, would find Izuku and be inspired by the boy. He would see the dedication to being a hero, to saving others, and give him a powerful quirk called One for All. In another universe, this quirk would cause Izuku to break his bones over and over again, struggling to master this powerful quirk. However, that isn't the universe that we are focusing on, because this One for All has a consciousness, known as the soul of the first person to wield the quirk, and we aren't talking about All for One's brother. No, the quirk came from somewhere. It came from someone, a soul that's connected to the quirk, and therefore connected to each and every One for All user. And this person wasn't exactly what you'd expect of the quirk. And with them, our story begins. OFA, who had long ago forgotten her real name, floated to one side as All for One flew at a weakened All Might, who dodged and grabbed All for One's arm, throwing him away. "I'll make you pay for what you did to Nana," All Might roared. OFA rolled her eyes as she felt All Might charge the quirk all full %, causing OFA's heart to start hurting. This happened every time one of the users used the quirk, and she just never got used to it, although she really wished that she could. All for One just laughed, sending a large mass of ice towards All Might. Not that OFA really cared. Honestly, she didn't even like any of the users. They could see her, but they didn't talk to her or anything. She was just handed down to the next one when the user decided that she was no longer useful, and, of course, used to fight all kinds of villains, heroes, vigilantes, and the like. But what all of the users had in common was the undeniable desire to destroy All for One once and for all. "You think Nana mattered in the grand scheme of my plan?" All for One asked, drawing OFA's attention to him. She wasn't completely paying attention to the fight. "You think that you matter, either? All that matters is that I take back One for All." OFA just shrugged. This fight was really uninteresting. She'd leave. But she wasn't allowed to go that far from the current user, especially during a fight, seeing that distance could weaken their ability to use the quirk. "You'll never be able to. One for All is a quirk suited for justice. It doesn't belong in the hands of a villain like you," All Might proclaimed. All for One laughed again, and at this very moment, OFA was instantly on guard as a strange ball of concentrated darkness appeared in All for One's hand. Who said anything about the quirk aspect of it? With that, All for One shot the ball towards All Might, turning it into a beam. OFA instantly lunged forward. If the current user died, who knows what would happen to her? And took the hit. When the darkness faded, All Might was still injured, a large wound in his side. But OFA was definitely worse off despite being an undead quirk. OFA panted, resting her hands on her knees, but All for One was grinning. Then he held his hands towards OFA. "Ah, there you are," All for One said, then shot another beam, this one pink in color, and OFA couldn't get out of the way. All Might, not that he would have cared anyway, was too busy trying to stop the bleeding of his wound to notice the beam until it had already engulfed him and OFA. And instantly, OFA felt lighter. When the beam faded, none of the pain from any of her injuries was there. A quick glance at All Might made her realize that he had healed a little. To what? Why had All for One healed him mid-fight? What was going on? All Might instantly walked forward, moving slightly around OFA before firing up One for All. But it didn't hurt at all. OFA's eyes widened in surprise. Then she stepped back. And she stepped back again. All Might didn't notice as he continued to fight with All for One, and, before long, All Might won. And OFA was already a few blocks away. OFA quickly ran back over as All Might stepped back, standing over All for One's dead body, but OFA knew him by now. All for One wasn't dead, but he was very close. If All Might punched him in the chest, then the deed would be done. But that pink beam had stopped the pain. All for One had healed her and All Might, and he had potentially set her free. Besides, All Might wouldn't listen to her anyway. Police sirens went off, and they both turned their heads to see Detective Lie Detector, not his real name. But OFA couldn't remember what it really was. Get out of his police car and rush over, making sure that All Might was all right. Other police cars arrived, surveying the scene, and then an ambulance appeared to take All Might to the hospital because he was still injured. OFA thought for a few seconds, then floated over and got into the ambulance just as the doors shut, then stared at All Might, who was telling the detective that he was indeed fine, as they drove to the nearest hospital. Yeah, All Might was not fine. He was put into surgery because a rib had been broken and had potentially punctured his lungs, and he was put in a medical coma for a few days while his body recovered. In that time, OFA decided to test the limits of how far she could go. She wandered the halls, stopping by dying patients that were so close to death that they could see her. Normal people couldn't see her, but the dying, her users, and people that her user allowed to see her could. She talked to the dying, joked around, found ways to alert the doctors or nurses of something. Even though she was a ghost, she could still touch stuff and eat, which was an interesting experience. Most of the time, she didn't do either, though, but still. However, 3 days after All Might's surgery, OFA decided to test something out. She stood in front of the hospital doors, took a deep breath, then walked outside of the building. It was a rather sunny day, and there were plenty of people walking around, so OFA just slipped into the crowd, being careful not to bump into people as she just walked around. After walking around for a while, though, OFA had ended up making her way to a quiet, peaceful neighborhood, and she stopped at a park, glancing over to realize that it was already dark outside. Oops, OFA whispered, then smiled, looking a little forced. All Might surely won't notice if I'm gone all night. Her smile became genuine as she sat down on one of the swings, loving how it made her feel like she was a young girl again, back on the playground. Whoa, so you really have a superpower? Idiot. The term for those is quirks. Well, they're still superpowers, dummy. Well, I think she looks dumb. I mean, what's with her hair? Yeah, and those clothes though. You need specific clothes for your lame powers or something. And what can your powers do? You're just a weirdo. Weirdo. Outcast. Worthless. Miss, are you all right? OFA's head shot up to see a young, green-haired boy, about 9 years old, giving her a concerned look. Aw, how nice. Wait. He could see her. OFA instantly stood up and leaned away from the boy, completely shocked. The boy looked surprised. Then he looked sad. I'm sorry, I'll go, the boy started. Why, you can't see me? OFA asked, kneeling down next to him. Wow, this boy was kinda short and scrawny. He was wearing an All-M t-shirt, so an All Might fan, and a pair of shorts. He looked genuinely concerned for her, which honestly surprised OFA. How could he even see her? Yeah, the boy said, sounding confused. Should I not be able to? His eyes got an excited look. Do you have some kind of invisibility quirk? Wow, that's so cool. No, nothing like that, OFA said. I'm it. The boy looked surprised. Why, you're a... Please don't say ghost. I'm not a fan of being called that, OFA said. Beauty. Oh, then how can I see you? The boy asked. Must be part of your quirk. Haven't you seen a ghost before? OFA asked. At that, the boy instantly grew stiff. Oh boy. I'm Quirkless, the boy said quietly. Oh, wait a second. Who can you give me your hands right quick? OFA asked, holding her hands towards the boy. The boy shrugged, then grabbed OFA's hands carefully. OFA smiled, then closed her eyes and let herself shine slightly. The boy's eyes grew wide as the lights surrounding OFA grew to surround him as well, and then it faded into both of them. What? The boy said, trailing off. OFA smiled. That was my quirk detector. If you really didn't have a quirk, then that light would have stayed away from you. Beauty, I have 2 pinky toe J joints, the boy said, eyes tearing up. Okay, what the actual heck, OFA said. 2 pinky toe joints means quirklessness now. The boy asked. Look, kid, having an extra pinky toe joint doesn't mean anything about quirks, OFA said. People with a second joint, seriously, what the heck? That's weird, can have a quirk. People without can be quirkless, it doesn't matter. That's not a valid way to tell how someone's getting a quirk or not, Jesus. But, the boy started. just as OFA felt a small tug at the back of her brain, and she knew that she had to go back. Even if it was to tell All Might that she was leaving for good. Look, I have to go, okay? OFA asked. How about I talk to you again tomorrow? Meet me at the edge of the park, whenever you can. You'll be able to see me, others can't. The boy hesitated, but OFA saw something small in his features. Hope. And you'll tell me about mic work? The boy asked, clearly thinking that this was too good to be true. Of course, OFA said. Giving the boy a hug, he hugged her back. And she cherished the warmth for a few seconds. She hadn't felt real warmth for so long. Then she pulled away. You head home, what's your name? Izuku, the boy said. Izuku Midoriya. And you are? OFA smiled. I don't have a name. Izuku looked surprised. You don't? OFA shook her head. Nope. Sorry, but I have to go see you tomorrow. With that, OFA walked away. Izuku hesitated for a few seconds. Then he headed home as well. Where were you? OFA rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Taking a stroll, why does it matter? You were unconscious for 3 days. I'm not just gonna sit around and wait for you to wake up. You can't go far away and you know it. Night, I said he was one of the only people that could see OFA, which annoyed the heck out of her. OFA glared at him. Look, I can do what I want, I'm my own person. You're a conscious Quirk, you aren't your own person, Night, I said. OFA barred her teeth, then took a deep breath. Okay, you want to go there? You really want to do that? Then fine. She uncrossed her arms, then slightly stepped forward. You know, I don't have to stay here. I don't need to let you use my quirk. It's not your quirk, it's mine, All Might said, clearly upset with OFA. No, you're wrong, OFA said, really angry as she started to glow. And a pair of black feathered wings erupted out of her back. OFA could see the shock and terror appear on Night Eye and All Might's faces, and she found herself smirking. You know what? OFA said. I don't need one, for I'll keep it. Go ahead. If you can even use it when I'm gone. With that, she turned away and speed walked away. And she heard the two shout in surprise when she disappeared. As soon as OFA walked out of the hospital onto the nearly abandoned street, she spread her wings and began to fly. Just before the sun rose, OFA landed at the edge of the park and folded her wings behind her back, causing them to disappear. She sighed, it felt so nice to have her wings back. But she didn't want to scare Izuku with them and sat down on a park bench, leaning backwards as she started to mutter. All right, so I'm finally free, so I can do whatever I want and go wherever I want. Sure, I will talk to Izuku and help him figure out his quirk first. I'm honestly curious as to how he can see me. So that will be an adventure and a half. But after that, what next? Well, it might be a good idea to head home for a while and see if Mother's ghost is still around. She might have moved on already, though dang it. I'm willing to bet almost everyone from back then has already moved to heaven or hell, more than a few I'm willing to bet hell for. What? OFA jumped and turned to see Izuku jump up onto the bench and sit next to her, looking at her. Oh, sorry, OFA said. I have a habit of talking to myself sometimes. Oh, Izuku said. That's all right. Thanks, OFA said. Don't you have school today, Izuku? Izuku shook his head. It's summer vacation. Oh, it's already that time of year again? OFA asked. I never really notice. I guess that Ag host wouldn't, Izuku said. So you really don't have a name? OFA shrugged. I forgot it a long time ago. These days, I don't have a real name. I'm going to come up with a good one, though. Mind if I give you one? Izuku asked. OFA thought for a few seconds. You know what? That actually sounds like a good idea. She patted the boy on the head. Izuku flinched, but then seemed fine. You have any good ideas for one? Izuku nodded, then carefully took out a notebook and handed it to OFA. OFA gave him a confused look, then carefully took the notebook and leave for it to fall through her. Oh, sorry, OFA said. No, sorry, you're a ghost. You probably can't hold normal stuff, Izuku said sheepishly, picking the notebook back up. Then he flipped to one of the middle pages and showed it to OFA. OFA stared at the page in shock. On it, there was a detailed drawing of her, plus some notes about her. How had this boy figured anything about her? At the bottom of the page was a few names, all but one crossed out. You said that you don't have a name yesterday, and I really like drawing people in my notebooks and writing about their quirks, Izuku said. So I thought of a few name ideas, but I think the name Odin sounds best. Odin? OFA asked, already liking the name. As in the All-Father Norse god? How'd you come up with that? I don't know, but it just fits, Izuku said. Samdo, you like it? I don't just like it, I love it. OFA no, Odin said happily as the air around them began to glow, but neither one really noticed. It's a really pretty and powerful name. She reached up for a high five. High five. Izuku smiled, then gave her a high five. Suddenly, a thin, green string appeared around both their hands, tying to their wrists for a few seconds. Then it disappeared and Odin shrunk, growing younger until she looked the same age as Izuku, her wings popping out of her back, but they were smaller than they had been before. Both of them jumped back, clearly surprised. What the? Izuku started just as Odin heard Izuku's voice in her head. That was weird green string. What just happened? How did that appear? Why does my back itch? And Odin instantly realized exactly what had happened. Oh, Odin said. Oh. What was that? Izuku asked. Odin smiled, then pat him on the head. I think that was your quirk. What? Izuku asked, then reached behind him to scratch his back. And a pair of wings burst out. Izuku jumped in surprise, standing up. Then he looked behind him, eyes growing wide at the wings. What the? SHH, calm down, Odin said carefully. But Izuku started. What in the world? They both turned to see a blonde-haired kid staring at Izuku with wide eyes. Kaken, Izuku asked, a note of fear in his voice. Odin glanced at him, then took a deep breath and focused on feeling calm, mentally sending it towards Izuku. Instantly, Izuku looked less tense, even as Kaken came stomping over. What the hell, Deku? Kaken hissed. You have a quirk now. Hey, leave him alone, Odin said. Kaken glared at her. Who the hell are you? You can't see her, Izuku asked. Of course I can. What? Do you think I'm blind, Deku? Kaken growled. You, Izuku said. Look, it's pretty early, you probably shouldn't be out and about at this hour, Odin said. Well, to me, it looks like you shouldn't. Either are you kidnapping him? Kaken asked, setting off some explosions in his hand's interesting quirk. This boy looked ready to fight Odin, but she wasn't looking for a fight. Especially not when she was up. She was actually 9 years old again. No, nothing like that, Odin said. Yeah, in fact, we were just leaving, Izuku said. Can we go please? I don't want to be here. So you've figured out that we can communicate telepathically, Odin thought back. Do you know how? I have a suspicion, but I'll tell you later. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I have to make sure he gets home, Odin said. I don't trust you, Kaken said. Come on, Kaken, we really should get going, Izuku said, awkwardly moving the wings on his back around, causing them to fumble all over the place. Odin moved slightly to the side to avoid getting hit by the wings. Okay, you need to get used to wings. How did they appear? Izuku thought, clearly a little freaked out. It's all right, Odin replied. The wings are a part of you. Just move them like you would move your arms, and you can get them behind your back. Izuku looked at her and gave her a small nod, then carefully folded the wings behind his back. See, you're getting it, Odin said. What just happened? Kaken asked. The two looked at him. Can we talk about this another time? Izuku asked. I want to know what's going on now, Kaken said. Should we just? Odin trailed off. He's just concerned about me, Izuku said. Okay, then, I'll say something, Odin said. Look, neither of us is completely sure what's going on just yet, Odin said. So how about we tell you what's going on when we figure out what's going on? I don't trust you, I don't even know you, Kaken said. I'm Odin, Odin said just as something popped up in her, and Izuku's thoughts a voice neither was able to place. Odin Midoriya, the caring side of Izuku's personality. Izuku and Odin's eyes grew wide, and they looked at each other as the voice continued. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Odin a name, Izuku made a contract. Odin can consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Odin's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate, and it gives Odin a room in Izuku's mind palace, plus the chance to help control everything related to Izuku's ability to care for himself and others. You two are looking at each other funny, something just happened, Kaken said, clearly weirded out. They both looked at Kaken. I'll tell you some other time, alright? Izuku asked. No, I want to know now, Kaken said. Odin thought for a few seconds, then sent a wave of emotions towards Izuku. The voice had said that she controlled his ability to care. So maybe some care would help in this situation. Kaken please, Izuku said. I'm still figuring out what's going on myself, but I promise, besides my family, you'll be the first person I'll explain everything to, alright? Kaken hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed. Whatever, but I'm making sure you get home. He glared at Odin, who just shrugged. Alright, But Odin isn't going to hurt me, Izuku said. Whatever, Deku, Kaken said, then grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him away. Izuku looked at Odin, who thought for a few seconds. Then something clicked. The voice said something about you having a mind palace, so let's see if this works. And just like that, Odin disappeared, and Izuku's wing disappeared as well. Odin appeared in a black room that only had a little light in it. Whoa, Odin said, finding the echo that resulted strange. I can still hear you, where did you go? Izuku's voice echoed through the room. Odin looked around, then smiled. The voice said something about a mind palace, remind me later. I'll show you something that talks about what a mind palace is. Basically, though, it's in your mind. And I guess it's a place where I can go, but it's really empty in here. Hey, my mind isn't empty, Izuku said. Odin laughed. No, it's not. But this room is. She thought for a few seconds. I'll have to decorate, but I can experiment with that later. For now, I'll appear again when you get home, all right? All right, Izuku said. Odin smiled. Then she sat down and waited. Hey, where did that girl go? Kaken asked. And those wings? Somewhere, Izuku said, clearly unsure. Okay, then, Kaken said, then stayed silent for the rest of the way there. Izuku waved to Kaken as he walked into his house, where he found his dad making breakfast in the kitchen. When Izuku had been declared quirkless, oh god, I still have to tell Dad that I'm apparently not quirkless. His dad had been working in America, and Izuku had been living with his mom. But after that, Inko had suddenly gotten a new job opportunity somewhere in Scotland. Hasashi had told her to go for it, and he would stay with their son. Of course, they rarely saw Inko anymore, but Izuku was actually fine with that. She called often, and she visited on Christmas, but other than that, yeah. Hasashi turned and smiled at Izuku. Hey, Izuku. Didn't think you'd be heading out for a walk this early in the morning. Dad, can he talk to you right quick? Izuku asked. Instantly, Hasashi looked concerned, and he gave Izuku his full attention. Izuku, is something wrong? Not exactly, Izuku said, but he was getting really nervous. It's all right, Odin instantly thought, and Izuku felt a wave of calm. Wow, that was weird, but kinda cool at the same time. What does that mean? Hasashi asked. Izuku said. Mind showing up now, Odin? Odin didn't respond for a few seconds, just long enough for Izuku to wonder if he had just been imagining things. Then he felt a tug somewhere in the back of his mind. And Odin appeared next to him, and Izuku felt the wings appear on his back again. Hasashi jumped, taking a few steps back. As Odin carefully folded her wings, Izuku did the same and smiled at Hasashi. Hello, Odin said. What the? Hasashi said. Then his eyes grew really wide as he noticed the wings on Izuku's back. Izuku, where did you get a pair of wings? That's a long story, Izuku said. But, it turns out. Izuku isn't quirkless, Odin said. Hasashi stared at the two for a few seconds, and in that time, Izuku's anxiety hasn't appeared yet, shot through the roof. Wondering exactly what would happen, then Hasashi smiled, kneeled down, and gave Izuku a big hug. That's awesome, Hasashi said. I knew that something seemed off. I know, right? Odin asked, rolling her eyes. I mean, telling if someone's quirkless based on their number of pinky toe joints, she sighed, shaking her head. The entire concept is pretty dumb. So do you represent his quirk? Hasashi asked, looking at her. Well, it's not as simple as that, Izuku said. Huh? Hasashi asked. Izuku's quirk allows him to create and share life force, Odin explained. Basically, what that means is that he generates life energy, which allows him to see ghosts wandering around like me, for example. You're a ghost? Hasashi asked, eyes almost as big as his head at this point. Odin nodded. Yeah, anyway, Izuku can give ghosts like me a new name or something. That's how it's kinda working right now, and that makes a contract. The terms of it are basically that I can take a portion of his life force, he has a ton of it. So he isn't really affected by that, and I also get to be in charge of his ability to care about himself and others. In exchange, he can use my quirk. Whoa, that's pretty cool, Hasashi said, beaming at Izuku. Who knew that you had such an out there quirk? Pretty different from mine and Inko's, though. Yeah, I guess, Izuku said. Quirks that develop independent from the person's parents often take a bit longer to discover, Odin added. Honestly, Izuku probably wouldn't have learned it for a long time, unless I happened to be at the park, and he saw me. Huh, Hasashi said. Well, that's awesome news, all of it is. He gave Izuku another hug, then hesitated and looked at Odin. Can I give you a hug? Or since you're a ghost, can I not? Not sure, Odin said. Well, let's see, Hasashi said. Then reached forward and gave Odin a hug, surprising Izuku and Odin. Hasashi smiled, patting Odin on the head. Well, ghost or not, I guess you're now part of our family, huh? Odin smiled at him. Am I really? Well, if Dad says you are, then you definitely are, Izuku thought back. Odin's smile grew wider, and she nodded. Why, yeah, I guess I am. Great, Hasashi said. So, well, if we need to get you a bed or something. No, I already have a place, Odin said. Huh? Hasashi asked. It's called the Mind Palace, Izuku said, saying the words slowly, as if he didn't completely understand. It's a spot in Izuku's head, where I, as well as any other ghosts he makes a contract with, stay, Odin explained. I'm still figuring stuff out about it right now. It's a black room with a simple light. It hasn't really been created yet, so Huh, Hasashi said. Well, then, I'm going to finish making breakfast for the three of us. Then we can eat. Then we'll head to go get Izuku's quirk registered, all right? Yes, Izuku said happily. Odin and Hasashi laughed. Should have guessed you'd react like that, Hasashi said. 5 years late, but it is what it is. Now, you both ready for pancakes and eggs? Yum, Izuku said. Doesn't sound like your average Japanese breakfast, Odin said. Hasashi chuckled. I worked in America for more than a few years, and I like their breakfast foods, so I hope you don't mind. Oh, it sounds amazing, I was just commenting, Odin said. All right, now, you two wash up, Hasashi said. They'll be done in a few minutes. Izuku and Odin nodded. Then Izuku showed her over to the bathroom, so they could wash up. Hasashi squeezed Izuku's hand carefully as he and Izuku entered the government office for quirk registration. Odin was in the Mind Palace, and based on the fact that random images were appearing in Izuku's head, he guessed that she was creating objects to fill the Mind Palace. As Hasashi went to the front counter to get put on the waiting list, Izuku couldn't help but glance around at everyone else there. It was just about entirely 4-year-olds and their parents, but in the back, there was a kid around his age alone. There was a boy sitting alone, looking at his feet. Hasashi tapped Izuku's shoulder, then gestured for him to find a seat. Izuku nodded, then walked over to the boy. He had soft-looking purple hair, and as Izuku got close, he noticed some fading bruises and scuff marks on the boy's face and exposed arms. That can't be good, Odin thought quietly, so she was also paying attention to the boy. Izuku stopped and tapped the boy's shoulder, causing the boy to jump. Hey, mind if I sit here? Izuku asked. Go ahead, the boy said quietly, sounding hoarse and unsure. Izuku smiled, then sat next to the boy, kicking his legs slightly back and forth. Neither boy had their feet on the ground. What's your name? Izuku asked. Hitoshi, the boy said. I don't want to say my last name. Oh well, nice to meet you, Toshi-chan, Izuku said, and could practically feel Odin cringe. Please call him something else, Odin said. Omita-chan, Izuku said. Better, Odin said. I'm asking you about that later, Izuku warned. You are, Hitoshi said. I'm Izuku, Izuku said. Izuku Midoriya. He carefully tapped his head. And my friend Odin says hi, too. I didn't say that, Odin pointed out. Oh, Shushao, I'm letting him know that you exist, Izuku shot back. What? Hitoshi asked. Odin's part of my quirk, Izuku explained. I can see ghosts and make a contract with them by giving them a name. Weird, Hitoshi said. What's your quirk? Izuku asked, clearly excited. Yumit isn't really cool, Hitoshi said. I doubt that highly quirks are amazing pieces of art that are fit to suit the user. No two quirks are exactly alike, which makes every quirk unique and special, Odin mused. I don't think that's true, Izuku said. Odin says that everyone's quirk is cool. I think that's true. I mean, quirks are all unique. Every single one is amazing. You shouldn't say that it's not cool because that's not true. Hitoshi gave him a surprised look, then looked about to cry. Why, you won't say that after hearing my Q quirk? It's a villain's quirk. I can't be a hero with this. No quirk is a villain's quirk, Odin thought. There's no such thing as a villain's quirk, Izuku said. The thing that determines villain-like qualities is the person themselves, not a quirk, Odin thought. The only thing that can be villain-like is the person and their will personality, Izuku said. Hito-chan isn't a villain, unless he wants to be one, Odin thought. You don't want to be a villain, right? Izuku asked. Oh, of course not, Hitoshi said. Who would? Then you won't be a villain, Izuku said. So, what's your quirk? Hitoshi hesitated. I can brainwash people. If someone responds to me, then I can control what they do. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable hatred from this boy. Brainwashing? Izuku asked excitedly. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Hitoshi opened his eyes and gave him an odd look. Huh? All you have to get is a verbal response from a villain, then bam, you can order them to surrender, Izuku said. That would be amazing for hostage situations. You would just have to say something that the villain would have to respond to, like something insulting their mom or some kind of popular joke. Then they would answer, and you'd win the day. Aw, I wish I had a quirk that cool. Hey, I can hear you, Odin protested. Izuku laughed. Sorry, Odin, but you get what I mean, right? He turned to Hitoshi. Mulled only to see him crying. Sorry, didn't mean to make you cry, Izuku said as Hitoshi reached over and gave him a big hug. Thank you, Hitoshi whispered. As Hasashi walked over and sat down, giving Hitoshi a concerned look. Is everything all right? Hasashi asked, kneeling down next to Izuku and Hitoshi. Hey, what's going on? Izuku and Hasashi turned their heads to see a woman with blue hair rush over, clearly concerned. Hitoshi looked up, then got up and walked over, hugging the woman, who looked surprised, then sat down in one of the chairs, positioning herself so Hitoshi could sit next to her. Hasashi sat next to Izuku. Shinsu-san, Hitoshi said. The woman Shinsu, must have been her last name, smiled and pat him on the head. I told you to call me Mom, Hitoshi, but are you all right? Hitoshi nodded, wiping away his tears. I'm fine. He looked at Izuku. Thank you. Izuku looked confused. Odin felt confused, too. He shouldn't be thanking you for something that should just be said to him, Odin thought. What are you thanking me for? Izuku asked. I needed to hear that, Hitoshi said, tears coming to his eyes again. Hear what? Shinsu said, giving her son an odd look. That I can be a hero, Hitoshi said, then burst into tears again. Shinsu looked surprised. Then she beamed at him. I've been telling you since you told me about your quirk. It's a wonderful quirk. You shouldn't doubt it, Izuku said. But everyone always says that it's horrible and villain-like. And Hitoshi trailed off, then burst into tears again. Brainwashing can be so useful. Odin gushed as Shinsu tried to convince her son otherwise. I've never met someone with a quirk like that personally. But I remember hearing about this one person back during the Quirk Wars that had a similar quirk. They were famous worldwide. Who? Izuku asked. I think that they were called, Odin thought. Spirit's voice, Izuku said. His voice somewhere between his own and Odin's. Hasashi, Shinsu, and Hitoshi gave him an odd look. What was that? Shinsu asked. Spirit's voice, Izuku, Odin speaking through Izuku repeated. I'm not sure of everything about them because it's been 125 years, give or take. However, during the Quirk Wars in America, there was a famous figure fighting somewhere near California. It's a shame that I was unable to meet them because I was in Rhode Island at the time. But that doesn't matter at the moment. They were among the first heroes in America. Their quirk let them take control of someone like a puppet through some kind of series activation. Sure, at first, people found them to be a little strange and scary. But they saved so many lives, and were one of the big reasons that heroes were even created in the first place. Without a select few fighters, a total of 50 people around the 50 states. To be specific, then there would be no heroes today for people to dream about being. Izuku looked at Hitoshi. Your quirk is one of the most useful I've seen in my entire existence. And that's saying plenty, seeing that I've been around for over 200 years. I've been around since about 10 years after quirks first appeared. Izuku blinked, then shook his head as his voice went back to normal. Well, now that we've had today's history lesson, Odin's right. Your quirk is really useful, Hitochin. He smiled warmly. I hope that someday we'll get to be in the same hero class. Hitoshi smiled. Why, yeah. Hitoshi Shinsu, the clerk called out. All four looked in that direction. Then Hitoshi and his mom stood up. His mom thought for a few seconds, then quickly typed something onto her phone and handed it to Hasashi. Here, give me your number, that way we can talk again sometime, she said. Hasashi nodded, then quickly did the same, handing her his phone. They quickly exchanged numbers. Then Hitoshi and his mom walked over to talk to the quirk register person that was ready for them. Hasashi patted Izuku on the head. Well, it looks like you've made yourself a new friend. But what exactly happened with that voice? Apparently I can talk through you now, Odin stated simply. Well, that's helpful, Izuku shot back. Apparently Odin can talk through me, Izuku shrugged. Well, day one with your quirk, and we're already learning some of your great tricks, Hasashi said. Can't wait to see where you'll end up by the time you're old enough to attend a hero school. Yua, Izuku said quietly. Odin thought. What's wrong with Yua? Izuku asked, confused. Nothing. I guess it's just not the most fun place I've been to. Izuku's eyes grew wide. Wait, you've been to Yua? Haha. Remind me later. I'll tell you what I know and as a big middle finger. I might even tell you and Hitachi a trick into acing the entrance exam. Why does that sound foreboding? Odin laughed. It really should. But don't worry, I'll tell you everything later. Okay, Izuku thought just as the clerk called out. Izuku Midoriya, strangely. This was before the bunch of 4-year-olds then again. They probably did that because of Hitoshi and Izuku being older. Hasashi and Izuku got up and walked to the area, where they would be able to talk to whoever was open for them about quirk registration. Izuku's quirk registration person insisted on being called Surikyo Hasegawa. He was a tall, muscular man that looked barely able to fit into his suit, and he didn't even bother with the tie. He was in his mid-40s, had brown hair, was going bald, and had a big handlebar mustache and delicate-looking glasses. This man looked, and, with his cute voice that didn't fit his size, sounded ridiculous. But this man was the one that was reading through Izuku's file, and gave him a doubtful look. It says here that you don't have a quirk, Sir Hasegawa said. You were diagnosed as quirkless 5 years ago, correct? I don't see a sign of you having one. With all due respect, there have been cases in the past where people with 2 pinky toe joints have had quirks, Izuku said. Wow, a kid knows medical history, Sir Hasegawa said. Look, for a few seconds, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You say you have a quirk? Well, then, let's see it. Izuku nodded, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Odin, it's your time to shine, Izuku thought. He could practically feel Odin nod in agreement and excitement. Well, Sir Hasegawa said, I don't have all day. In a burst of light that was purely for dramatics, Odin appears. Izuku quickly stood up as wings appeared on his back. Sir Hasegawa jumped while Hasashi, who was standing towards the wall, smiled. WWA? Sir Hasegawa said. Odin smiled and waved. Hi, I'm Olaf, and I like warm hugs. 2 points if you get the reference. She giggled. Nah, my name's Odin. So the kid can make people appear and take their appearances all right, Sir Hasegawa said. Odin and Izuku shook their heads. No, not exactly, Odin said. I didn't appear out of nowhere, I came from the Mind Palace. The what? Sir Hasegawa said. Mind Palace, Izuku sighed. It's where Mayam sides, Odin smiled. It's where Izuku's sides stay when we aren't out and about. Sides? Sir Hasegawa and Hasashi asked at the same time. I still don't really understand that one myself. But Odin said that she wants to be called the caring side, Izuku said. Odin looked at Izuku. It's a reference to something, I promise. I'll watch it later with you, all right? For now, though, trust me, I'm just calling myself Odin, the caring side. Okay, Sir Hasegawa said. So, how does this side thing work? I can create and share something called Lifeforce, Izuku said. I gave Odin her name, she's a ghost, and that made a contract. I give her a portion of my Lifeforce and let her control my ability to care for myself and others. In exchange, I can use her quirk. It's a win-win. Interesting. Do you have any other contracts? Sir Hasegawa asked. Izuku shook his head. No, not yet. I just made a contract with Odin this morning, actually. I see, Sir Hasegawa said. So you don't know your limit to how many hosts you can make a contract with? I don't, Izuku said, then looked at Odin. Do you have any idea? Odin thought for a few seconds, then closed her eyes and willed herself to feel Izuku's life force. Then she barely stopped herself from gasping. She'd known that Izuku's life force had been larger than the average person's, it had to be. After all, his quirk was literally to create and share the stuff, but whoa. A normal person's life force around the time Odin was born was about the size of a tennis ball. And that was just what they had at birth. As they aged, yeah, they would get more or less depending on what they ate and stuff. When quirks appeared, it became about the size of a bowling ball for a person with a quirk. One for all users usually had ones that were a little bigger than that. Well, right before receiving the quirk, they did, anyway. Odin had to take some of theirs from time to time. But it remained around the same until Odin was passed along. She had plenty stored up from the last 200 years. But still. Izuku, however. To compare to a tennis ball or bowling ball, Izuku's life force was about the size of a freaking mountain. And Odin was only taking about the size of 2 bowling balls worth. Odin's eyes snapped open, and she looked at Izuku. Did you see any of that? Odin asked. No, Izuku said, clearly unsure. You have the life force the size of a mountain, Odin said. In comparison to a normal person with a quirk well, normal people have a life force about the size of a bowling ball. So how many contracts can he make? Sir Hasegawa asked, his eyes wide. Well, seeing that I'm getting 2 bowling balls worth of life force due to the contractual, probably be able to have a limitless amount, Odin said, looking at Izuku. Really? Izuku asked, eyes wide. Odin nodded. Yeah. Well, then, I guess I'll write that down, Sir Hasegawa said. I'll make note of that, and I have a feeling that you'll have to constantly update your quirk file with every single contract you made. So I'm just going to put you on my schedule to make sure you talk to me about it once a year. I'll send you mail when I have the date finalized, as well as my number so I can know ASAP. Does that sound good? Do we have to update every single time? Hasashi asked. We like to stay informed, Sir Hasegawa said. It's kind of a security measure. That way, if some hotshot villain or vigilante appears, we have an easier time identifying them. You don't have to worry about me doing something like that, but I'll keep you updated, Izuku promised. Good, Sir Hasegawa said, leaning back in his chair. We'll send a report to your school so they can be updated in Odin. Do you need to attend school as well? Odin shrugged. Technically, I can just be in Izuku's head all day. I'll still hear all the lectures and stuff, and I can help Izuku on tests and homework. But we can talk telepathically. Nothing could really stop me from doing that, save quirk suppressants, if those would even work, since I'm in Izuku's head. Soy. 2 heads are better than 1. I wonder what it'll be like when there's more of you, Sir Hasegawa said. Well, that's all I need from you. Have a good day. Do whatever you'd like, I guess. Call me when you get my number. We will, Hasashi promised. Well, I hope you have a good day as well. We're going to head home to call my wife and tell her everything. Sir Hasegawa nodded. Well, have fun with that. We will, Hasashi said, then turned to Odin. It might be easier if you retreat into the Mind Palace for a little while. Yeah, less people, and the wings will disappear, Odin agreed, then disappeared. That was interesting, huh? Izuku asked as they walked out of the office area. Yeah, Odin said. You think I should make more contracts soon? Izuku asked. Odin stayed silent for a few seconds. Well, probably. I'm in control of how much you care. And if I'm alone, I'll probably overdo it somehow. How can you overdo caring? That just sounded weird. Ever heard of overbearing parents? Odin asked. Or helicopter parents? That comes from overcaring. I see, Izuku thought. Well, how about we go around one of these nights to meet some other ghosts and make some contracts? Sounds like a good idea. But remember, you still need to get enough sleep yourself, Odin thought. Taking care of yourself will make you healthier, stronger, and in a better mood, which will make it easier to help others. Okay. That's part of me wanting to be more caring. Izuku snorted, earning a strange look from Hasashi. Yeah, we get it. You're like that one mom friend that takes care of everyone. That's exactly what I'm supposed to be, Odin reminded him. If you start being a mother to the other sides, then I'm going to exclusively call you Mom, Izuku warned her. Joke's on you. I like that nickname, and I'm going to use it, Odin said. Point if you get the reference. Izuku smiled. Got it, Mom. Wait, I can't call you that. I still have my mom. Mama? Odin asked jokingly. Too kiddish, Izuku complained, making a face. How about Oba-san? Odin asked. No, that makes me sound like an old lady. Muddy, Izuku asked. It means mother in German, Odin explained. That way, you can call your real mom, and I can be muttier. Does that sound too weird? Basically, I'm going to call you Mom in some other language, Izuku thought. We can use Google Translate to find some interesting ideas later. Great, Odin said as Hasashi and Izuku walked out of the building. Yumizuku, what's up? Hasashi asked, giving his son an odd look. Oh, Odin and I were just talking, Izuku said. I jokingly said that she was the mom friend, and if she became overcaring when I made other contracts, then I was only going to call her Mom, and she actually wants to be called that. But then there's Mom. Hasashi thought for a few seconds. Well, you only see your actual mom once a year, and she hasn't called us for a while. She doesn't really talk to us anymore. Maybe you can call Odin Mom, but as a joke. We won't tell Inko about it, okay? Yeah, Izuku said, glancing upwards, as if trying to see his brain. You hear that, Odin? Oops, sorry, you're now Mom. Odin just laughed. All right, Izuku, how about you go run around for a little bit? Hasashi suggested when they got home. There's a large time difference between here and Scotland, so we'll have to wait until later in the evening before we can call Inko, okay? Okay, Izuku said, then paused for a few seconds. Hayden? Izuku asked. Yes? Odin asked. I know that I just made my contract with you this morning, and it's only about 11 in the morning, but do you think maybe we should try to find some other allies? Izuku asked. Odin stayed silent for a few seconds. We can look around, but since you've never interacted with another ghost before me, then there might be no ghosts in the area. We might have to go somewhere else in order to find someone you can make a contract with. I'll ask if that would be all right. I've taken the train before. So maybe visit a graveyard in a different town or something? Izuku asked. Probably, Odin said. But ghosts don't only stick to graveyards, there's also hospitals, places of a large accident, places that people have died, and their ghosts just linger around. But you can find most ghosts just wandering around. Got it, Izuku said. Ooh, I have an idea. Hey, Dad, would it be all right for me to grab some money and go to a different town for a bit? Izuku asked. Why? Hasashi asked, sounding a little concerned. Well, there aren't really ghosts around here, and I kinda want to make more contracts, Izuku said. You've already made one. I don't think you should just make a bunch too soon, Hasashi said. Odin appeared, causing the wings to appear. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything's in check, Odin promised. How about we make a limit of only making 3 more contracts before school starts again? That's how long? Another 2 weeks, Izuku said. 3 contracts at max in the next 2 weeks, Odin said. Today's just looking around scouting, if you will. Hasashi said. But you're a ghost, and I'm going to be busy for a while. Will Izuku be safe? I promise he will, Odin said. Both of you are 9, I don't want to risk it, Hasashi said. After all, only one of you can really do something, but if you think it's a good idea, you have one condition. Name it, Izuku said. I want you to bring Katsuki with you, Hasashi said. I'll call Mitsuki over and explain the situation to her and Katsuki. I'd feel safer if you had a literal human grenade with you. Dad, that's not nice, Izuku said. You get what I mean, Hasashi said. Come inside for a bit. The 2 of you can watch something, and I'll ask the Bakugos to come over for lunch, so I can tell them the good news. Okay, Izuku said. Odin's eyes lit up. Ooh, that means we have about an hour. Which means that I get to show you Sander's sides. Sander's sides? Hasashi and Izuku asked at the same time. Odin nodded. My mom and I would watch it when I was a kid. It's where I got the whole side thing from, and where I knew the Mind Palace concept from. You'll love it, I promise. Okay, Izuku said. Oh, wait, do you know English? Odin asked. Well, I know plenty, I guess, Izuku said. I taught him English when I moved back from America, Hasashi said proudly. Oh, you lived in America? Odin asked as they walked into the house. I worked there for a while before Inko got a job opportunity in Scotland. Then I came back here, Hasashi said. I taught Izuku English, and he's pretty smart, so he caught on pretty quick. But I'm not as fluent as Dad is, Izuku said. All right, Odin said. We can put on Japanese subtitles, but still. I promise that you'll love it. We'll have to look it up on YouTube. YouTube? Izuku and Hasashi asked. Ah, right. It's been 200 years, Odin said. It's a video website. I think it's been replaced by HuryTube. Basically the same thing last I checked, though YouTube was still running. But otherwise, we could still find the series somewhere. Okay, Hasashi said. Well, I'm curious now, so how about you 2 watch it? And at some point, when I don't have work and Izuku doesn't have school, we can make a day out of it and binge watch it. Sounds like a plan, Odin said. All right, Izuku. You know where the computer is, and you know the password, Hasashi said. I'll call you into the kitchen when the Bakugos get here for lunch. Izuku and Odin nodded. Then Izuku led Odin over to the room with the computer. About an hour, and the surprise of realizing that Izuku was actually fluent in English later. Izuku and Odin were just finishing the episode, losing my motivation, when Hasashi poked his head into the room. Izuku, Odin, the Bakugos are here, Hasashi said. They both looked at him and nodded. Izuku bookmarked the tab, then logged off the computer. He glanced at Odin, who nodded and disappeared, Izuku's wings disappearing as well. Hasashi nodded. Then the 2 walked into the kitchen area, where Mitsuki, Masaru, and Kaken were sitting at the table. Hey, Izuku, Mitsuki said as the boy in question approached, giving him a quick hug. Mind telling us what's up? He can while we eat, Hasashi said, putting down plates in front of each with katsudon, as well as setting one aside for Odin. The Bakugos gave Hasashi a confused look. Hasashi, is someone else joining us for lunch? Masaru asked. Is Inko finally back from Scotland? Mitsuki added, excited about the idea of seeing her best friend again. Sorry, Inko's not back just yet. But yes, we do have someone we'd like you to meet, Hasashi said. He looked at Izuku. Well? Izuku nodded. Odin, out of the frying pan. And into the fire, Odin replied happily as she appeared in the empty seat, causing the 3 Bakugos to jump. Oh, I didn't realize what opted, Mitsuki said after a few seconds. Congratulations. Well, that's not actually the case, Hasashi said slowly. Well, then mind telling us why a young girl just appeared in your kitchen? Wait, why does Deku have wings? Kaken exclaimed, his eyes growing wide. His parents jumped and shouted in surprise as they noticed this new feature as well. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he scratched the back of his neck. Well, hi, I'm Odin, Odin said. The best way to describe me is in part of Izuku's quirk. His what? The 3 Bakugos exclaimed. Izuku flinched. No need to be so loud. Izuku has a quirk? Mitsuki cried. Inko said that he was born without one. Yeah, because of some stupid pinky toe joint or something, Odin said. That isn't the actual way to tell if someone has a quirk. The whole concept doesn't really make sense to me. Then why haven't we met you before? Mitsuki demanded. Wait, this morning, Kaken started. Yep, this morning, I met Odin for the first time, Izuku cut in, causing them to all look at him. My quirk allows me to create and share something called Lifeforce, which is basically energy that people use for living great. Right, Odin said. This morning, Izuku gave me the name Odin, and he accidentally created a contract with me. A contract? Masaru asked, sounding worried. What does that mean? Basically, because I can create Lifeforce, I give Odin a small amount of mine, an amount so small that I don't even notice, Izuku explained. I also let her control my ability to care about myself and others. In exchange, I get to use her quirk. He carefully reached back and touched the wings on his back. Which means I get wings. That's not the only part of my quirk, but you'll learn more about that later on, Odin said. Alright, so apparently I have more than wings from the contract, Izuku said. I didn't know until yesterday night about any of this. Last night? Hasashi asked, clearly surprised. Izuku nodded sheepishly. Late last night, I went for a walk, and I met Odin in the park. She looked older than she does now. I look 17. To be exact, that's the age where I died, Odin muttered. Died? Masaru asked, eyes wide. Yeah, I'm a ghost, Odin said sheepishly. I can see ghosts and make contracts with them by giving them a name, Izuku said. Honestly, it's a pretty cool deal to me. I benefit, and he benefits. It's all good, Odin said. So you only have a contract with Odin, was it? Mitsuki asked. At the moment, which is one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you, Hasashi said. They all looked at him. What do you mean? Mitsuki asked. Well, Izuku wants to make more contracts, but we apparently don't have many ghosts around town that he can talk to, Hasashi said. Which means that he would have to go somewhere else with plenty of ghosts. But it would just be me and Izuku looking, because he's too busy to come with us today, Odin finished, nodding at Hasashi. And while I have an actual form now, I'm still a ghost. And I'm still a 9-year-old boy, Izuku added. Which would mean it would be dangerous for me and Odin to go around alone. So I was wondering if maybe Katsuki would be free and could go with them, Hasashi asked. Well, we aren't really doing anything today, Masaru said, then looked at Katsuki. What do you think? I think that the whole idea of this quirk is freaking dumb, Kaken said. Katsuki, be nice, Mitsuki hissed. It's alright, it's pretty weird, even to me, Izuku said. After all, yesterday, I didn't even have a quirk. And all of a sudden I have Odin who can literally read my mind. And I also have wings. It's probably more than a bit much to take in. More than a bit much? Kaken scoffed. You sound like some old man. Actually, that isn't the case, Odin said. Excuse me? Kaken snapped. Formal speech, Odin said. Most people have abandoned it since the rise of quirks for whatever reason. But it still exists, but that doesn't matter. If you don't want to come with us, then I think it might be a good idea to wait until Hasashi has some time to bring us or something. No, I'm coming with, Kaken said. I want to see how the heck your stupid quirk works. Katsuki, please be nice, Masaru said. Awesome, Izuku said. Shut up. You stupid Deku, just because you have some quirk doesn't mean you're going to be more powerful than me. I'm going to be a hero greater than All Might someday, Kaken said. I'm just watching the competition. Aw, you think of me as competition, Izuku said happily. You have a quirk now, obviously you're gonna try to become some hotshot hero. But I'm still gonna leave you in the dust, Kaken said. Greater than All Might, huh? Odin asked, sounding a little bitter, not caring at all, which sounded strange to Izuku. Doesn't take much, he's just popular, but not much else. Izuku gave her an odd look. What do you have against All Might? Yumi's something up? Hasashi asked. Odin and Izuku looked at him. I'll tell you later, just something Odin was saying that was weird, Izuku said, glancing at Odin, who shrugged. I'll tell you later, I'm just not that much of a fan of E, Odin said. How? Izuku asked. I'll tell you later, Odin said. Okay, Izuku said. Well, let's eat, then get going, Kaken said. Stupid Deku ended an og. Gonna have to come up with a nickname for you. I'm nicknaming her mom, Izuku said. But Inko's your mom, Masaru pointed out. It's a joke because she's the mom friend, Izuku said. I see, Mitsuki said. Sothai's trip today. Any specific places? Ghosts tend to hang around graveyards, hospitals, scenes of past accidents, stuff like that, Odin said. However, for the most part, you can find ghosts just about anywhere, but I'm surprised that I haven't really seen any in this area. Or maybe I haven't recognized ghosts as ghosts, Izuku said. I didn't think Odin was a ghost until she said she was. Maybe I've seen some before, but haven't talked to them. Fair enough. But I still haven't seen many. But then again, I was here for a little bit last night, and we spent most of today inside, or at the Quirk registration office, Odin admitted. Already registered? Mitsuki asked. Hasashi nodded. And we're supposed to check in every time he makes a new contract. I don't think I'm going to make too many in general, Izuku said quickly. I mean, I still want some control over the way I feel. I'll probably only make 1 or 2 before school starts again. 1 or 2 in the school year, maybe 1 during middle school. And by the time I get to high school, I'll have a complete set of sides. Sides? Mitsuki asked. It's a reference basically, those he makes a contract with, Odin said. A reference to what? Mitsuki asked. Long story short, a web series Odin's obsessed with, and has dragged me into, Izuku said. You love it too, Odin said. I mean, it's really great, Izuku admitted. But seriously, what's Morality's name? And Creativity's? Are they like Logic? How his name is Logan. Sakura's Andamason. You'll see, but don't leave out Anxiety, Odin said. Izuku made a face. Anxiety's the bad guy. Anxiety is a precious boy that deserves everyone's love and support, Odin said, sending a wave of care unintentionally. Geez, okay, I got it, Izuku said. We can continue this conversation later after you tell me what's up with you know what. Got it, Odin said. To get back on topic. So we're basically going to a more populated area, stopping by a graveyard, hospital, and walking around? Kaken asked. Easy enough. But there's also the fact that I have to choose ghosts to make a contract with Odin. And I will probably let you know if we see a ghost that we'd like to talk to, Izuku said. Sweet, so let's eat and get going. Thank you for the meal, Kaken said. Then began to dig in. Katsuki, Masaru said warningly, but Hasashi waved it off. You're welcome, Hasashi said. Thanks, Dad, Izuku said with a big smile, then began to eat. Mitsuki and Masaru sighed, then said thanks and began to eat. Odin stared at the food for a few seconds. She'd done that during breakfast as well, then muttered, It looks absolutely delicious, thank you, and began to eat. Hasashi grinned, nodded, then ate as well. The Bakugos and the Midoriyas lived in Shizuoka Prefecture, so they decided to take a train to the capital of the place, Shizuoka. Please appreciate this detail. I had to do research on this stuff while walking around a store and don't get what I'm doing. As soon as they got off the train, Kaken and Izuku Odin was in the Mind Palace. So Izuku didn't have to worry about his wings and a crowd of people were faced with a huge crowd of people getting on and off the train. Kaken took one look at the crowd, then quickly grabbed the smaller boy's hand. Izuku gave Kaken a confused look, but Kaken just shrugged. I'm gonna be the best hero ever. I'm not gonna let you and Odin get lost in this crowd, Kaken said. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Kaken. PSH, let's just go. Does Odin know where we're going? Kaken asked as the two started moving through the crowd. I've been in Shizuoka before, but User 7 and I were there to take down some minor villains one time over 30 years back, Odin mused. Pretty fun hero raid. Izuku suddenly stopped, causing Kaken to stop and give him an odd look. Wait, hero? Izuku asked, eyes wide. Oh, Weedy never said that, huh? Odin chuckled nervously. Yumi'll tell you later. Keep moving, You're making Kaken worry. Izuku looked at Kaken and gave him a small smile. Sorry, Odin just said something that surprised me. Just don't stop suddenly, Deku, Kaken said. Otherwise you'll get lost in the crowd. Right, sorry, Kaken, Izuku said. You'd better have a good story to tell. Wait, were you a hero in your life? Izuku asked. Heroes weren't a thing back when I was alive, Odin said slowly. Oh, Izuku said. Well, then, wait, you mentioned Yui before. Have you been there with someone? Wait, am I not the first person you've been aside for? It's a long story, I promise. I'll tell you later, Odin said. Izuku had a strange feeling, but he shrugged it off and just continued walking. Hey, excuse me. The young woman stopped and looked at Izuku and Kaken as they walked up to her. What? The woman asked. Can we get directions, please? Izuku asked. Kaken muttered something about not needing directions. To where? The woman asked. The graveyard? Izuku asked. The woman's eyes grew wide. Then she crossed her arms, giving them her full attention. Why in the world would you two boys want to go to the graveyard? Izuku said. Grandparents living near there, Odin quickly thought. Saying the real reason would sound a little sketchy, and we don't want to appear weird like that. Our grandparents live near the graveyard. We can get to their place from there. But we're a little lost, Izuku said. Huh, the woman said. Didn't think anyone lived near that graveyard anymore. Why, something wrong with it? Kaken asked, rolling his eyes. You two must not be from around here, the woman said. Rumor has it that some vengeful spirit has the graveyard as their domain. Ha, Kaken said. Ghosts aren't that scary. He might want to be more worried than that, Odin thought. Why? Izuku asked. It might be a wraith, and even I don't want to mess with one of those. But I will if you need me to, Odin replied. What's a wraith? Izuku asked. A ghost that ran out of Lifeforce, Odin said. Wait, you actually have Lifeforce? Izuku asked. But isn't that what keeps people living? Yes, but at the same time no, Odin said. If that were the case, I'd be alive again because I'm taking Lifeforce from you. What makes it so special in the afterlife is that it's what keeps us sane. Sane? Izuku asked worriedly. Yeah, Odin said. Ghosts can get Lifeforce from graveyards, hospitals, stuff like that. That's why plenty of ghosts are there. When we don't get much Lifeforce, we get hungry for it. And the small amount we are usually fine with from those places isn't enough. So we attack other ghosts and even living people. When a ghost first attacks for Lifeforce, they become a wraith hand. There's no known way to turn wraiths back into regular ghosts. They're like that for 100 more years before they just disappear. Oh, Izuku said. Do you think we should even go to the graveyard? Odin stayed silent for a few seconds. Well, I'm in the least danger between the three of us. I can scout ahead if I find a wraith. I'll let you know. Okay, Izuku said. I wouldn't be so sure whatever spirit is there has drained the life out of people, the woman said. Even pro heroes are too scared to go there. We ain't scared, Kaken said. We'll be careful, but we still need to get there, Izuku said. We don't need to be careful, Kaken protested. If you're sure, go that way until you reach 10th Street. Take a right. Go until Kaimana Street. Take a left. Go until Willowing Lane. That'll bring you pretty far. From there, everything will be abandoned, so keep going, and you'll end up getting to the graveyard eventually. That's, Kaken started, looking ready to fight. Thanks for the directions. If we get to the abandoned part of town, I can get us there. He turned to Kaken. Come on, let's get going. Before Kaken could protest, Izuku dragged him away. Once they were out of earshot, Kaken glared at Izuku. Deku, what the heck was that? Odin says that there might actually be something in the graveyard that could kill us, Izuku explained. She's going to scout ahead to make sure we don't get hurt. I'm more worried about him than you, don't get me wrong. Protecting you is my priority. But Kaken has almost no Lifeforce energy compared to you, Odin said. You'd be fine if a wraith were to attack you before I could stop it. However, a hungry wraith would kill him in a few seconds, if one gets to him at all. It could send him into a coma at the very least. Oh, Izuku said. Kaken, stay really close, especially when we get closer, Izuku said. Come on, the graveyard can't be that scary, Kaken said. Odin says that there might actually be something there that could kill us, but you're more likely to get killed, Izuku said. Kaken looked pale. Well, I'm sure that we'll be fine. It's probably just some stupid urban legend that got really popular, point if you get the reference, Kaken said, but couldn't keep the fear out of his voice. Yeah, Izuku said. Well, let's just get there, get this over with, and go to the next place. With that, the two boys picked up the pace. Pretty abandoned here, Kaken said nervously after they had walked away from the crowd and all houses that didn't look run down a while back. Yeah, probably fine for Odin to come out now, Izuku said. Odin appeared behind the two. Yes, quite right. Izuku and Kaken yelped, jumped, and spun around to look at her. Odin, please don't do that when we're potentially in danger, Izuku asked. Is there a vengeful spirit nearby? Kaken asked. I'm not sure I'm going to fly ahead and check out the graveyard, plus surrounding areas, but I'll be here in a second if you feel like something's wrong, Odin said, flapping her wings slightly. I could fly all the way across the United States in 4 hours back. When I was alive, I can get to you if you even have a bad feeling. Got that? Got it, Izuku and Kaken said at the same time. All right, I'll keep you updated on what I find stick together, Odin said, then spread her wings and took off. Instantly, Kaken latched onto Izuku's arm. Izuku gave him an odd look. Don't want you to get hurt, and the old hag would be mad if I let you out of my sight, Kaken said. Izuku smiled. Got it. With that, the two continued to walk. The afterlife hadn't been really kind to Himari. Granted, regular life hadn't been so kind either. In general, existence wasn't fun. In life, Himari had lived in the shadow of her beautiful, brilliant, delightful older sister. The entire family had expected the second daughter to be even better. But their expectations were let down when Himari had been born. She wasn't particularly pretty, she wasn't the brightest, and she'd rather run around with the boys getting dirty than sit around during serious conversations. Her parents had tried to make her better. They plastered makeup on her face, made her dye her chocolate brown hair pitch black, made her stay up late to study, and forbade her from even talking to the servants' children, but she would sneak out often and try to be herself. Her parents hated that, and Himari really tried to resist that urge and study. She really did. She sat through so many conversations. She asked questions of her tutor. She ignored the others. But it became too much. So, when she turned 16, she gave herself a birthday present and snuck out of the house, planning on just having a night to herself. But she got hit by a car and died almost instantly. None of her family showed up for her funeral. They even had her buried in Shizuoka because they didn't want her grave near. She heard them planning it when she wanted to see them one last time. They hadn't even cared. In fact, they belittled her existence, saying that she had been too ugly to live anyway. Too stupid. Too spontaneous. So, Himari went back to the graveyard. She didn't know what she wanted to do now that she was dead. Sure, she could go anywhere, do anything, but her previous lifestyle had made it so she didn't know how to make friends. So, she was just spending eternity in this graveyard. She couldn't even run out of life force and just fade out. And, to make matters worse, a dying wraith had come by a few years previously and scared all the locals away. Nobody lived nearby. No ghosts stayed around. It was only her. No sound. Nothing interesting. Just silence. And Himari did not like the silence. But who would want to bother with her? She was ugly, stupid, spontaneous. She deserved the eternity of silence. It was another day. Himari was sitting on her gravestone, as always. She sat perfectly still. Maybe if she could stay still long enough, she'd become smarter. Become less spontaneous. Maybe that would be enough to be pretty. Maybe then she'd be able to make friends. However, later in the day, something happened. Himari heard a sudden gust of wind. Sure, that wasn't unusual. There'd be wind, rain, birds, and all that. But there was something different about this. It was followed by another, and another. It didn't sound natural. For the first time in 6 months, dang it. Now she had to start again. Himari moved. She looked up from the ground to see someone, a fellow ghost, land at the entrance of the graveyard. She had large, beautiful black wings on her back. Her blonde hair was in a braid that was sitting over her shoulder. She was wearing a simple green dress. The ghost looked about 9 years old. And absolutely gorgeous. Himari stared in shock as the ghost looked around, then saw her. Instantly, the girl tensed up. She's scared because I'm so ugly. I'm a monster. Then smiled and walked over, folding her wings behind her back. Hey, the ghost said. Are you the only ghost here? Why yeah, Himari said. Oh, great, the ghost said. You clearly aren't a wraith. You look perfectly sane, which is great. Huh? Himari asked. Oh, actually, my friend was worried that a wraith would be here because of the rumors, but it should be fine, the ghost said, then lightly tapped her head. So, what's your name? Himari said. I Roman 2 don't want to use it anymore. Oh, the ghost said. Well, that's sad. I don't deserve it, Himari blurted, then silently cursed to herself. Why had she said that? The ghost looked surprised. Why? Because I'm hideous, Himari said. My name sounds beautiful, but I'm the opposite. I'm a mess that even a mother couldn't love. She felt tears come to her eyes, but she held them back. I deserve to be alone for the rest of time. I don't deserve to use my awful voice. I don't deserve to talk to someone as pretty as you. The ghost looked surprised, then shook her head. Okay, well, what the heck? Whoever told you any of that is clearly blind. Huh? Himari asked, her eyes wide. Look, I don't get the whole concept of beauty or ugly. But let me tell you this, you look amazing, the ghost said. What? Himari asked. You heard me, the ghost said. You aren't hideous. Your voice isn't awful actually. It's kinda pleasing to listen to. And you think a mother couldn't love you? Ha! She rolled her eyes. If your mother didn't love you, then something was wrong with her. A mother loves her child unconditionally. Otherwise, they don't deserve to be called a mother. Well, I mean, sure, some still give their kids up. But that's another story. And that doesn't matter right now. Whatever internal monologue you have that's telling you such awful lies, tell it to go away. Why you really think so? Himari asked, now practically choking on her tears, not caring that they were pouring out of her eyes. Of course, the ghost said, carefully giving Himari a hug, which surprised her. Never let yourself think otherwise, all right? Himari paused for a few seconds, then squeezed the ghost, sobbing into her shoulder for a solid minute, while the ghost gently rubbed her back. After a minute, Himari pulled back, wiping away her tears. Thank you, Himari said. I really needed to hear that. That isn't something someone should need to hear, the ghost said, surprised. It should just be said. Everyone is beautiful, and that's just a fact. Himari smiled. Thank Yawa, what's your name? Oh, the ghost started. Odin. They both turned their heads to see two boys, both about the ghost age, walk into the graveyard. There were so many visitors today. Himari didn't know what was going on, but it made her happy to see more people even if these two boys couldn't see ghosts. Hey, Odin, who's that? The shorter boy asked as the two walked over. Huh? Because there's nobody here besides you, me, and Odin, the taller boy said. Stupid nerd. Oh, it's another ghost, the ghost said happily. Sorry you can't see her, Kaken. What? Himari asked. Hi, the shorter boy said, holding a hand to Himari. My name's Izuku Midoriya. You've already met my caring side, Odin. And this is my friend, Kaken. What's your name? Yumi, I don't want to use it, Himari said. No, Izuku asked. Well, that makes it easier, the ghost Odin said. What's that supposed to mean? Himari asked, a little on edge, even more so when Kaken stepped back. Yumi was wondering if you'd like to make a contract, Izuku asked. A contract? Himari asked. What do you mean? Basically, I give you a new name, and I let you take a small portion of my life force, as well as let you control a part of me, for example. Odin controls my ability to care for myself and others, Izuku said. In exchange, you get to use your quirk. Himari's eyes grew wide as she registered that. He wants to use my quirk and give me life force, take away my name and trust me with a part of him. Himari's parents had never trusted her with anything, really. She'd never been good enough. They'd never let her use her quirk. It probably wasn't that strong, but it could have been had she trained it. After all, she had an advanced copy quirk. If she could understand how a quirk worked, she could copy it. But it hadn't ever really mattered before. But this boy. Himari bit her lip, then held her hand to the boy. Give me a name, and I'll follow you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Izuku smiled, then reached out and took her hand. I'm going to name Yui. 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 Yui Yui Yui. It was perfect, I love it. Himari no, Yui exclaimed. Just as a light blue string appeared around both their wrists, surprising Yui as the string disappeared. Then Yui felt herself shrink down, and suddenly, she was 9 years old again. Her hair was in 2 braids, and she was wearing a light blue dress with a gray cardigan around her neck. And it felt really comfortable, seriously, though. I wore a cardigan around my neck for a week on a date, and it's really comfortable. Yui looked at herself, then to Izuku, who smiled. Yui Midoriya, a strange voice said in her head. The moral side of Izuku's personality. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share life force. By giving Yui a name, Izuku made a contract. Yui can consume some of Izuku's endless supply of life force, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Yui's quirk. This also allows the two, plus Odin, to communicate, and it gives Yui a room in Izuku's mind palace, plus the chance to help control everything related to Izuku's morals, and quite a bit dealing with his emotions. Kaken yelped, snapping Yui back into reality as he looked at her. What the? Kaken exclaimed. Oh, you can see her now, Odin said happily. That's one of Izuku's friends, Odin thought, and Yui jumped as she realized that it was telepathic. Odin glanced at her. We can communicate telepathically, and you have a room in the Mind Palace I'll show you around later. At the moment, it's my room, a living room, and a kitchen area. But now we have your room. Why the kitchen area? Izuku asked. I don't know. It showed up when I started creating stuff, Odin admitted. All right, Sana what? Yui asked. We head home, you still have to meet my dad, Izuku said. Oh, and quick comment, I'm the mom friend. So feel free to call me mom if you want, Odin thought happily. I'm just gonna call you Odin, Yui thought. Oh, fine, Odin said, looking at her with an exaggerated pout. Just as they all heard shouting in the distance. Yui jumped, not used to so much noise at one time. The other three looked at her, then back at the source of the noise. Then Odin grabbed Yui's hand. Let's go to the Mind Palace for now, we're Izuku's Quirk now. And technically, we shouldn't be out in public places for now, Odin said. Also, this way, I can show you the Mind Palace while helping Izuku deal with this. She looked at Izuku and Kaken. You two all right with us disappearing? Both boys nodded. Odin nodded too. Then the two of them disappeared. As soon as Odin and Yui disappeared, someone came running around a corner, holding a gun. They know, he was wearing a trench coat and a fedora. The man saw the two, then put his gun into a holster on his belt and ran over. You two shouldn't be out here, the man exclaimed. Do you know how dangerous this area is? Detective Lie Detector, also known as Detective Tsukuchi, Odin thought. He's on the police force, and he's a literal human lie detector. He can tell if someone's telling the truth. How in the world do you know that? Yui asked. I'll tell you and Izuku later, Odin promised. Does this have to do with why you don't like All Might? Izuku asked. Who doesn't like All Might? Yui exclaimed. That's a long story, I'll tell you two later, Odin said. Come on, this area can't be that dangerous, it's not closed off or anything, Kaken snapped, snapping Izuku out of his mental conversation. Well, still you don't have any business here, Detective Tsukuchi said. Villains have been known to base here. There's nobody else here at the moment, trust me on that fact, Yui said. And Izuku felt a strong wave of moral righteousness. There aren't any villains here at the moment, though, Izuku said. We're safe. How can you be sure of that? The detective asked. Whatever. Someone said that they saw two young boys walking this way, you're lucky that happened, you know? Tell him that it's nice that he worried about us. But you have a way of getting home safely. No need to make a big fuss over nothing, Odin said, sending a care wave. Thanks for your concern. But Kaken and I are fine, Izuku said. We came here knowing that we were going to be safe, and we have a reliable way of staying safe. We'll be leaving here now, probably going to do some shopping or something. Nah, it's been a long day, and we've already done what we need to, so we should head home, Kaken cut in. What did you need to do? Detective Tsukuchi asked. You can't lie to him, but I'm glad that you think of me as a reliable way of staying safe, Odin thought happily. Either that or trusted that the other kid would be able to protect him, Yui thought. A bit of both, Kaken strong, but I have a feeling that I can trust Odin you, too, Yui, Izuku thought. You're both part of me now, literally. I can't wait to get to know both of you better. Aw, thanks, kiddo, Yui thought, and Izuku barely managed to hold back his laughter. He faked it as a cough, although he wasn't sure that it was really convincing. But the detective didn't comment. What? Yui asked. We'll tell you later, Odin thought, humor in her voice. Okay, Yui thought. Part of my quirk allows me to see ghosts. But there aren't many in our hometown, so I wanted to see if I could spot a few, Izuku told the detective. My dad didn't want me to come alone, so Kaken came with me, but he was all right with coming over here. Yeah, some stupid urban legend isn't that scary, Kaken said. Especially since it just looked like some little girl. Mind explaining that as we walk away? Detective Tsukuchi asked. Both boys nodded, then began to follow him. Since I can see ghosts, there's a way for me to let Kaken see as well. So we both found that a little ghost girl was the one that's been scaring people, Izuku said. That's a lie, it was a wraith a few years ago, Yui said softly. Wait, no, that's not it, Izuku said. Yui just told me that it was a different ghost a few years ago. Yui? The detective asked, clearly confused. Oh, the rest of my quirk allows me to make a contract with ghosts. So I made a contract with Yui, the ghost that was living here, and I can talk to her telepathically, Izuku explained. Izuku, I know that you have to answer everything truthfully. But can you please lay off all the information? Odin asked. And let Kaken know, too. However, one of my other contracts has some interesting information about you. Detective Tsukuchi, Izuku said. The detective looked surprised. You know my name. Wait, Odin knows this guy? Kaken asked. Izuku looked at Kaken and nodded. Odin apparently knows a bunch about stuff that most people don't. He looked back at the detective. For example, she called Yao Detective lie detector. No, don't tell him that, Odin exclaimed, sounding freaked out. Instantly, the detective looked interested. Oh, well, I can only think of one person that's ever called me that. Oh dang it, Odin thought. If it's someone you knew, then it can't be Odin, Izuku said. Maybe it is mind if I meet her? The detective asked. No, Odin thought. Trust me, I have a plan, Izuku thought. Just trust me. Sorry, but Odin's pretty shy and besides, I'm pretty sure it isn't, Izuku said. I mean, when's the last time you saw the other person? Late last night she ran away, and we're trying to track her, Detective Tsukuchi said. I can't go back to that life. They can't make me. I refuse to do that, Odin started. That's impossible. Then I met Odin late last night, and she's been dead for a while. Ghosts can't be classified as runaways, Izuku said. But I'm sure that you knew that, Detective. The detective looked surprised, then smiled softly. Smart kid. You're right. Besides, the person that I know probably wouldn't even go to a young kid and make a contract. Whole being dead thing aside. My mistake. That's all right, everyone makes them, Izuku said. But let's just go, Kaken, and I still have to stop by the mall. Then my dad wants us home before supper time. After all, like you said, we're both still kids. Of course, the detective said. I'll walk you back to the normal part of town, but don't come this way again. I don't care if whatever urban legend is false, it's still dangerous. You don't have to worry about us, detective. But thanks for making sure we get back safe, Izuku said. Mention something about the police force's work. Yui thought excitedly. Good thinking. We're definitely going to get along just fine, Odin thought. But, I mean, after all, that is the job of the police force. And you guys are all pretty good at your jobs. You'd have to be just to come all this way to make sure 2 kids are safe based on someone thinking that they walked to a run-down dangerous part of town, Izuku said. Detective Tsukuchi looked surprised, then proud. Yep. The police force doesn't really get that kind of recognition like we used to. It's nice to hear you put it like that. The heroes wouldn't be half as great without the police force there, Odin thought. Without the police force, the heroes wouldn't be as successful, Izuku said. You guys deserve some more recognition. Yeah, the detective said, then shook his head. Let's pick up the pace. I do have some other stuff to be doing, too. With that, the 3 began to speed walk back to the regular part of town. Hey, Deku, what happened back there? Huh? Izuku asked, looking at Kaken. They were sitting on the train. There weren't that many people, and they each had a shopping bag. They'd gone to the mall. And while Kaken had gotten some cool new hero merch, Izuku had decided to let Yui and Odin pick some stuff out for his room. He knew that they had their own rooms, but still. This way, he could have something that reminded him of them in his room. Which store? No, earlier, with that detective guy, Kaken said. You started going on about how great the police force is. Do you want to be a police officer now or something? Odin apparently knows him, and she thought we were giving up too much information, so she suggested that I change the subject, Izuku said, then smiled. And no, I don't want to be a police officer. I'm going to be one of the greatest heroes. With a quirk that depends on others, Kaken asked. I'm going to beat you with my quirk, my own quirk. Don't think that you're that much of a hot shot now that you have a quirk, stupid Deku. You'll get hurt, and your dad would get mad at me. I'll be fine, but thanks for your concern, Kaken, Izuku said. And I know that you're powerful, but I'm going to work my hardest. He looked at his hands. I know that I'm behind everyone. At the moment, the only thing I can do is call upon Odin and Yui, and the only quirk I can use is Odin's wings. Everyone started from the bottom at the age 4. So they're leagues ahead of my 5-year late start, but I'm going to work as hard as I can. I'm going to have to work twice as hard as everyone else if I want to catch up by the time we take high school entrance exams, and even more if I want to stand a chance of going to UA. He balled his hands into fists. I'm not stupid. I know that the chances of getting into UA are slim, and I'm even less likely to get in than anyone else, quirk or no quirk. But, Kaken asked. I know you, stupid Deku. I know that you're about to say but I'm not going to give up, Izuku said. Go beyond plus ultra. Push past your limits and create new ones. Push yourself to the breaking point and make it through. That's how I'm going to make it into UA. I'm still going to be working hard, don't you dare look down on me, Kaken snapped. I never have, and I never will, Izuku said. You're stronger than me, and I'm aware of that, but I'm still going to make it as far as I can. You're shooting for the moon, but even if you miss, you'll land among the stars, Odin thought quietly. I'm shooting for the moon, but even if I miss, even if I mess up big time, I'm still going to land among the stars. I'm still going to do my absolute best and make it somewhere with my life, Izuku said, then scoffed. At least I don't have to worry about quirkless discrimination when it comes to finding a job. There was a small pause. Excuse me? What the heck? Odin asked. Ooh, I know about this, Yui replied. Most workplaces refuse quirkless people, even if they aren't allowed to use their quirks at the job. It's really weird, honestly. There was another pause. What the heck? Odin yelled, causing Izuku to flinch from the noise. You're telling me that quirkless people are being treated like this? Glove off. Pick up the tempo. Point if you get the reference. What? Kaken asked. Yumiden's about to hit someone because of quirkless discrimination, Izuku said. You know what? I don't think I want to know, Kaken said. But, I mean, what can quirkless people do? An absolutely angry Odin appeared. But, surprisingly, no wings appeared on Izuku's back. But nobody noticed as Odin poked Kaken in the chest hard, and people nearby jumped at the sudden appearance of the young girl. Now you listen to me, Katsuki Bakugo, Odin hissed. Quirkless people aren't any different than people with quirks. Quirkless people are just as strong, just as hardworking, just as smart. Quirkless people got mankind into space, invented this very train we're riding, and have kept civilization advancing for how long? And, suddenly, people start getting quirks, and technology advancements come to a freaking halt. It's been 200 years since quirks first appeared. But Japan, America, the entire world hasn't advanced a single bit besides their worshipping of heroes in that regard. It's almost like we went back to ancient times when people made up entire religions. So do not speak ill of quirkless people. With each word of the last sentence, she poked him in the chest for emphasis. Got that? Kaken gulped. Gee, got it. Good, now remember it, Odin said, then disappeared. Everyone stared at Izuku and Kaken. Kaken looked terrified, honestly. Is Odin so scary? Kaken asked. You're afraid of Odin? Izuku asked. That was, Kaken said. Her getting defensive because she cares about people, Izuku interrupted. She's literally the one in charge of caring honestly. That wasn't as surprising as it could have been. He shrugged. Let's just get home. I still have to call Mom about all this and tell Dad about Yui. Ooh, this is going to be a fun conversation, Odin said. No trace of the previous conversation. Izuku could practically feel Yui smiling as she laughed. Izuku smiled slightly, then looked at Kaken. So, how do you think I should let our classmates know that I have a quirk now? Hey, Dad, Izuku said happily as he walked into their house. Hasashi, who was sitting at the table, smiled at Izuku. What's up, Izuku? Did you make any new contracts? Yeah, Izuku sighed. Yui, Odin, time to shine, Izuku thought. Yui and Odin appeared next to Izuku, causing Hasashi to jump. Odin, and what's your name? Hasashi asked, smiling at Yui. I'm Yui, Yui said. She's my moral side, and she gets some say in my emotions, Izuku explained. Nice, and it's nice to meet you, Yui, Hasashi said. I'm Izuku's dad, Hasashi. He chuckled. At this rate, we're going to have so many of you that we won't be able to fit us all at the dinner table. Huh? Yui asked, eyes wide. What, did you think that I'd have you sit somewhere else? Hasashi asked. All you sides get to eat with us. I just hope you don't mind my cooking. You're good at cooking, nothing to worry about there, Odin said happily. Thanks, Hasashi said. Now, I'm going to get supper started before too long, but how about we call Inko and see if she's awake and can have a conversation with us quick? Yes, Izuku said happily. I can't wait to tell Mom that I have a quirk now. Hasashi grinned, then took out his phone and pulled up Inko's contact information, pressing the call button and putting it on speaker. The phone rang for a few seconds, then Inko answered. Hello? Hey, Inko, Hasashi said. Hey, Mom, Izuku said happily. Oh, Hasashi, Izuku, is something wrong? Inko asked. I usually call you once a month. Well, something pretty special happened today, and I thought you might want to know about it, Hasashi said. What? Inko asked. Did Izuku get a girlfriend, Tilda? You, Mom. No, Izuku said, shaking his head. and causing Odin and Yui to burst out laughing. "Who's there?" Inko asked. "Yeah, Izuku, did you get a girlfriend?" Yui giggled teasingly. "That's not funny, Yui," Izuku pouted. "Who's that?" Inko asked. They all looked at the phone. "I got my quirk," Izuku exclaimed. "Really?" Inko asked happily. "Oh, honey, I'm so proud, but why are there others there?" "My quirk is called Lifeforce. I can create and share Lifeforce, which is basically energy that keeps us alive. And so I can see ghosts and give them names and make contracts with them that give them some of my Lifeforce and let them take control of some part of my personality. And in exchange, I get to use their quirks," Izuku said happily. "Speaking of, where did Odin's wings go?" Hasashi asked. "Who's Odin?" Inko asked. "I'm Odin. I'm in charge of Izuku's ability to care for himself and others, and I have wings," Odin said happily, spinning around, causing them all to laugh besides a confused Inko. "And I'm Yui. I'm in charge of Izuku's morals and emotions," Yui said. "That's all at the moment. But I'm going to make more contracts over time, and I'm going to make more friends," Izuku said. "Oh, Izuku, I'm so happy for you. I can't wait to meet them," Inko said. "Well, I have to go to work, but I'll call before long. Let me know if you make more of these friends, all right?" "Of course," Izuku said. "Bye, Mom." "Bye, Izuku. Love you, you too, Hasashi," Inko said, then hung up. They stayed silent for a few seconds. "Well, I'm going to get started on supper," Hasashi said. "You three do whatever while I do that." "I'll tell you everything after we eat," Odin promised. "All right," Izuku thought. "Ooh, how about I show you my action figures?" Izuku suggested excitedly. "Ooh, sure," Yui said. "Sounds like fun," Odin said. "All right," Izuku said, then lead them to his room. "Okay, Odin, you said that you'd tell us the whole story after supper, so what's going on?" Izuku, Yui, and Odin were sitting on the living room floor. Hasashi was working on his laptop on the couch, but it was clear that he was paying more attention to them than his laptop. "Yeah, how can someone not like All Might?" Yui asked. "And you mentioned something about User 7, and that you lived in America. Mind telling us how you ended up in Japan?" Izuku asked. Odin took a deep breath. "Well, it's a long story, but to understand all of it, I'll have to start at the very beginning, back before I was a ghost, heck, back before I was even born. For this story to make sense, you start with a young girl who went by the name of Janice. Janice lived in a small town somewhere in America over 200 years ago," Odin said. "She seemed like your average girl. She didn't have a quirk. Nobody did at the time. They didn't even exist yet. She was a bit of a nerd, had glasses, always wore a ponytail, was in the school marching band, had a few friends, was very introverted around people she didn't really know. But still, life was pretty normal, until one day when she was 17 years old. It was a summer day that started just like any other. Janice didn't really have anything going on that day, so she hopped onto her bike and just biked around some country roads to kill time. She biked until she found herself with a flat tire. So she stopped, got off her bike, and started to walk her bike home, but suddenly, there was a strange flash in the woods nearby. Janice was really curious, so she walked over, and, to her surprise, found a strange green substance. You've probably seen movies, your stereotypical radioactive waste. Janice didn't touch it, she wasn't stupid, but getting close to it was enough. She walked away, but she got dizzy, her back ached, her vision got blurry. But she still continued to walk until she collapsed on the side of the road, because she got so dizzy. Then, all of a sudden, it went away. Her back felt fine, her head didn't hurt, she could see clearly, and she felt something on her back. "Wings," Izuku whispered. Odin nodded. A pair of wings appeared out of Janice's back. Of course, she freaked out, then began to run home, but it hurt. Her wings were so big that they dragged on the ground, and she could feel them, but she didn't know how to move them yet. And she didn't have anything to tie them with so they wouldn't drag. So she ran home, threw her bike into the yard, and walked inside, yelling to her parents that something was wrong. They came running and saw her wings. Her mother screamed upon seeing her daughter with wings. Janice startled at that, then turned and ran. Her wings started flapping as she ran out of the house. And, just like that, she flew into the air. She didn't know what she was doing, but she just flew as far as she could. She didn't go back home. After a whole day, her parents freaked out and called the police. They explained the whole situation. Wings and Ulf police sent helicopters in. And after too long, they found Janice, but they weren't planning on sending her home. Yui gasped. And Nathi didn't. They brought her to a research facility to figure out what had happened, Odin said, gulping. She stayed there for a few years until another case was found, a baby in China that could glow. The government realized that Janice wasn't the only one, and that this wasn't just some isolated case, especially when more started appearing around the world. It still took them 3 years after the baby was born before they released Janice. It had been about 5 years there. When she got home, she wanted to see her best friend her crushingly to realize that they'd all forgotten her. They'd all moved on, so Janice was nothing. Her crush had already married. They already had a baby boy named Lucas. He later changed his name to Junichiro. But for most of my life and death, I've called him Liam, so I have a harder time calling him Junichiro. I'll get to that part. Janice was disappointed, but she decided to move on. She didn't want to stay there, so she moved away. The government had given her an education when she was captive there, and they also gave her money, so she moved to Japan. Having learned Japanese in captivity and Japan having a higher number of people with powers than America had at the time, and got a job at a police department with her wings, she didn't need a police car, and she could go much faster. Of course, she still went back to that small town each year for Christmas. Her family was wary of her, and her friends tried to get to know her again. But it never was the same. But her crush and his wife made the decision to make Janice the godmother of their children 3 years after she'd come back. They had another son named Yoichi Liam. I'd usually tease him and call him Liam, but Yoichi makes more sense for the story. 4 years later, they had a daughter named Irene. Odin bit her lip, tears coming to her eyes. "You," Izuku whispered. Odin nodded. But there was something wrong with me. I didn't look like their child. Roman too was born with a pair of wings, just like Janice. I was strong, too. And when I could speak, my voice did something strange. I could do something with my surroundings. My quirks always been there, and my birth mother was terrified by me. So, when Janice came around for Christmas like she did every year, my birth mother shoved me at her and screamed that she did something to me. She made me strange. She made me a freak. That's not true. You aren't a freak, Yui said. I know we know, Odin said. But still. Janice was angry. So she adopted me on the spot and took me away with her to Japan. She raised me as her daughter. She taught me how to fly. When she noticed my strength and speed, she helped me control it. When my voice did stuff, she taught me to control it, so I could use that power while singing only. I loved her. Janice was my mom. I called her that. If it hadn't been for the yearly Christmas visits and my birth mother yelling about me being a freak of a daughter, I never would have known better, honestly. I even looked like Janice. So, until I was about 13 years old, that's how things worked. I lived with Janice, saw my brothers once a year, and everything was fine. I even interned on the police force from time to time because I was so fast I could outfly Janice. And when someone needed to get to Florida because of a family emergency when we were visiting one time, I flew them over and got back before the day was over. We didn't even miss our plane. Once that happened, I actually ended up doing a part-time job where I flew people around so they didn't have to take a train or car or something. Quirk regulations weren't really in place as much back then. Overall, it was pretty fun, but when I was 13, my real parents died in a car crash. Yui and Izuku gasped, as did Hasashi. But he wasn't as hearable. Yeah, Odin said. Janice and I went to the town for the funeral, then flew with my brothers back to Japan, since she was their godmother. So, Janice bought a larger house for us. But it was barely bigger, which was fine. I mean, Lucas was 19, but he didn't want to be left in America. So he just ended up going to college in Japan, deciding that he'd rather go to college here instead of in America because of quirkism. Yoichi was 16, and because he was pretty nerdy and didn't have many friends in America anyway. Not to mention being sick often and, no offense to him, pretty weak. He didn't really care what happened as long as he had some personal space because he didn't like being in the house. Janice had a quirk, I had a quirk, and Lucas had a quirk. Tuha could take other people's quirks and give them to others. Can you guess who these two are? Wait, that's a thing? Izuku asked. Yeah, Odin said. Of course, there weren't that many people with quirks back then, which made Yoichi angry about it. Before, he'd been just like almost everyone else in town. But now he was living with 3 other people with quirks in a huge city without any friends and a sister that he'd grown up thinking was a freak. You aren't, Izuku started. That's what he grew up thinking. I don't think of myself that way, Odin said. Bugia. Anyways, I didn't really get along with either of them that well, but it was fine. Lucas was at college, Yoichi avoided me, and I got to be with Janice plenty. And things went okay for the next 5 years. I made plenty of money with my business. Lucas and I ended up getting along pretty well, better than either of us got along with Yoichi, really. Although we ended up having a semi-stable relationship once he went away for college. Once he didn't have to be around me all the time. So, when I was 17, though, my mom wanted me to get my driver's license because of my work with the police. I could get mine a little early. But with my wings, driving wasn't easy. But as a just in case if my wings got injured, well, we decided to go for it. So, I got my learner's permit and started practicing driving with Janice. One winter day, Lucas had to get to a planetarium a little ways out of town. But he didn't have a car, so Janice had me drive the two of them. It wasn't a good idea. There were icy roads that day that we didn't know about. And I didn't know a little ways out of the city. A large semi spun out of control and hit us. The other three gasped. And Odin was crying. We were sent flying and landed upside down, Odin said through sobs. And Mom and I were killed almost instantly. The semi-driver managed to call it an ambulance. And Lucas S survived but as something happened just as I died. Lucas tried to reach me. I was closer to Hema, and he had accidentally took my quirk just as I died. She sniffed. That caused him to take my soul as well. He freaked out. He was so scared, he ended up giving my quirka and met to Yoichi. So he would have something like that, and hopefully help with his condition. But he didn't factor in something. Yoichi wasn't quirkless. Wait, you said that he was, though, you said softly. We thought that he was, Odin said. Instead, he had a hidden quirk. It was called stockpile. It stored energy, but never enough to help him. And Yoichi could give it to someone else. That person would then add energy and pass it on. Rinse and repeat. With each person to receive it, the energy would become more powerful. Wow, that sounds useful, Izuku said. It wasn't, really, Odin said. Without an offensive quirk, Yoichi couldn't use that energy. But he had you and your quirk, Hasashi said. They all looked at him. Odin nodded. Because of the nature of his quirk, and the fact that my soul was attached to my quirk, my soul became attached to his quirk. What that meant was that I couldn't go far from whoever had the quirk, at most a few yards. But that was about it. Yoichi did not want that. He didn't like the idea that his dead sister was stuck following him around. He didn't even call me by my name. He gave me the name One for All, or OFA for short, so he could pretend that I was someone else, but I'll get there. She took a deep breath. Things got weird after that. Yoichi got stronger. But Lucas Junichiro, he became different than my brother after my death. Well, Junichiro locked Yoichi in an underground vault. I'm sorry, what? Hasashi exclaimed, eyes wide. So, Odin said, clasping her hands together. Junichiro was tired of quirk discrimination, and, after my death, become some sort of, I'd best describe it as a mafia boss. That escalated, Izuku said. I know I can't remember all the details. I'm just surprised I remember my actual name after all this time, Odin said. But yeah, fun fact. Yoichi was opposed to Junichiro's methods, so he tried to fight him, and well, underground vault. She thought for a few seconds. To continue to the next part, Yoichi and Junichiro didn't know that I could be passed on to the next person, until Lucas got some new quirks. One to make him basically immortal, one to make him teleport, one for offense. I don't remember what it is right now, and one that could bring back the dead. Wait, so, Izuku started. Junichiro came after Yoichi and tried to get me back. It was too late to find Mom's ghost. I had no idea where she was, Odin said. The two fought, and Yoichi managed to escape with the help of two vigilantes that wanted to see Junichiro defeated. I can't remember their names, honestly, but they found Yoichi and got him out of there. Yoichi didn't know how his part of my quirk worked, so the three, while hiding from Junichiro, managed to eventually find someone that could see what quirks people had. That's when they found out that I could be passed along through DNA transfer. As a result, as time passed, and eventually, I was passed over to one of the two vigilantes, and not long later, Yoichi died, and the two vigilantes fled. My full quirk didn't transfer, however, only really the strength part, as well as storing energy. He eventually passed me on to the other vigilante, dying not long later to Junichiro. The second vigilante then fled to America, assuming that, because of the quirk discrimination being the reason Junichiro had left in the first place. Of course, he had been wrong. Junichiro had followed, going by Lucas again because it was America, following him around until everything really went down in Rhode Island at the start of the American Quirk Wars. At that point, because of the Quirk Wars, he had to stay and fight Lucas off as well as he could. The third user, I started calling them users after a while, with Yoichi being the first, was pretty nice to me, and we fought Lucas together time and time again, and Lucas eventually killed him. The third user barely managing to pass the quirk onto the fourth user before fully dying. His dying moments being what's kinda counted as what stopped the Quirk Wars. But that's another story. The fourth user didn't really acknowledge me when he could get away with it. He didn't really like me because he thought that I could have saved the third user, who was his hero. But yeah. Why aren't you giving us any of their names? Hasashi asked. Because I can't remember most of them, but they don't really matter right now if I really need to. I can probably find out more about them later, Odin said. Their names aren't part of the story. To me, users appear and disappear in a blink of an eye. On average, they last 25 years. Anyway, the third user's death was what really ended the Quirk Wars, and to prevent something similar from happening, Rhode Island named 7 people as official heroes, the 7 big figures fighting in the war. The third user was named an honorary hero, and a statue was built in his honor. But he was gone. The rest of the states, then the rest of the world, followed Rhode Island's example and began to name pro-heroes, setting up schools and programs to train the next generations so people would be Safith. Fourth user decided that he didn't really want to do that, deciding to make the Quirk as strong as possible. He moved over to Japan and started to live in seclusion, training as well as he could so the next user would be stronger. Lucas eventually found him. But the fourth user had already passed me on to the next user. He was a pro-hero. I don't really remember his name. He was underground. However, he had a different quirk that I remember, called Blackwhip, and he preferred to use that instead. So, after some time, he decided that he didn't want Lucas to keep attacking him. Lucas had, at this point, started attacking more and more people, trying to lure the users out. User 5 eventually decided that he wanted to give the quirk to a vigilante that was eager to fight Lucas with all her might. But that's when something a little disturbing about the quirk was discovered. Do I want to hear it? Izuku asked nervously. Odin bit her lip. I'm not completely sure, but I should probably tell you. Don't worry, though. You don't have to worry about it. I don't have that amount of energy. You have the version of the quirk from back when I was alive, not the added energy of the users. Okay, Izuku said. Sauser 5 tried to give the quirk to a vigilante one that he'd seen time and time again on the streets, Odin said. Of course, they agreed, but as soon as I was transferred over to the other, something went wrong, and we discovered a painful truth about the quirk. With each and every new user, as more energy was added, each user had to have a certain amount of strength to contain the energy. Before that, there hadn't been a problem, but that vigilante wasn't strong enough to contain the energy and they exploded. Izuku, Yui, and Hasashi's eyes all bulged as Odin shuddered at the memory. I was instantly transferred back to user 5, who was angry about the whole thing. But he was too afraid of trying to give me to someone else. He was scarred for life after that, and honestly, I would have been, too. But I'd seen some of the same stuff and I'm already dead. So that can't exactly work. She chuckled a little, but it did nothing to relieve the tension in the room. So, user 5 ended up discovering the whole energy thing. So he eventually found a new user and told them about the quirk. But instead said that in order for them to be worthy of it, they'd have to train their muscles and body to contain the energy. He probably shouldn't have said that to the user. They already didn't have any self-worth. I spotted him trying to jump off a building, and that's how we found him in the first place. Strangely, though, this pushed the boy to get stronger, to feel that he was worthy of something, anything. It took him 5 years before user 5 decided that it was about time to try to pass on the quirk hand. It worked, but Lucas took her life about a year later. User 6 was weirded out by me, but discovered something interesting. If he wanted someone to be able to see me, they could. So, he told me to stay silent. And he showed me off to his friends, teachers, anyone, like I was some kind of trophy that proved that he was worthy. Ugh, I hated user 6, but I didn't really say anything, so I just waited. I waited as Lucas fought him again and again. And eventually, user 6 found a girl named We're finally getting to the point where their names are important. Nana Shimura. Nana Shimura? Hasashi asked, clearly surprised. They all looked at him. You know her? Izuku asked. I know of her, Hasashi corrected. She was a pro-hero named Juryoku. She had super strength, and she could fly around. She's been dead for 20-some years now. 22, to be exact. At least, I'm pretty sure, Odin said. I first met her when she was 2 years from going for hero school entrance exams. User 6 trained her and gave her the quirk with 6 months to spare, then trained her in the use of the quirk in that time, dying shortly after Nana took her entrance exams. But that one wasn't because of Lucas. In fact, when user 6 met Nana, Lucas had dropped off the map entirely. Sure, some things seemed connected to him, but there were no real leads. User 6 died from cancer, and Nana went through high school peacefully without worries. In fact, it was so long before Lucas showed up again that she even fell in love and started a family. She had a husband and a son before Lucas showed up again with a vengeance, more determined than ever to take Nana down. In fear for her family, Nana broke up with her husband and only saw her son 2 or 3 times a year. Her son grew up as one of the few people she allowed to see me, but he was kind to me. Whenever he was at Nana's house, I was his babysitter. And we played all kinds of games. I honestly wanted to beg Nana to let her son become User 9, but I knew that she would refuse. She didn't want her family to get involved in the first place. So, her son grew up resenting his mother. And over time, he kinda started hating me. To the Nana found her perfect User 9. A boy like Yoichi. A boy that everyone thought was quirkless. But he had the passion and drive to become a great hero. His name was Toshinori Yaji, and I'll tell you who he is today in a minute. His parents didn't really care about him. So Nana adopted him and trained him, which made her son resent her. He wanted that relationship with her. But she pushed him away and offered it to a complete stranger instead. Of course, though, she still saw him 2 or 3 times a year. And she saw the family that he made for himself, and she allowed them to see me, too, as they got older. Odin smiled sadly. She had a granddaughter named Hana and a grandson named Tenko. I never really got to know them that well because Lucas killed Nana when Tenko, the younger one, was about 3 years old, and Toshinori refused to see them after that. But Hana was really kind to me, and I was constantly holding Tenko since he was really young and wanted to be held. Odin took a deep breath. Toshinori resented my very existence, saying that if only I had been a better quirk because, according to him, that's all I was, a quirk that he called One for All, given to him so he could fight Lucas, who'd been called All for One by more than a few of the past users. Then Nana would still be alive. Lucas All for One would be long gone. Toshinori wouldn't have to live with his master ignoring the fact that he never would have gotten the quirk gotten me had that been true, and I wasn't the one that fought my brother. Sure, I sometimes stepped in to stop him from killing the users, because I wasn't sure what would happen to me otherwise. I never really cared for any of them. Besides User 3, none of them were really that nice to me, but other than that, he didn't want to hurt my brother. I just didn't, no matter how many people he hurt. No matter who he killed, he can't help but think of him as my older brother. He's in pain because he lost me and Mom in trying to revive me. He killed our other brother. Lucas just as my older brother. Roman too can't hate him, because there were days when I wanted nothing more than to betray the current user. Sometimes I wished that Lucas could kill them, well, not really, but find a way to get me back and revive me, but other days, I wanted him to be arrested, could only see him as Junakairo, this bad person that had hurt so many people. He needs professional help. He probably has severe PTSD from the incident that just never went away. And now he can't even die. He's stuck how he is unless he can get rid of the quirk that keeps him alive. But he won't. He just wants to have some kind of family again. A full family. But he won't be able to get that with Mom and Yoichi long gone. I don't even know where either one is. I mean, there's lingering energy from Yoichi left with Toshinori. But other than that, he's just gone. Odin took a deep breath. But that's not the point right now. Toshinori ended up going to UA High. And he graduated to become All Might. What? Izuku, Yui, and Hasashi exclaimed at the same time. Odin nodded. Yes, User 8, Toshinori Yagi, is All Might, the greatest pro hero to ever grace the earth with his presence. He's kind to people, but I can never forgive him for anything. Honestly, I don't think I could ever forgive any of the users. They used me, and when they got sick of me, they just passed me to the next one in hopes that they could get rid of Lucas, but they never really could. She took another deep breath. It's been about 4 days. No All Might fought Lucas 4 days ago. No backup or anything. In a rash decision, he fought my brother. But Lucas nearly killed him, but towards the end of the battle, Lucas sent a black beam towards All Might. I dove in front of him and took the hit. But All Might still got really hurt. The next beam Lucas sent was a strange pink color, and it made it so there wasn't any more pain. He even kinda healed All Might, which didn't make sense until I stepped away from the battle and went further from All Might than I had ever gone from a user before. It was amazing. I could go places that I wanted to. But at the end of the battle, which came quick after that, All Might smashed Lucas's head into the ground. Any normal person would have died. But Lucas didn't. Maybe I should have said something so All Might could finish him off. So I could be with Lucas's ghost and leave the users behind forever, but I didn't. I let All Might believe that my brother was dead as the police arrived on the scene. And All Might was taken to the hospital and put into surgery for a large wound in his side. He'll recover from it and go back to being a hero again. I can guarantee it. But while All Might was in surgery, he took the liberty to explore the entire hospital. Walking around and talking to ghosts and people that were close to death. It was wonderful. Talking to people that I wanted to talk to. On the 3rd day at the hospital, though yesterday he left, and found myself at the park. She looked at Izuku. They all did. That's when I saw you, a kid that was genuinely concerned about me. She snorted. A kid that thought that he was quirkless, but really wasn't. I said that I would see you this morning, then went back to the hospital. All Might was awake, and he as well as a few others that could see me scolded me for leaving. But I told them that I could do whatever I wanted and I told All Might that I wasn't going to stay around and I let my wings out, completely disconnecting myself from him as I ran out of there and flew away. The rest is history, also known as today. She smiled. Izuku, Hisashi. I've only met the three of you today, but you've already been kinder to me than any user has since user 3. Honestly, you've probably been nicer than even Nana's family was. She sniffed, then wiped away some stray tears. I love you guys already. Even though I've just met you, we want to stay with you all forever. Make more memories that actually mean something to me, with people I actually care about, away from the entire situation. Away from constantly fighting my brother, away from just being wanted because of my quirk. Away from it all. Because you guys are the best people I've met in a long time, and I love it. Odin, thank you, Izuku said. I can promise that we'll make sure you're included. You're part of me now, and I refuse to let you be hurt like that again. If another side wants to disagree and hurt you, then I don't know. Can I even get rid of a side? I don't know, and I don't think I want to, Hasashi said. But don't worry, you're a good judge of character, Izuku. I'm sure that none of your sides will ever be mean. Thanks, Dad, Izuku said. Odin smiled. Thank you. No, thank you for telling us everything, Izuku said. If you want, we can clean all the All Might merch out of my room and give it to Kaken and Hito-chan. I don't think I'll ever think of All Might completely the same again. He's a good hero, Odin said. Really? It's just how he treated me. Still, I won't like anyone that mistreats my sides. I don't care if they're a pro-hero, vigilante, villain, regular person, it doesn't matter, Izuku said, then held a hand to Odin. Got it? Odin smiled, then grabbed his hand. Got it. Now, it's getting kinda late, we should get ready for bed, Izuku said. Ooh, sleeping in the Mind Palace, let's see what that's like, Yui said. Then she and Odin disappeared. Good night, Izuku, Odin, Yui, Hasashi said as he tucked Izuku into bed, then turned off the lights and closed the door. Izuku smiled, then closed his eyes, and found himself in a living room area, where Odin and Yui were sitting on a couch. There was only a couch and a side table. All three looked surprised. When asleep, Izuku Midoriya has access to the Mind Palace, the voice said. He will gain energy while in the Mind Palace, and he gets to spend time there. All three stayed silent for a few seconds. Welcome to the Mind Palace, Odin said, sounding confused herself. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you to school? Dad, I'm fine, Izuku said, clutching his backpack straps. Besides, I have Odin and Yui with me. They'll make sure no one bullies me. People won't anymore now that I have a quirk. But still, Hasashi said. I don't know. Hasashi, he'll be fine, Odin said as she and Yui appeared, wearing girl versions of Izuku's school uniform. They'd discovered the previous week that they could conjure up any clothes they wanted. But since they weren't officially students, Yui was still wearing her cardigan, and Odin was wearing a fuzzy scary. Turns out she liked fuzzy things and had filled her room with them. Yui and I will make sure he's all right, and I'm sure that Kaken will, too, she smiled. Besides, if anyone does try, we can fight back in self-defense. It won't come to that, though, Izuku said quickly. I promise, Dad. Still, though, Hasashi said. He'll be fine, but we should go to school. We're supposed to meet the teachers before school, so they can determine what to do about me and Odin, Yui said. You don't have to worry about us. It's my job to worry, Hasashi said. Never gonna stop doing that. We'll be fine, Dad, but we gotta go, Izuku said. I'll see you after school. With that, he walked out the door, then took off running. Izuku ran by the Bakugos' house, waving to Kaken, who was just walking out of the front door. Hey, Deku, wait for me, Kaken yelled, then began to run after Izuku, who just laughed and kept running. About 10 minutes later, Izuku and Kaken, both out of breath, stopped at the steps of their elementary school. They'd be going to middle school at Aldera, not too far away before too long, and Izuku was happy that Hito-chan would be going there, too. Next time, slow down, Kaken said between breaths. Sorry, Kaken, Izuku said, in the same state. Deep breath in for 7 seconds. Hold 7 seconds. Out 7 seconds, Odin said. Always works for me to get my heart to stop racing. Izuku nodded slightly, then took a deep breath, held it, let it out. He did this a few times, then his breathing was back to normal. No fair, Kaken said. Breath in 7 seconds. Hold 7 seconds. Out 7 seconds, that's what Odin said works, Izuku said. Kaken rolled his eyes, but he did the same. and his breathing was back to normal, too. All right, so you need to talk to the senseis, Kaken asked. Yeah, since I didn't have a quirk until a few weeks ago, and it has to do with ghosts. The teachers need to find a way to make sure I don't cheat on tests and stuff, Izuku said. I mean, I know that Odin and Yui wouldn't do that, but the senseis don't. What do you think you'll have to do? Kaken asked as they walked into the school. Do you think that the teachers will do anything? What do you two think? Izuku asked. Well, there's not really much the teachers can do except make us stay in the Mind Palace, or make us sit in desks, so they know that we aren't looking at other students' papers, Odin thought. If the school isn't afraid of a lawsuit filed against them. Nana and I once investigated a school where they put quirk suppressant bracelets on a kid. But that's actually illegal, so I have a feeling that Yui and I will just have to stay in the Mind Palace. Izuku made a face, causing Kaken to give him an odd look. What's up? Kaken asked. Oh, just Odin thinking about what might happen, Izuku said. Best case, the teachers will probably just have them stay in my mind or somewhere that the teachers can see them, so they can make sure I don't cheat. Worst case. You know what? The worst case scenario is illegal, so I'm just going to rule it out now. What? Kaken asked. It quota's not something to be concerned about, so I'm not gonna say it, Izuku said. Just as they ran into one of their teachers. The teacher, Kayono-sensei, snorted at them. Midoriya was wondering when you were going to show up. Sorry, Izuku said. I already don't like him, Odin and Yui said at the same time. Glad to see you agree with me on that. But please pretend you think otherwise, Izuku thought. Whatever, Kayono-sensei said. Come on, let's just get this over with. Izuku waved to Kaken, then went with Kayono-sensei to talk to the other teachers. So, turns out, the teachers had a filing system when it came to students' quirks. What that basically meant was that they did something different than the standard emitter, mutant, and transformer quirks. Sure, they made sure to note of what exact class of quirk students' quirks were in. But at the school, they filed them as single, which meant that they used one emitter-type quirk, appearance, which meant that it either transformed them temporarily or permanently. Then there was familiar, meaning students that had at least one other conscious with their quirk. That's where Izuku officially was. But the teachers were quirked to inform him that they didn't get many students with familiar-type quirks, they weren't common anywhere. And in society, they were listed under mutant quirks, which was strange. And Sir Hasegawa hadn't said anything about that. But whatever. The teachers explained that they couldn't actually do anything if Izuku sent his familiars to help him cheat. But they told him that if he was caught doing that, then he'd be expelled on the spot. Of course, they also told him that middle schools often had special classes for familiar types. But Aldera didn't, so if he ended up going there, then those teachers might have stricter rules about the whole thing. But they told him that there were private middle schools as well as 2 public ones that had classes full of students with familiar type quirks. So Izuku might have to end up going to one of those instead. I don't know if the students have to take an entrance exam for middle school, because I've seen animes and fanfictions that go both ways. Google was pretty useless and didn't help whatsoever. So, for the sake of plot, and the fact that I don't like Izuku's third-year teacher from Aldera, I'm just going to assume that they apply to different middle schools and entrance exams really aren't that hard. Sound good? Good. If I'm wrong, correct me, and I'll probably work something out probably. So, by the time that the teachers were done explaining this, it was time for homeroom. So his homeroom teacher, Chai's Hattori Point, if you get the reference, decided that it would be a good idea to bring him into the class with her and explain what had happened over break. So, that's how Izuku found himself standing directly outside the classroom. Hattori-sensei taking deep breaths. As she prepared to open the door, she knew that her students were all rambunctious. And she didn't know how they would react to what they were about to learn, and Odin and Yui were excited. Hattori-sensei wanted the class to meet the 2 of them. But she wanted Izuku to make them appear in front of the class to prove that they were part of his quirk. Hattori-sensei smiled, gave Izuku a quick pat on the head, then walked into the classroom. Just as Izuku spotted a young man wearing glasses, a black shirt, a pair of shorts, and a tie walking in his direction down the hall. Izuku gave the young man an odd look, which clearly caught the boy's eye. The young man stopped and stared at Izuku, who gave him a shy smile and waved. Might want to run to class first day teaching, Izuku whispered. This man was too old to be a student, and he'd never seen him before. As Hattori-sensei addressed the class, trying to calm them down, he knew that none of them could hear him. Why, you can't see me? The young man whispered, and that's when Izuku realized that the young man was floating a full inch off the ground. Another ghost. Izuku nodded, just as Hattori-sensei said, "All right, you can come in now." But I still need to talk to this ghost. Unfortunately, the young man decided to take matters into his own hands and just ran. Izuku sighed, making a note to try to find the young man later, then walked into the classroom, much to the clear confusion of his classmates. All right, everyone, so today, Izuku has some good news to share with us, Hattori-sensei said, beaming. Izuku? Izuku nodded at her, then smiled. Over break, my quirk appeared. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, then burst out laughing besides Kaken, who glared at the classmates closest to him. Worthless Deku with a quirk, someone howled. You expect us to believe that? What is it, being super lame? Another cackled. Izuku started. Just as an angry Odin and an angry Yui appeared right next to him, causing the class to jump in surprise. Yeesh, have people just lost all sense of kindness these days or something? Odin snapped. Flaring her wings out, Izuku shifted his as well strangely. They appeared about half the time when Odin was out. Now. But Izuku wasn't completely sure why. He was just glad that they didn't destroy his uniform, but instead made two tears that weren't easy to notice otherwise. First off, you shouldn't laugh when someone's introducing their quirk. That's plain rude. You should care for your classmates more than that. All the students screamed and jumped back, knocking more than a few desks over. Yui smiled. It's nice to meet all of you. She looked around at different students with transformation quirks, as well as at a few that had showed off their quirks when they jumped, and her smile grew bigger. Ooh, a vast range of quirks, I see. However, you emitter types that were just using yours. That's technically illegal, so make sure you aren't using them so easily in a situation where you're literally just jumping from excitement. I assume, she giggled. It's nice to meet you. This is Yui, and this is Odin, Izuku said, introducing his sides. They're part of my quirk, although my quirk allows me to collect ghosts. For lack of time for a longer explanation, don't want to hold up homeroom for too long, Yui interrupted. Fair enough, Izuku said. So, yeah. By the time middle school starts, I think that I'll have more ghosts to my collection, for lack of a better term at the moment. But for now, I have Odin and Yui. And that's all for now. Take it easy, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Point if you get the reference with that. Yui and Odin disappeared along with Izuku's wings as Izuku walked over to his seat, ignoring the stares as he did. Hattori-sensei cleared her throat. All right, everyone, time to start class. When lunch came around, Izuku was planning on sending Odin and Yui to go find the ghost from earlier. But first, he needed to eat something quick. He was pretty hungry, so when he got to the school cafeteria, he just grabbed a few apples, 4, to be exact, 1 for him, 1 for Odin, 1 for Yui, although the two insisted that they had food inside the Mind Palace. How it got there was beyond Izuku. But hey, then it could be 3 apples for him and 1 for the ghost, or 2 and 2. He didn't really care, but as Izuku was about to exit the cafeteria, they were allowed to have food in other parts of the school. He checked. 2 of his classmates stopped him. Where are you going? The taller one and one of the meanest to Izuku, Mikio, who honestly looked like a tree, sneered. Oh, just heading somewhere else to eat. Cafeterias are too crowded for me, Izuku said. Hey, Yui, mind going ahead to try to find that other ghost? Izuku asked. Stay invisible with your quirk, and take 2 of the apples, make those invisible, too. Of course, I'll be invisible as I appear, Yui thought. A few seconds later, Izuku felt Yui grab 2 of the apples and sneak past the bullies. You know how to find out where I am. I'll go find the ghost and hang out for a few minutes. Should I introduce him to the idea of sides? If you want to, I guess, Izuku thought. Sweet, Yui thought. I'll see you soon. So you gonna go somewhere with your girlfriends? The shorter one, Tadashi, snickered. Dude, we're 9 years old. And Yui and I are sides. It doesn't work like that, and gross, Odin thought. No offense, Izuku, but I wouldn't date you. None taken, we're family. After all, that's just weird, Izuku thought. No, I don't have those, Izuku said. Odin and Yui are basically like sisters to me. The 3 of us just don't feel like being in the cafeteria. And we want to find the ghost, and maybe make a contract. You know, you've yet to meet a ghost without making a contract, Odin thought. I know I'll stop making so many contracts once I have a few different sides, no offense. But I don't want just you and Yui. It's kinda awkward being the only guy in my own brain. Odin laughed. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Yeah, sisters, you freak, Mikio said, shoving Izuku, who almost dropped the apples. Well, I don't like these 2, Odin thought. That makes 2 of us, Izuku thought. 3, Yui corrected. Well, I'm not gonna just let this slide. But at the same time, you don't have permission to use your quirk. So here's what we're going to do, Odin thought, then quickly relayed her plan to Izuku. What girl got your tongue? Mikio asked when Izuku had stayed silent for a few seconds. No, I think one would rather have yours, Izuku said. What? Mikio asked. Look, even with the fact that Odin is in charge of my ability to care, I honestly couldn't care less about the two of you, Izuku said. You're just run-of-the-mill jerks that are being mean to me and making fun of my quirk, including Odin and Yui, because you don't think that your quirk is nearly as cool. Even thought you two have really cool quirks. Honestly, Mikio, as long as you stay out of the way of fire, because you have a similar quirk to Kamui Woods in the fact that your body is made like a tree. But unlike him, you just have brute strength instead of the ability to make branches. You'd make a pretty great hero. Izuku looked at Tadashi, who looked surprised. As for you, you have a signal flare quirk where you can shoot off signal flares to alert others of your location. But if you just aimed your flares at villains instead of into the air, it would offer the shock needed to take them down, if it wouldn't be enough in itself. However, it would also be good for alerting other pros about the location of victims of a natural disaster. You'd make a pretty good rescue hero with certain attack abilities. How did you, Mikio started. Know everything about how your quirks could be useful, Izuku interrupted. Easy. I was classified as Quirkless for about 5 years. In that time, I didn't just sit around waiting for something to happen. I studied other people, heroes, villains, vigilantes, classmates, people I see on the street, everything. If you give me a random hero that nobody's ever heard of, I can probably give you a complete rundown of everything. Their name, area they live in, quirk, strengths, weaknesses, debut fight, anything. However, I haven't been able to put my knowledge to good use, people. I didn't have a quirk. But now that I have a quirk, you shouldn't mess with me, because I'm not afraid to reveal your biggest secrets and take you down. At that, Mikio and Tadashi looked surprised and almost scared. Izuku simply smiled. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go eat in peace somewhere else. Found him, Yui thought, sounding excited. I'm on my way, Izuku thought, then walked past the two boys, who simply just let him walk past without another word. Fumio. Hajim Suzuki was definitely caught by surprise that morning upon the Izuku Midoriya talking to him. Hajime had been deceased for approximately 50 years at that point. He had once been a teacher's assistant at this very elementary school. Unfortunately, however, not too long after Hajime had started working there, he had been involved in a hostage situation where the heroes were unable to save everyone. Hajime himself had been shot in the head there. Thankfully, it wasn't at the school, and none of the children were harmed. But Hajime was unable to communicate with them anymore. However, he could still see them, so he ended up haunting the school hallways. Nobody ever saw him, which was disappointing. But that didn't mean that he couldn't watch as shenanigans unfolded. However, Izuku Midoriya had intrigued him from the start. The boy had never actually seen him before, of course, though that was because Hajime tried to stay away from people. He didn't want to risk passing through people, and had even taken to walking through the school walls to avoid it. But he could still see around nearby hallways. So yes, he had seen the other students bully Izuku for his lack of a quirk. But he had also seen Izuku's analysis ability from what the boy would write in his notebooks, very detailed analyses that could rival Hajime's own, which was saying something. Seeing that Hajime's quirk was to be able to look at people and instantly know their name, quirk, and how it worked. Anyway, Hajime had been convinced that Izuku had a secret analysis quirk. But then Izuku had spotted him that morning, which was surprising. How had this quirkless kid been able to see him? Hajime was a ghost, nobody could see him. Regrettably, Hajime had freaked out and ran off. He should have tried to talk to the kid. But instead, he had run away. Oh well, it wasn't like he would never see Izuku Midoriya again. After all, the boy was staying in that school until March. It was only July. Hajime had plenty of time to have a conversation with the boy. Or maybe he would decide that Midoriya's ability to see him was not a big deal. Who knew what would happen in the future? It was about lunchtime, and Hajime was lounging in an abandoned classroom, staring out the window. Of course, there were more than a few abandoned classrooms in this school, as the neighborhoods weren't as safe as they had been years previously. And rumor had it that the school wasn't that good either, so more parents would rather enroll their children somewhere else, not that it mattered to Hajime. He preferred it here rather than another school because this school was about a 10-minute walk from the nearest hospital, where he often went to replenish his supply of Lifeforce. Overall, he was content with being here. Hey, you're that ghost from earlier. Hajime looked at the door of the classroom, where a ghost girl wearing a school uniform and a cardigan around her neck stood. She had big glasses and looked to be in her last year of elementary school. Ghost from earlier? Hajime asked. I wasn't aware that another ghost occupied this school. It's usually empty of the dead. Yeah, this whole town is. I'm actually from the city, the ghost said. then sat on one of the desks, which annoyed Hajime. He was standing by the window. Do not sit on the desks, that's a violation of the school rules, Hajime said. I'm dead technically. I don't go to this school, but fine, the ghost said, standing up and leaning against the desk. Instead it was better barely. But it would suffice. May I inquire why you decided to come talk to me? Hajime asked. Inquire? The ghost asked. Who talks like that? Never mind. Hi, I'm Yui Midoriya. What's your name? Midoriya, Hajime asked. By any chance are you related to Izuku Midoriya, a student at this school? Yui giggled. No, we aren't related. I'm one of his sides. Sides? Hajime asked. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, Izuku's quirk allows him to create and share Lifeforce. So he made a contract with Odin and me, which basically means that we get to take some of his Lifeforce and control parts of his personality. I get to control his morals and emotions, and Odin controls his ability to care for others and himself. And in exchange, he gets to use our quirks, Yui explained. Create and share Lifeforce? Hajime asked, then shook his head. That's physically impossible. Lifeforce doesn't work that way. But Izuku can. It's really cool, honestly, Yui said. Then may I inquire? Ask why you decided to come and talk to me? Hajime asked. Easy, Yui said. Izuku saw you earlier and got confused because he didn't know any ghosts before he met Odin. So he didn't know that there were any ghosts at this school. So he was wondering if he could talk to you right quick. Huh, Hajime said. What perfect timing. I was planning on having a conversation with him about his apparent ability to see me. But it looks like you plan on making this simple for me. Does he have a specific time that he would like to talk to me? Would now be all right? Yui asked. Right now is Midoriya's lunchtime. It would be best for him to take this time to eat a healthy meal. And it would be wise to come to talk to me after the school day is over, Hajime said. He's bringing his food here, Yui said. He's already on his way. I wasn't aware that students could bring their entire trays of food out of the cafeteria, Hajime said. Only small snacks. Wait a second. What is Midoriya eating for lunch? 4 apples, Yui said. That's at most 380 calories, Hajime said. Midoriya is 9 years old, meaning that he needs to eat at least 1,600 calories per day, which should be divided pretty evenly between each of his 3 meals. So that means he needs to eat about 534 calories per meal. Not counting that he probably needs to eat much more than that due to the fact that he creates Lifeforce. Relax. Hasashi likes to overdo breakfast and dinner, Yui said. 3 or 4 apples still isn't nearly enough, Hajime said. Aren't you worried about the statistics? Should I even know all that? Yui asked. You don't know the statistics behind how much Midoriya should be eating? Hajime said. Are you exactly 9 years old or something? Learning wasn't my strong suit when I was alive, Yui complained. Well, how about Odin, was it? Hajime asked. It quote has been 200 years since she'd had to care for someone other than herself. So she'd probably have forgotten stuff like that, Yui said. Ugh, it seems like Midoriya needs a side, as you called yourself, that actually knows stuff like this, Hajime said, then realized something. Wait a second. We're here. Hajime and Yui looked at the door to see none other than Midoriya enter. Carrying 2 apples, that's when Hajime realized that Yui was carrying 2 as well. Odin appeared next to Midoriya, then stood next to Yui as Midoriya walked over to Hajime, a big smile on his face. Hi, Midoriya said. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm well aware of your name, and Yui here told me about your quirk, Hajime said. Am I right to assume that you wish for me to make a contract with you? Straight to the point. Yeah, Midoriya said sheepishly. Yui, thanks for telling him about it, and Hajime said. My name is Hajim Suzuki. Oh, Midoriya said, looking a little surprised. Nice to meet you, Hajime. So, you probably already don't like the idea of making a contract with me. Exactly how does it work? Hajime asked. Midoriya asked, clearly confused. How do you go about making a contract with a ghost? Hajime asked. Well, I just give you a name, shake your hand, and yeah, Midoriya said. Alright, then, do you have a name for me? Hajime asked. They all gave him a surprised look. What? Midoriya asked. I believe that it would be an optimal solution for me to become one of your sides, Hajime said. First off, to make sure you're eating more than just those apples speaking of. If that's really all you are going to eat for lunch, then I suggest you start eating. You don't have too terribly long to eat. All right, Midoriya said, then began to eat one of the apples carefully, making sure not to drop anything on the floor. Good. As I was saying, you should be eating more than just that. Hajime said. I think that it would be best for someone that knows exactly how much you should be eating. Second, am I correct to assume that if I become one of your sides, I can communicate with you freely? Yep, Odin said. All right. Then that would mean that I would be able to help you along with classes, Hajime said. I assume that you are doing fine based on your analyses. Wait, you know about those? Midoriya asked after quickly swallowing so his mouth wouldn't be full of apple. Yes, I am well aware, Hajime said. I've been around this school for a pretty long time now, but I prefer to stay hidden rather than in the open, which is the reason you haven't met me until today. As I was saying, you are probably all right, but I might as well assist you as well as your friends. It would make you one of the top students of your class, which I'm sure you're after. Well, I don't really care about being the best student, Midoriya said. Pardon? Hajime asked. School grades can practically be a competition, how do you not care? He looked at Odin. You're in charge of his care, right? Why does he not care? I control his ability to care about himself and other school. Doesn't exactly fall into that category. It's more well-being, Odin said sheepishly. I see, Hajime said. Well, then, I assume that I will be in charge of your knowledge upon becoming one of your sides. I don't exactly control that, Midoriya said. You don't control what your contract ghosts become? Hajime asked. I mean, I might be able to in the future. But I've only known about my quirk for a few weeks, and I haven't experimented with anything, so, yeah, Midoriya said. Well, then, I guess that's understandable, Hajime said, then held his hand to Midoriya. So, you'd like me as one of your sides, then? Yeah, Midoriya said. I was already going to ask before you said all that, so. Perfect, Hajime said. So, what name do you give me, then? Midoriya thought for a few seconds, then smiled and grabbed Hajime's hand. Fumio. I'm naming you Fumio. Suddenly, a yellow string appeared, forming around Hajime and Midoriya's wrists. Then it disappeared. A few seconds later, Fumio found himself shrinking down, growing younger until he was 9 years old as well, wearing khaki pants, a yellow t-shirt with a joke about the sun on it. His dark blue hair became neater than it had ever been, and the glasses he had worn as a child appeared on his face. Fumio blinked in surprise. What just happened? Fumio asked, his voice sounding 9 again. We forgot to tell you about that. Odin thought, wait, she was in his head. We're all the same age as Izuku is. But once he reaches our actual ages, actual ages when we died, then we'll stop getting older, Yui explained. Oh, and we can communicate telepathically. Yumio Midoriya. A strange voice suddenly chimed in. Izuku's logical side. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Yumio a name, Izuku made a contract. Yumio can consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Yumio's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate, and it gives Yumio a room in Izuku's mind palace, as well as control over Izuku's library, which is where he stores everything he knows, as well as different facts about each side, and about everything that can be found in and around the mind palace. What this means is that Yumio can write in books, so Izuku has this knowledge stored away, ready to be used if necessary. Odin, Yui, and Izuku smiled at Yumio. Alright, so I'm just going to eat. And I think that you three should figure more out about this library, Izuku thought, taking a big bite of his apple. Sound like a plan. Yeah, Odin and Yui thought at the same time. Sounds perfectly fine to me, Yumio thought. But how do we get to this mind palace? Odin and Yui exchanged a look, then grabbed Yumio's hands and disappeared. Alright, everyone, make sure you stay with the group, we don't want to get lost. It is quite impossible for us to get lost, Yumio stated simply. After all, I memorized the entire layout of Kyoto. Hattori-sensei just doesn't want anyone wandering off, Odin thought. After all, she is responsible for a class of 20 students, plus us 3. She knows that you're responsible enough not to let us run off. And as long as one of us is with a group, we'll always know where they are. But there's still the risk of losing one of our classmates on accident. And we don't want that. Do you think we'll see some adorable puppies? Yui squealed. Izuku had gotten used to all the noise in his head, so he no longer really reacted outwardly to his side's antics, at least when they were in his head. Yumio sighed. Yui, seriously? Why are you so obsessed with puppies? Because they're adorable. Yui gushed. Let her be excited. I don't know if we'll see puppies, but if you want, when we get home, we can visit the nearby animal shelter again, Izuku thought. OMG. Yes, Yui thought, already excited. Of course, none of the sides blamed her for her love of animals. It had just been the four of them, including Izuku, for the past half year at this point. It was almost time for middle school, and Izuku was planning on attending the same school as Hito-chan. Kaken had met Hitoshi a few times, and he was hopefully going to the same school, too, if only to try to compete with Izuku on grades, but especially since Yumio had come around. Izuku hadn't gotten a single question wrong on anything, and his control of all their quirks wasn't half bad either. Anyway, about a month after they had met Yumio, a cute animals video had come up on Izuku's suggested list on YouTube. He found himself using it more often than HeroTube anymore, and Yui had freaking lost it, squealing about adorable animals, practically begging Izuku to convince Hasashi to get one. Apparently her parents had been strict about animals and refused to even let her near any because they were disgusting, and now that she was gone, Yui had the ability to pet all the animals she wanted. Unfortunately, Hasashi was allergic to animals, something Izuku hadn't known before that, but he offered to drive them to the nearby animal shelter once a week. Hasashi is best dad, better than dad might, especially here. But there's also Dadzawa to have to compete with later one. Yui was really happy about the entire thing, and she was always excited about visiting the animal shelter. Surprisingly, the animals were pretty calm about the ghosts around, and they even seemed to swarm around Yui a bunch. Odin laughed. Well, let's keep going, this trip is going to be so cool. I've never been to Kyoto before. Most villains stay clear, and all the users were too sick to go around this time of year. Or they opted out because they weren't that interested, or their schools just didn't have field trips. Kyoto is a beautiful city, but our hometown can be just as splendid, Yumio thought. I know, but still, Odin said. All right, so does everyone have a group? Hattori-sensei asked. Instantly, people started to move into groups of 5 or 4, and Kaken walked over to Izuku. The two of them plus Izuku's sides being a group. Most people didn't like Kaken's explosive temper, and they didn't like that Izuku had dominated the top spot of everything, and most still hated him from when they thought he was quirkless. Much to Odin's anger, since they were still being jerks, so it was mostly just the two of them, or, well, 5, but still. Neither really cared since they were good friends. Kaken had been nicer since Izuku had gotten his quirk. All right, Hattori-sensei said. Let's get going to the first location. We're going to a shrine first, right? Yui asked. Affirmative, Yumio thought. Ooh, do you think that we'll see something really cool there, like a sword? Odin asked excitedly. Why are you the most excited about this? Izuku asked. You're more excited than I am. Odin chuckled. Sorry, but this is all just so cool. I went on field trips back in New York, but we didn't really do cool stuff. Trip to the zoo, aquarium, one time to Washington, D.C., and of course me flying around, but never with groups of people, and stuff just wasn't this cool. Okay, please tone down the excitement. You are supposed to focus on the caring side of everything, you know, Yumio thought. Yeah, and I care about this field trip. Odin laughed. That's not how it works, Yumio started, then sighed. You know what? I think that I will leave this matter be. I'll never understand the workings of how girls work. We're literally the same as you, but come on. There's something you're just as excited about. Don't act like there isn't. Yui thought happily. You love going to the library just as much as I love animals. She's got a point, Izuku pointed out. Yumio sighed. I know. Hey, Deku, can you stop having a conversation in your head and talk out loud, stupid nerd? Kaken asked. Snapping Izuku back into reality, the group had been walking. And while Izuku had been walking as well, he hadn't really been paying attention to Kaken. Oh, sorry, Kaken, Izuku said. Odin's just pretty excited about everything. Yui wants to see animals, and Yumio's trying to balance everything out. That's literally every single conversation you have with them. Can't you all just focus on the trip instead? Kaken asked. Odin's excited about the trip because she didn't go on trips when she was alive. Yui's hoping we see puppies around town, and Yumio's trying to figure out how they can be so excited about stuff that would otherwise be normal. Izuku corrected himself. Kaken snorted. The 4 of you are really weird. Are you ever gonna add another to your little group? Izuku smiled. Well, yeah, I will eventually. Whatever, Kaken said. Let me guess, you've memorized the schedule for the trip. What exactly are we doing again? I lost mine. We're going to a shrine right now, Izuku said. Which is going to be so much fun. Suddenly, something hit the back of his head. Izuku whipped around to see. But he couldn't see anyone looking at him to see how he reacted. It wasn't a stranger. And he and Kaken were at the back of the crowd. There wasn't anyone there at all, Yumio thought. How interesting. Why does that feel ominous? Yui asked. What? Izuku asked, amused. Ominous, Yui repeated. You know, feeling like something strange is about to happen. Ominous. Yumio corrected. Oh, that's the word. Yui laughed. Oops. How did you even? Never mind. Everyone's good at different things, I guess, Yumio said. Let's just go, Izuku thought as he and Kaken kept walking with the group. Saburo and his third triplet, yet younger brother, IG, watched the group of 9-year-olds and snickered. For ghosts that had died when they were 25, they were pretty childish, but their oldest brother, the oldest of the 3 triplets, Kazuo, or, well, Kai, as he had changed his name to for some reason, had been the mature one of the group, while Saburo had been the creative one and IG had been the one that was conscious of other people. It was how their triplet dynamic worked. But Kai was still alive. While they were ... to add comma, they spent their time pranking tourists. They could have found a better way to spend their time. But by this point, they were called the local poltergeists, and they cherished the nickname. That boy never had a chance of spotting us, IG snickered. Yeah, but there's something weird about him, Saburo said, making a face. What do you mean? IG asked, giving Saburo a confused look. That boy? Something about him just didn't sit right with me, Saburo said. Or you just have a stomach ache. He's just a normal boy, IG said. I can even prove it to you. He got up. They were laying on a rooftop, then smirked at Saburo. Let's follow them. Prank that boy. Prank the kid next to him. Prank the entire group. We're poltergeists. We haven't just gone pranking a single group in a while. Sure, I guess, Saburo said, standing up. IG smirked, then grabbed his brother's hand and began to fly after the group. Izuku, Odin, Yui, and Yumio all had a bad feeling as they continued to the shrine. But Kaken didn't notice anything as they continued to walk, arriving at the shrine before too long. Once they arrived, Hattori-sensei turned to the group. All right, everyone, remember to stay with your groups. But this is some free time to look around, Hattori-sensei said. That being said, Midoriya, please make sure Bakugos doesn't get into any fights, and don't leave the shrine. The entire group chuckled. Kaken gave her a look that could have killed, and Izuku nodded, knowing perfectly well that that was the big reason why the two boys weren't just separated into different groups. Kaken didn't really listen to other kids, honestly. Izuku was surprised that he even listened to him. But at least he wasn't being mean anymore. All right, students, you have 3 hours to meet back here. I'll be walking around as well. So come find me if you need me, Hattori-sensei said. Then everyone began to walk away. I'm surprised that she believes you are all allowed to walk around on your own, Yumio commented. I mean, you all are still 9 years old. Not all of them are, some are 10, Yui thought. You get my point, Yumio thought. You're all young. I don't think that you should be just walking around. That's why we're walking around in groups, Izuku said. That way, we won't be alone. And don't forget that each group has a basic leader that follows the rules, Odin added. We'll all be fine otherwise. Hattori-sensei has her ways of finding us, probably. Probably? Yumio exclaimed. We really shouldn't go on a probably. We'll be fine otherwise, Odin, and I will find anyone lost. Yui promised just as Kaken grabbed Izuku's arm and tugged him in one direction. Come on, let's go this way, Kaken said. Don't want to stand around all day while you talk to your sides or whatever. All right, sorry, Izuku said. Then followed Kaken as they walked away. Everyone else had already started to walk away. Suddenly, though, the feeling of being watched grew really strong, and Izuku quickly turned around. Just as he saw 2 people ghosts, he realized instantly since they were floating staring directly at him and Kaken. What? Kaken snapped, turning around. And the 2 ghosts, clearly surprised, turned and bolted. What was that? Izuku muttered, then shook his head and turned back to Kaken. Sorry, some ghosts were watching us. Of course, Kaken said. We're at a shrine, idiot. Of course there are ghosts. Sorry, Izuku said. Let's just go find something cool. With that, the 2 boys began to walk faster. But something about those 2 ghosts didn't sit right with Izuku. On it, don't want some ghosts stalking us, Odin said. Then left the Mind Palace while invisible Izuku's wings didn't appear. They didn't really do that anymore unless Izuku wanted his wings to appear, but only when Odin was out of the Mind Palace. It worked that way with Yui's quirk, too. But not Yumio's. Strangely, although Yumio's quirk only worked half the time. Really? Anyway, Odin slipped away to go talk to the 2 ghosts, and Izuku and Kaken kept walking. Kaken none the wiser about what Odin was doing. Saburo and IG bolted out of there, flying all the way to a nearby rooftop, breathing heavily, even though they were undead and didn't actually even need to breathe in the first place. Holy unholy, IG exclaimed, his eyes wide. That boy really saw us. I thought it was a coincidence, but he could actually see us. I told you something didn't sit right about him, Saburo exclaimed. How can a boy simply see us? There's no way in. Well, at least I don't have to go far to find the two of you. The two spun around to see a 9-year-old ghost with wings land down on the roof and smile at them, folding her wings behind her back. You know, it's rude to watch someone and just run off like that. Who are you? IG asked, both of the brothers getting defensive. Oh, I'm Odin, the ghost said. I'm friends with that boy that spotted you. What's with that boy? Saburo demanded. Does he have some kind of ghost-seeing quirk or something? Well, kinda, Odin said. He can make a contract with ghosts. It's a long story. But still, why were you watching him? We're poltergeists, Saburo said. We were just going about pranking. Huh, Odin said. Well, you haven't pulled any pranks besides making us feel watched. Are you going to pull any at all? Well, yeah, but it's no fun when the people we're pranking know what we're doing, Saburo sighed. Man, we'll have to find another group or something. Odin thought for a few seconds. Then she smirked almost creepily so. Well, then, I have a good idea for who you can prank. IG gulped. Should we be concerned? Nah, Odin said. But trust me, this prank will be great, and I want in. She thought for a few more seconds. And I'm dragging Yui into this Yumio, too, although he doesn't want to admit that. Izuku's not for it, but I doubt he'll stop us, and he'll come around, so. She held out a hand. Deal? The two brothers exchanged a glance, then nodded at each other, then at Odin. So, who are we pranking? And what are we doing? Saburo asked. Odin smirked. Well, I consider Izuku, he's the boy that saw you, Yui, Yumio, and I are ghosts like you are to be my son. But I only met him recently. She pouted. Some jerks have been mean to him, others in his class, and I don't like it. So you want us to prank his classmates? Saburo asked, deciding not to ask about the whole son thing. It was probably some kind of inside joke. Exactly, Odin said happily. You want to prank some people, and you'll have some help. I can direct you to them, tell you exactly what will annoy them the most, stuff like that. So, Saburo and IG smirked, very similar to Odin's. Let's do this, the two said at the same time. Great, Odin said. So, well, the thing is that since you two aren't part of the group, you aren't exactly able to just hang with us until later, by which I mean you can't actually meet and talk to Izuku until later when he isn't around people. You're free to follow us around, I guess. I'll probably be making sure you aren't pranking us or Kaken. But other than that, do whatever, I guess. How are we supposed to find you later, if we don't follow you? Saburo asked. You're free to follow us, but otherwise, I can probably find you later on if I need to, Odin said. Or, you can meet us at the motel on 8th Street, Linisha Motel. I think the name is. Yeah, Yumio says that's it. I can meet you in front of it around 8 tonight. From there, we can figure everything out. Sure, IG said. After all, following you around while you're aware that we are just sounds weird. And watching over us while we walk through Kyoto isn't? Odin asked, then shook her head. You know what, never mind, I don't want to know. See you then. With that, she turned away and jumped off the roof, spreading her wings and taking off. Saburo and IG watched after her for a minute, then turned to each other. Did that just happen? Saburo asked. Unless we're having the same strange hallucination, IG said. Which I don't think is the case. Well, let's just meet this kid later and see what ends up happening later, Saburo said. Yeah, IG said slowly. The two of three triplets landed in front of Linisha Motel at 7:50 to see Odin and two other ghosts floating near the entrance. They seemed to be talking about something, but it wasn't easy to tell from a distance. As Saburo and IG got closer, Odin noticed them and looked over. The other two ghosts did as well. Oh, hey, Odin said as Saburo and IG reached them. What are your names again? One of the other two ghosts, one was a guy, while the other was a girl. They all looked like they were 9 years old side. Of course you forgot to ask their names earlier, Odin. Hey, don't be mean, she's in charge of caring. Not the brains, she cared more about making sure that we'd get to meet them tonight. The girl ghost said. That's not really whatever, the boy ghost sighed, then looked at Saburo and IG. Well, might as well make our introductions now. You've already met Odin. My name is Yumio, and this is Yui. Together, we make up the signs of Izuku Midoriya. The what? IG asked, confused. Yumio sighed. Of course you don't know. Hey, should I be sharing everything about Izuku's quirk with every single ghost we meet? Odin asked. Logically, I don't see why not, Yumio said. Well, if we told everyone, then we'd get a lot of requests from random ghosts to be Izuku's sides. And we don't want more than we can manage, I guess, Yui said. Yumio gave her a surprised look. So you actually have thoughts that aren't about puppies? Hey, that's mean, Yui pouted. Anyway, Yumio said, then looked at Saburo and IG. I guess that you don't need to know about the whole sides thing. What are your names? I'm Saburo, Saburo said. And I'm IG, IG said. Nice to meet you, Saburo and IG, Yumio said. Well, we best be heading up to Izuku's room. Now we will be meeting him at the balcony by their room, so we do not disturb his classmates. Okay, Saburo said. But aren't we pranking them? Well, we don't want them hearing about the prank, right? Yui asked cheerfully. Come on, let's go. With that, she began to float upward. Yumio sighed, then joined them, then Odin. Saburo and IG exchanged a glance, then floated after them up to a balcony, where there was the boy Izuku sitting quietly, clearly waiting for them. Izuku looked and smiled as the ghost landed, Odin, Yui, and Yumio sitting on the edge of the balcony, while Saburo and IG sat on the ground across from Izuku. Nice to meet you, Saburo and IG, Izuku said. Wait, you already know our names? Saburo asked, raising an eyebrow comically high. I can read Yumio, Odin, and Yui's minds, Izuku explained. Well, kinda. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. I'm Izuku. And I guess that we're pranking my classmates. Yep, Odin said happily. Izuku gave her an odd look. Still don't get why you're so cheerful about it, Mom. Wait, she's your mom? IG asked. I'm the mom friend, Odin explained. It started as a joke, and now it's a nickname that we don't always use, Yui added. Anyway, doesn't matter right now, Yumio said. I still think that we should not prank our classmates, but seeing that Yui and Odin would just carry on anyway, might as well make sure things don't escalate too far. Okay, Saburo said. So, what's the plan? Izuku thought for a few seconds, then looked at Odin, who smirked and nodded. Yumio sighed, and Yui giggled. Yes, Yui said. Let's go with that. Got it, Izuku said, then looked at Saburo and IG. The plan is simple. You didn't think I was just going to state exactly what they're going to do right off the bat, did you? Once Izuku was done explaining the plan, Saburo and IG nodded. Sounds great, Saburo said. All right, so we'll set the plan into action in the morning, IG said. The early morning. Yep, Yui said. Now let's get this party started. Now, let it be known that Kyoto Shimizu was a fabulous person. She was practically adored by everyone. Well, besides Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugos. But those two were freaks anyway. Seriously, Izuku was quirkless until how recently, and Katsuki was too explosive. Nobody liked those two, so that didn't really count. Which, in her mind, made it alright to be rude to them. After all, Katsuki was rude to everyone, and Izuku was just plain freaky, so were those weird. Whatever following him. Seriously. Of course, she wasn't thinking about any of this. Instead, she was in her lovely dream about being a rich model someday. She was going to be world famous. Her dream was interrupted by a really loud alarm going off, interrupting her beauty sleep. With a groan, she sat up. Rubbing her eyes, her roommates did as well. And it was followed by a, "Kids, evacuate the building." Kyoto instantly got up, along with her roommates. That was the teacher. And now that she was more alert, she recognized that sound. It was a fire alarm. The building must have been on fire. Kyoto put on a pair of flip-flops from her suitcase, then went into the hallway, almost instantly bumping into one of Izuku's floating friends. The thing, the girl without wings, gave Kyoto a bright smile, then continued to fly along. Kyoto was confused for a few seconds, then just continued to evacuate the building. All right, did everyone get outside? Hattori-sensei asked, counting all the students. Izuku did a quick count as well, then glanced at Kaken, who was yawning and rubbing his eyes. Izuku had woken him up earlier to tell him about the plan, and about Saburo and IG, of course. Kaken's first question was if Izuku was planning on making a contract with them. And Izuku had pouted and said that he didn't make a contract with every ghost he'd ever met. Kaken had snorted, then decided to stay up so they would be able to evacuate faster. Which just meant that he was exhausted now. I can count everyone here, Hattori-sensei said, sighing in relief. Then she looked at Izuku. Does one of your FREs know what happened? They sleep at night, too, you know, Izuku said. But Odin says that she smelled smoke, and it was a fire alarm, so yeah. Fair enough, Hattori-sensei said just as a fireman came over to her. Students on a trip? The fireman asked. Hattori-sensei looked at the fireman and nodded. Yes, we can't stay here for the rest of the trip, can we? It wasn't a major fire. From what we can tell, nothing was damaged. But just in case, you'll probably have to stay somewhere else for the night at least. I see, Hattori-sensei said, then sighed. Are we allowed to go in and grab our bags at least? As long as a firefighter is with you while you do that, the fireman said. I'll talk to some others so we can get you all in groups to grab everything, okay? Thank you so much, Hattori-sensei said. No problem, the fireman said, then turned and walked over to some other firefighters, probably to talk about all of them heading back. Hattori-sensei turned to her students. All right, huddle by your roommates, everyone. The students all nodded and got into groups. Izuku thought for a few seconds, then raised his hand. Hattori-sensei noticed. Izuku, is something wrong? Hattori-sensei asked. Everyone looked at Izuku. I can send Odin or Yumio to go grab stuff from our room, Izuku said. I don't want to push them, but Odin says that she'd be fine with grabbing some stuff, as well as Yui and Yumio. That's a great idea, Hattori-sensei said. Just for your room. Izuku nodded sheepishly. Yeah. Okay, send your ... FRENS, then, Hattori-sensei said. Izuku smiled. Then Odin, Yui, and Yumio appeared and disappeared, going back into the building. Not that anyone besides Izuku knew that, but still. Oh, and if you see Saburo and IG, tell them that they did a good job, and it's nice that they didn't go overboard with that fire, Izuku said. Yeah, Odin said. I'll probably grab everything, then see if I can find them. We can focus on trying to find them later. But for now, as you said, we need to grab everything from our room, including the suitcases of our classmates, Yumio said. No, Odin said. Hey, Deku, quit spacing out. Izuku shook his head and looked at Kaken, noticing how most of the students were getting into groups with the firefighters besides their room. But Hattori-sensei explained the situation to some of the firefighters, and they just shrugged and agreed. And we've got everything, Odin suddenly said. Odin says they have everything we need from our room, Izuku repeated to his roommates. Got it, Kaken said. Before long, Odin, Yui, and Yumio came down with the suitcases and handed them to their respective owners. A few minutes later, the rest of their classmates would start to come back. But for now, Odin smiled, then disappeared, going back into the building and navigating through the halls until she found Saburo and IG, who were still near the scene where the fire had happened, the kitchen, which kinda made it believable that a fire would start on accident there. Sup, Odin said happily, approaching the two. Saburo and IG looked at her and smiled. Everyone get out safely? Saburo asked. Odin nodded. Yup. Plenty of people are going with firefighters to get their suitcases and stuff. You guys did really good, though. Thanks, IG said. More pranking. Later today at this point, right? Yeah, Odin said. I don't know where we're going to be staying at the moment, but you guys are free to follow and figure it out. Still don't know how we managed to agree to a minor prank on every day. I mean, we're just scaring people, IG said, looking at the scorch marks where the fire had been. We aren't hurting anyone. I know, Saburo said. Isn't that nice? For once, we aren't actually getting people hurt. For once, Odin echoed, her eyes wide. Oh no. Yeah, Saburo said, looking at her. Most of our pranks harm others in some way. Back when we were alive, it was enough to kill. These days, we don't do that. But cuts, bruises, the occasional injury. He smiled, but there was something sad behind it. I mean, I'm glad that we don't have to do that anymore. We aren't just puppets for our older brother anymore. There's another one of you? Odin asked. Oh, he's still alive, I think, IG said, looking at her. Haven't heard from him in ages. And honestly, I hope that we don't anytime soon, Saburo said, venom in his voice. He's still our brother, IG said, looking at Saburo. Besides, after everything we did when we were alive, we can't escape the past, even as ghosts, forever. Odin's eyes grew wide as she realized something kinda important. Wait, you two were villains, Odin said. They both exchanged a look, then nodded. In life, our brother was a very crooked man, Saburo said. He threatened us into obeying him and the organization he led, the Yakuza. If we didn't obey, he used his quirk on us. IG shuddered. It was awful, but it's not like we could do anything about it. It doesn't matter anymore, though. What happened? Odin asked quietly. Well, we had to die somehow, now, didn't we? Saburo and IG asked eerily at the same time. Odin's eyes grew wide, then they narrowed. Your own brother. Took our lives, Saburo finished grimly. Yeah, we stepped out of line so bad that we needed to die. Odin was horrified. Then she set her face, feeling a large wave of care. Odin, is something wrong? Izuku asked, clearly concerned. Can I hunt down Saburo and IG's older brother and kill him? Odin asked. Excuse me? Yumio asked. They just told me that their own older brother killed them. That's not how a family should be, Odin exclaimed. A family cares about you and loves you no matter what. Older brothers shouldn't go around killing their younger brother and imprisoning. Sheesh, we get it. You can relate to having a jerk of an older brother. But that doesn't mean you can hunt down their older brother and kill him, Yumio said. I'm dead, they can't make me go to prison. And they wouldn't be able to prove that it was me, Odin said proudly. But if they manage to get some evidence that it's you, they might be able to incriminate Izuku, Yumio said. Wait, could they? Izuku exclaimed. Maybe, Yumio said. I really don't have a clue how the scenario would work out. But wouldn't we rather be safe than sorry? Yeah, I guess so, Odin said, sighing. Something up? IG asked. And Odin realized that she sighed out loud. I don't have permission from Yumio to find and kill your brother, Odin grumbled. At that, both of them looked surprised. Why would you want to? Saburo asked slowly. Because older brothers just don't do that, Odin exclaimed. Nobody should do such awful things to their families. I mean, you shouldn't be mean to people in general and everything. But families are supposed to share a special bond. Everyone in a family matters to everyone else in a family. If it doesn't work that way, then that family is messed up. And that isn't okay. Saburo and IG both moved back a little as Odin took a deep breath. Sorry, I just get a little over-emotional when it comes to families, Odin said. Okay, then, IG said. Well, let's get going, Odin said. I'm gonna do a fast forward through the rest of the trip, because I'm lazy, so I'll just say what happened. For the night, the group ended up sleeping at the fire station. The firefighters were nice enough to give them that experience. And they even gave them a small tour of the place, which may or may not have made a few kids decide that they wanted to be firefighters. At around 6 in the morning, all the kids woke up. Then they went to their next destination, which was a walk around the city. At some point, though, about half the students got separated from the group, courtesy of Saburo and IG, who managed to start a widespread rumor that a famous hero was on Main Street where the group was, and that managed to get plenty of people there to try to find the hero. And this caused half the group to get separated hilarious enough. That included Hattori-sensei, and the other half was actually with the tour guide. Of course, though, Hattori-sensei didn't know where they were. So she made sure the students stayed in a group and tried to find the tour guide, assuming that the group wasn't that far away. The tour guide hadn't realized that half the group was gone and just kept going, to which Yumio commented that the tour guide should have been paying more attention to the group and at least should have realized that Hattori-sensei was gone. At that point, Izuku pointed it out to the tour guide, who started to freak out and tried to find the teacher and the other students, not remembering that he had Hattori-sensei's phone number. And after about 10 minutes, Kaken asked, and Izuku wished that he'd taken a picture of the tour guide's face when he processed Kaken's words. It was downright hilarious. Odin had been laughing her head off, and when she calmed down, she informed Izuku that she had taken a mental picture of it, was going to find out if there was a way to make it a picture in Izuku's mind, and hang it up in the Mind Palace living room, to which Yumio had sighed and retreated to the Mind Palace library to figure out if they could actually do that. So, overall, Izuku was barely able to contain his laughter. And when Kaken had asked, Izuku told him what was happening in the Mind Palace, and Kaken had laughed so hard he could breathe. The tour guide had given them a strange look, but just shrugged and continued to the meeting spot that he had agreed on with Hattori-sensei, making sure that no students went missing, as in, the tour guide was turning around every 2 minutes and counting the students. When they met up with the worried Hattori-sensei, she had instantly counted all the students, then, with the help of the tour guide, came up with an easier system to make sure none of them got separated again. Basically, she made them all hold hands with at least one other person, so it would be harder for them to be separated. They stayed at an actual motel that night, and this time, Saburo and IG didn't burn it down. And that's where we continue with this. Wait, what? IG asked, raising an eyebrow. Saburo, IG, Odin, Yui, and Yumio, all invisible, were sitting on the roof of the motel while everyone was eating. Yeah, Yumio said, having just explained the concepts behind sides, as well as how exactly Izuku's quirk worked. That's how we can communicate with each other at any time, Yui said happily. Huh, Saburo said. Pretty weird. I mean, Someone that can create Lifeforce? That's just weird. It's really useful, though, Yumio said. He gets to use our quirks, and we get Lifeforce from him, and are in charge of some aspect of his personality. I'm in charge of how much he cares about stuff, Odin said. I'm in charge of what he finds morally right and wrong plus his emotions, Yui said happily. And I take care of his intelligence, Yumio said. Huh, Saburo and IG said at the same time. So, how did you all meet Izuku anyway? Saburo asked. I met him after running away from someone that was able to control me, Odin said. I met up with Izuku after that, and I was his first side. He wanted to make more friends, so he and his friend Kaken went to look for more ghosts, which led them to going to a graveyard. And that's when they met me, Yui said. I was haunting his school because I used to be a teacher there, and he saw me, talked to me, and I became one of his sides, Yumio said. Wait, you were a teacher? Saburo asked, surprised. You look like a kid, though. We're all actually older than we look, Odin said. We just look like we're the same age as Izuku is. For example, I'm actually 16 or I was when I died, Yui said. I was 17, Odin added. No comment, Yumio said. Huh, Saburo said. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Yui said. Everything is awesome with Izuku. We get to be kids again. And we also get to be a family. Nice, Saburo said. Must be nice to have a big, caring family. They all gave him a surprised look, which made Saburo realize that he'd said that last part out loud. Oh, right, earlier, you said that your older brother was a jerk, Odin said. You still aren't allowed to kill him, Yumio said. Aw, but he's a jerk, Odin whined. Who knows where he even is these days, Saburo said. It's been a while since we died. I doubt he's still even in Japan anymore. Still, Odin said. I still don't get why you care, IG said. Because family matters, Odin said. But we aren't part of your family, Saburo said. So, Odin asked, raising an eyebrow. You're still our friends. Odin, we barely know them, Yumio pointed out. We're only cooperating with them because they're pranking our less than nice classmates. Odin pouted. That doesn't mean they aren't our friends. Suddenly, she stopped. Yui and Yumio did as well. What? IG asked, clearly concerned. Yumio said. I think it's a great idea, Odin said happily. What? Saburo asked, eyes wide. The three ghosts, sides exchanged glances, then turned back to Saburo and IG. Izuku wants to extend the offer of letting you two join the family. The three said eerily at the exact same time. There was a small pause. What? IG asked. It must have been around midnight. Izuku and Kaken, having explained to Hattori-sensei that Izuku had met some more ghosts that he wanted to make a contract with, were in the motel lobby. Saburo and IG were sitting on the couch across from Izuku. Kaken was standing nearby, seeming to be making sure that nobody was nearby. It would be awkward to have to explain to someone that didn't know about what was going on. Okay, so you two already know what I'm about to do, right? Izuku asked, looking back and forth between Saburo and IG. I'm going to give you two new names, then shake your hands one at a time, and you become my sides and control an aspect of my personality. Are you two all right with that? Saburo and IG exchanged a look, then looked back at Izuku and gave a firm nod. Got it, the two said. Okay, Izuku said, then looked at Saburo. Let's see. He held his hand out to Saburo. How about Dasu? Dasu? Saburo asked. Yeah, Izuku said. Sorry, it was the first thing that came to my head. I love it. Saburo said the name sounded nice, and he liked it. With a big smile, he took Izuku's hand. Instantly, a red string appeared around both their wrists, then disappeared. As Saburo knew, Dasu shrunk, and his clothes changed too. Before long, he was 9 years old again. His dark brown hair was neatly brushed, a hair clip in his hair. It looked like a golden crown with rubies on it, fake ones, and a long-sleeved red shirt with a white sash over his right shoulder and black dress pants. Dasu Midoriya. A voice suddenly chimed in, causing Dasu to jump out of the corner of his eye. He noticed Odin and Yui exchange a look. Izuku's creative side. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Dasu a name, Izuku made a contract. Dasu can consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Dasu's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate, and it gives Dasu a room in the Mind Palace, as well as control over Izuku's imagination, which is where everything relating to creativeness is stored. Ooh, nice, Odin said, making Dasu jump IG instantly looked nervous. Wait, what? Dasu said. We can all communicate through thoughts as Izuku sides, Yumio explained. But from the looks of it, we forgot to mention that. And the thing with that weird voice, Yui added. Let's just continue with this. We should probably get to bed soon anyway, Izuku said. Then turned and smiled at IG. Alright, your turn, Izuku said. What just happened? IG asked. Basically, when I first make a contract, something I forgot to mention. Sorry. Dasu, a voice talks through all our thoughts that explains what side you are. Dasu's in control of my creativity, Izuku said. And we can all communicate through our thoughts. Oh, IG said. Then took a deep breath and held his hand to Izuku. I guess that I don't really care what my name is. Whatever you think it should be is fine. Izuku thought for a few seconds. How about Duke? Point if you get the reference right away. BC Odin ends up explaining it. Odin, Yui, and Yumio's eyes grew wide. But before any could comment, IG smiled and nodded. Izuku smiled as well, then took IG's hand. A light green string appeared around their wrists, then disappeared, and IG no. Duke shrunk until he was also 9 years old, and his black hair looked like he'd just woken up, sticking out all over the place. He also had a crown, but his was silver with fake emeralds. He was wearing a green dress shirt with a black sash over his left shoulder. He also had black dress pants on. Duke Midoriya, the voice said slowly. Izuku's intrusive thoughts and insecurities. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Duke a name, Izuku made a contract, and he created the first of the dark sides. Duke is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Duke's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate, and it gives Duke a room in the dark side of the Mind Palace, as well as a small part of the imagination. Dark side rooms are located through a black door in the living room, which leads to the Dark Mind Palace living room. From there, everything else is the same, although the dark side is smaller than the light side, where the others reside. Sides are able to go back and forth from the Mind Palace sides, but Duke's room will be over on the dark side of the Mind Palace. This is true of all dark sides, but if Izuku's feelings are strong enough about making a dark side into a light side or vice versa, then he and he alone can move the side in question's room to the other side of the Mind Palace. As Duke is also a dual side, representing both intrusive thoughts and insecurities, one of these will be dropped from his duties when Izuku turns 13. The one dropped will be whatever Duke represents the least. Everything was silent for a few seconds. Oh, Odin eventually said. I did not see that coming. Dark sides, like deceit, and the Duke. From Sanders' sides, Izuku said, trailing off as he realized what had just happened. Who and who from what? Dasu and Duke asked. Oh, we'll all have to watch it sometime, Yui said happily. You two will love it. But I wasn't expecting an intrusive thought side for Izuku. Well, it's fine. Just because you're a dark sides doesn't mean you aren't one of us, Duke. Okay, Duke said, a little uncomfortable. Kaken suddenly looked over, noticing Dasu and Duke. Oi, now that you're done, can we go back upstairs and go to sleep? Kaken asked. I'm tired, and we're heading home tomorrow. All right, thanks, Kaken. This is Dasu, in control of my creativity, and Duke, in control of my insecurities, Izuku said. I'm not going to tell him about the intrusive thoughts. I'd have to explain what those are. And I don't really want to do that, Izuku said. Fine by me, Duke said. I don't want to be intrusive thoughts for a 9-year-old, anyway. Sweet, Izuku said. Well, nice to meet you. Can we go back to sleep now? Kaken asked. Izuku looked at his sides. Then they nodded. Odin and Yui grabbed Dasu and Duke. Then they all disappeared, going into the Mind Palace as Izuku followed Kaken back to the room. Odin stared at the black door in the living room. All of them did. It was right next to the picture of the tour guide's look of shock. It had been surprisingly easy to do that, and Odin was glad about that. It was still hilarious. So, my room's through there, Duke whispered. I guess so, Yumio said. But you're still welcome here anytime you want, Yui said. But for now, let's go look around the dark side of the Mind Palace. I wonder what it's like over there. I'd assume that it's identical to our side, the light side, Yumio said slowly. Except we have the library and imagination on this side. So other than that, it should be identical, I assume. Odin took a deep breath, then smiled at everyone. Well, no point just standing around wondering. Let's take a look. With that, she reached forward and grabbed the doorknob, which disappeared, and a loud alarm started going off as something black started creeping up Odin's arm. Something black and familiar. The sides all shouted in surprise, covering their ears because of how loud it was. Outside the Mind Palace, Izuku had no idea what was going on, communication with his sides cut off for the moment. But he didn't realize that as he and Kaken walked back to their room to go to sleep. He's not here yet. Odin, meanwhile, fell to the floor in pain. Her arm burned, and she let out a small shout of pain. Yui noticed, then fell down next to Odin and carefully grabbed her arm. And the alarm suddenly stopped. The sides all waited for a few seconds, then uncovered their ears and looked at Odin and Yui. Light sides and dark sides are allowed to cross from one side of the Mind Palace to the next. True. But that doesn't mean that a light side is allowed to open the door first. The voice boomed, making them all jump. From the light side to the dark, a dark side must be the first to open the door, and on the dark side, a light side must be the first to open the door from that side. They all looked upward, as if that were the source of the voice, even though it seemed to surround them, so they had no clue where it was coming from whatsoever. Then looked at Duke as the doorknob appeared again. Duke hesitated, then glanced at Odin and Yui. Yui carefully helped Odin stand up, but Odin was clutching her hand, the black tendrils growing up her arm. 2 points if you can guess what's going on. Are you all right? Duke asked quietly. Oh my, I should have tried to open the door first, shouldn't I have? That's why that voice didn't tell us that right away. It should have been obvious. Why did I let Odin do that now she's hurt? In the real world, Izuku felt a huge stab of insecurity, which confused him, so he tried to talk to his sides, stopping mid-word in his quiet conversation with Kaken. Kaken gave him an odd look, and Izuku started getting scared when he realized that he couldn't communicate with his sides, so he started going faster to their room, hoping that he'd be teleported into the Mind Palace when he fell asleep. A freaked out and worried Kaken followed, deciding that it probably was something that happened when he was tired the night of getting a new side. I'll be fine, Odin said, leaning against Yui slightly, squeezing her arm. I've dealt with worse. Maybe it'll go away when you open the door. Duke wasn't convinced, but he nodded and carefully opened the door to the dark side. And instantly, the black tendrils on Odin's arm covered her arm completely, staining it black. But it stopped hurting. Duke looked at Odin, they all did, and gasped when they saw her arm. But Odin just smiled. Doesn't hurt anymore now, let's go explore, Odin said. Just as Izuku appeared in the living room, looking incredibly worried. They all turned and looked at him as he tried to catch his breath. They weren't surprised that he had fallen asleep instantly. They'd figured out that as long as he imagined the Mind Palace, he could just fall asleep and go there. But they made sure to tell him not to just fall asleep in some inconvenient place or time like during class, or when he was standing. Is everything all right? Izuku blurted. I suddenly couldn't hear you guys, and… It's fine, Odin said, waving with her darkened hand. I just tried to open the dark side door when it was supposed to be Duke, apparently. Oh, Izuku said. And that cut communication with you guys. He took a deep breath. We'll see if it's back to normal in the morning. But for now, checking out the dark side. They all nodded. Then let's get going, Izuku said. Duke nodded, then stepped into the dark side, and the others all followed. Duke made sure to shut the door behind him, unsure of what would happen otherwise. Then they began to explore the dark side of the Mind Palace. I'm really sorry for what is about to happen. Like, seriously. I said something about maybe doing something like this earlier on, and I've decided that this is the best solution for this story. I'll make another comment after this about what I'm about to do. Honestly, Hasashi couldn't even pretend to be surprised when he picked up Izuku at the train station after the trip, only to learn that Izuku had 2 new sides, both of which were surprised when Hasashi told them that it was amazing to meet them and welcomed them into the family. Of course, almost as soon as Izuku fell asleep, Hasashi sat down at the kitchen table, and with shaking hands, he grabbed the envelope that had come the day before, a letter that he'd never wanted to receive. For what had to have been the 100th time since he'd opened the letter, he read it again. Hasashi, I'm sorry. I'm afraid that I'm in love with someone else here in Scotland, and I don't want to be with you anymore. I'll visit for court and divorce, but I think that it would be best if you just looked after Izuku from now on. Inko. Hasashi wiped away his tears, then looked at the divorce papers that had come with it. He took a deep breath, then took out another sheet of paper to try to write another reply. Inko, I understand. I still love you. I don't think I'll ever stop. But I respect your choice. That was as far as Hasashi got before he broke down crying again, and couldn't continue to write the letter. It seemed like a pretty normal day. Izuku was about to start his last year of elementary school, although he was more than smart enough to just take online school and finish it all already, thanks to Yumio. But he had been surprised when he realized that Izuku still had one more year, then had gotten frustrated about that miscalculation. They had all laughed it off, but right now, it didn't matter. Izuku was sitting in his room, writing down in notebook #12 about a new pro on the news. His notes were really in depth, now that he had help from Yumio's quirk, which he was getting the hang of, so that was nice. So, the day was normal. Until Odin, who had decided to go get groceries with Hasashi, suddenly burst through the door dramatically, causing Izuku to jump and look at her. "Mom, what's up?" Izuku asked. Having no reservation against calling her mom, now his parents were going through a divorce, and Inko didn't want to continue contact with him. And he was honestly fine with it. Now he wasn't at first, but now he was. Odin grinned. "I just talked to Hasashi about how there's only 5 sides, and he said that it would be a good idea to try to get more tricks up your sleeve. So basically, I think that we should start rapid fire adding more sides." Are you sure that's a good idea?" Izuku asked, giving her an odd look. Odin nodded. "The more sides, the more of an advantage you'll have when you get older. And we should try to get more soon, so you'll get more used to it." "Are you sure?" Izuku asked. "We should ask Yumio." "I already did," Odin said, grinning. "Really?" Izuku asked, surprised Yumio was in the Mind Palace library at the moment, and he would have heard the telepathic conversation, right? "When?" Odin grinned. "As soon as I asked Hasashi about it, so 10 minutes ago." How?" Izuku asked. "Turns out we can communicate without having to go through you. There are plenty of tricks that we sides can do. I've barely scratched the surface of the information in the Mind Palace library," Yumio said. "Oh," Izuku said, then bit his cheek. "Well, if you think it's a good idea, sure." "Sweet," Odin said happily. "More people to smother in care." Izuku started, but Odin was already in the Mind Palace. Izuku just sighed, then closed his notebook. "Well, then, I'm gonna go for a walk for a while. Who knows? Maybe we'll meet some new ghosts in the area and make a contract today," Izuku said, then walked outside, making sure to grab his spare key and leave a note for his dad that he was going out, just in case he wasn't home by the time Hasashi was done with work. Deceit. It was a pretty normal day overall. Hai sat in a tree, watching the children in the park. Hai was actually from China, but he had died on a family trip to Japan when he and his family had gotten too close to a villain attack. Of course, the actual villain hadn't killed him. In fact, it had been the hero that had done it. See, Hai had what most would call a villainous appearance. His quirk gave him all the abilities of a snake, which meant that he was also pretty covered in scales that unfortunately weren't fireproof. That hero had assumed that he was an accomplice of the villain when he had gotten separated from his parents in the panic. And one thing led to another. Here he was, dead from the age of 8 years old, because some fire hero had assumed that he was a villain. Seriously, didn't he look too young to be a villain? And why did that jerk just instantly go for the kill instead of capture? And you know the worst part? While that pro hero had been taken from his position as a hero, he wasn't put in jail or anything. And now there were people that idolized a different fire user of a pro hero. Sure, Endeavor hadn't done anything to Hai, but he just hated fire. And while he watched other children play, because he longed to have a friend to play with, children loved to play heroes and villains, and there always seemed to be someone with a fire quirk pretending to be Endeavor. Whenever said child would show off their fire quirk, Hai would bolt out of there even though he was dead. He was still terrified of fire, and who could blame him? It was scary, and it was what had killed him. Hai watched as the children in the park played for a little, while none of them using quirks. Thank whatever higher being existed then left. It was time for dinner. Hai blinked and sighed, left alone. He could go somewhere else. But at the same time, it was getting late in Japan, so it was probably time to go to a nearby graveyard or something to recharge on Lifeforce, so he wouldn't turn into a wrath. It had been 2 weeks since he'd last gone somewhere for a recharge. But then again, what was the point in just being a ghost for the rest of his existence? He could fly off to some deserted island somewhere, become a wrath, hopefully not hurt anyone when he lost his mind, and just disappear eventually. Suddenly, there was a sudden laugh, pulling Hai out of his thoughts, as he looked to see 3 boys walk into the park, one with green hair, one with blonde hair, and one with purple hair. "I'm being completely serious, you nerds," the blonde one exclaimed. "I'm gonna be the best hero to ever exist, and you two are gonna be the second and third best. Underground hero status for me. And I think that Izuku's gonna be top of the charts," the purple one said. The green one chuckled nervously. I think that I'd end up being registered as a hero team instead of an independent pro since, yeah. Wait, can they actually do that? The purple one asked, raising an eyebrow. Yumio thinks it's possible, but Odin says that it didn't happen with anyone in the past. But that was basically one person with a ghost buddy, so we'll see, the green one said. Either way, Hitochin, I think you'll be an amazing underground hero. And Kaken, if I'm registered as an independent pro instead of a team, I think that we'll be better heroes than All Might, even if that apparently doesn't take that much. Hai's eyes grew wide, and he leaned forward a little. A kid that didn't seem to like All Might. But All Might was the best there was. Still don't get how you hate All Might. He's the best hero in the whole world, the blonde one said. He's the #1 hero in Japan, the green one corrected. Not the world, and that doesn't include underground heroes like Eraserhead. Now he's awesome, the purple one said. Still don't know who that is, the blonde one said. That's the point, the other two exclaimed. For underground pros, the whole point is that nobody's heard of them, the purple one said. And yet you two do, the blonde one said. He was on the case that saved me from my abusive parents, the purple one said. Wait, what? The blonde one asked, eyes wide. Yeah, my quirk and everything, the purple one said. Eraserhead was the one that actually came to the door in the first place to arrest them. I'd be still written as Quirkless if it wasn't for him. Wait, people actually thought you were Quirkless? The blonde one asked, clearly skeptical. My parents didn't want to register me, the purple one shrugged. Which is nice, because now you're part of our friend group, the green one said happily. Hai rolled his eyes. Seriously, what was with these weirdos? This was just ridiculous, honestly. And that still didn't explain how that green one didn't like All Might. It clearly wasn't just the fact that there were probably better heroes out there, and Hai was really curious. The purple one gave a small smile, then gave the green one a hug. Yeah, it's nice to be in a friend group, especially when one of the people in it is really short. Hey, I'm not that short. The green one pouted while the blonde one laughed. Deku, just face it, you're short, you runt. The blonde one laughed. The green one Deku glared at the blonde. Kaken, I'm not short. You kinda are, Izuku, the purple one said with a snort. Deku, or was it Izuku? What was this kid's name? Pouted at the purple one again. Hitochin, that's not true. The blonde Kaken, Hai was guessing, and the purple one Hitochin burst out laughing. Deku Izuku just pouted, which looked really funny, and Hai couldn't help it. He burst out laughing, too. Izudeku screw it. That was his new name jumped. Then looked directly at Hai, who stopped laughing in shock, staring right back. After a few seconds, Kaken and Hitochin stopped laughing and stared over in the direction of Hai. But they didn't look directly at him. Izuku? Hitochin asked. Is there something wrong? There's a ghost over there, Izuku said. Wait, you can't see me? Hai whispered. Oh, really? Kaken asked. Deku, you idiot. You'd better not be planning on making another contract. He clenched his fists, then unclenched them. And fire appeared. Hai yelped, then fell backwards, landing in a bush. Instantly, 2 other ghosts appeared by Hai, helping him up. Hai blinked at them in surprise. One of them was wearing all green and had a pair of wings, while the other was wearing blue and had a cardigan around her neck. What? You all right? The winged one asked, clearly concerned. What the Hai started just as Izudeku, who was now standing between the 2 ghosts, gave him a worried look. It's nice to meet you, but are you all right? Izudeku asked. I mean, you did just fall out of that tree. I'm fine, Hai said. After all, he was a ghost, he was dead technically. He couldn't feel pain. Why was this boy worried? He already knew that he was a ghost. Must be nice to have a quirk that allowed him to see ghosts. But what was with these other 2 ghosts, and where did they disappear to? What the heck? That's good, Izudeku said. Why was he acting like nothing happened? I'm Izuku. What's your name? Hai said. Hai? Izudeku asked. Yeah, that name was just going to stick. It had already grown on Hai. Hai said. Oh, Izudeku said. Sorry about that. It's nice to meet you, Hai. Nice to meet you, too, Hai said. Then flinched as Kaken and Hitochin walked closer. Who the hell is there? Kaken yelled. Izudeku gave Hai a surprised look, then noticed that he was looking at Kaken with fear in his eyes. Quickly putting 2 and 2 together, Izudeku said. Kaken, I think you're scaring him. Kaken opened his mouth as if to protest, but Hitochin suddenly said, Well, would you look at the time? I'm sure your dad's waiting for us for dinner, Izuku. So we're just gonna head over to your place, and you can talk to this ghost, or whatever. With that, Hitochin literally dragged a kicking and screaming Kaken away. How could that kid do that without feeling embarrassed? Seriously, what the heck? Izuku watched as the two left. Then he turned to Hai with a big smile on his face. Sorry about Kaken, he's loud, and can be scary to people that don't know him that well, and even those that do know him, Izuku said, flinching slightly. Looking like he was recalling a memory. Was he actually friends with that boy? I can handle loud noises of fire, Hai said quietly. Thankfully, Izuku didn't press further. Gotcha. Fear of fire, I don't blame you. It's how I died, Hai blurted, then cursed silently. He didn't know this boy. Why was he telling him how he died? Oh, death by fire that had to hurt. A boy ghost wearing god-awful green and black suddenly said, appearing out of nowhere, causing Hai to jump back and yelp. How did you do that? Hai exclaimed. It's my quirk. I can make contracts with ghosts. And they kinda just appear and disappear as they want and scare the ever-loving soul out of people when they do, Izuku said, glaring at the green ghost, who smirked and shrugged. Come on, gotta have some fun, the ghost said. You're supposed to be the insecure one. In what way is jump scaring the teacher fun? Izuku asked, causing Hai to snort in laughter. The ghost gestured at Hai. He finds it funny. Besides, I'm also supposed to be intrusive thoughts. Remus did stuff like that, too. At least I don't eat deodorant and keep you awake at the crack of dawn. Only because Odin would kill you again if you did, Izuku pointed out. The ghost shrugged. A reason's a reason. What? Hai asked. They both looked at him. Oh, part of the contract he makes lets us ghosts control part of his personality, the ghost said. For example, I'm in control of his insecurities and intrusive thoughts, mostly the former. But hey, I love pulling pranks. So does Dasu. What is with you two and your pranks? Izuku said. At least you aren't getting in trouble for them in school, the ghost said. We don't go that far. I know, but still, Izuku said, then turned back to Hai. Well, I'm glad that you're all right. Hai. Mind if I ask why you were sitting in the tree in the first place? Hai shrugged. Honestly, I'm bored. Huh? The ghost and Izuku asked at the same time. The whole being dead thing is boring, Hai said. Point if you get the reference. I'm just floating around doing nothing. I don't even know any ghosts that I meet. I don't have any friends. So I'm just left watching kids play and wish that I could as well. Izuku and the ghost exchanged a look. Then they both looked at Hai. You know, there might be something that we can do about that, the ghost said. What? Hai asked, blinking in surprise. Well, you see, I'm not the only ghost that Izuku has a contract with, the ghost said. There's 5 of us at the moment. I'm actually the most recent to make a contract with him. Maybe, if you'd like, you can join us. Izuku would be able to use your quirk, and in exchange, you would control some part of his personality, and you'd also get life force from him. Wait, what? Hai exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. Izuku scratched the back of his neck. I can create and share life force. That's how I make contracts with ghosts like Duke here. I'd give you a new name. Then you'd be one of us if you want, that is. We can all communicate telepathically with each other, and Izuku, we're one big happy family. The ghost Duke, was it? Said happily. That sounds amazing. But why are you offering something like that? Hai asked. Don't I look like a villain? Hun, I was a villain, and let me tell you, you clearly ain't one, Duke said. I mean, you look like a kid, for frick's sake. Hai hesitated, then reached up and touched the scales that lined his face. You don't think I'm freaky? Of course not, Izuku and Duke exclaimed. In fact, you look really cool, Duke added. Hai's eyes grew wide, and he felt tears come to his eyes, which he quickly wiped away. Well, if you want me on your team, then I guess I'd love to join, Hai said. Sweet, Izuku said, then held his hand out. For a new name, how about Darnell? Hai thought for a few seconds. That has a nice ring to it, I accept. With that, he took Izuku's hand, and an orange string appeared around Izuku and Hai no, Darnell's wrists, then disappeared as Darnell's scales turned orange. His shirt became orange, too, and he was wearing black shorts with a black bow in his red hair. Darnell Midoriya, a voice said. Izuku's deceit. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share life force. By giving Darnell a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another dark side. Darnell is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of life force, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Darnell's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. And it gives Darnell a room in the dark side of the Mind Palace. As Darnell is younger than Izuku is, his appearance will stay the way that it is instead of appearing the same age as Izuku. This holds true for all sides. Welcome to the family. A girl's voice suddenly piped up. Hey, Duke, bring Darnell to the Mind Palace so we can all introduce ourselves. Oh, and Izuku. You might want to head home, Hasashi's probably getting worried. Right, Izuku said. So let's go, Duke said out loud, then grabbed Darnell's hand and disappeared. Sleep, patience, and recklessness. Quick note. I'm well aware of Aburo's actual situation, but I'll give an explanation, but 2 points if you know what it is. None of the three were completely sure how they'd become friends, honestly. At least, Aburo wasn't completely sure how he'd become friends with Peyton and Ramai. Apparently, those two had known each other for a really long time, but they'd kinda adopted Aburo as their friend when they'd first met him. Aburo was fine with that, honestly, even if he was still wondering where half his soul seemed to be. Sure, as a ghost, he was whole, but there was always something at the back of his mind that seemed to be wrong, like there was something missing. Anyway, it wasn't exactly a nice day. It was raining, and while Aburo loved the rain, Peyton and Ramai weren't exactly fans. They both drowned in a storm, so Aburo could understand why. At the moment, they were hanging out at an abandoned bus stop, waiting for the rain to stop, and while Peyton and Ramai were having a quiet conversation, Aburo was just staring at the rain, thinking about the day with that cat. No. That was the past. That was when he was alive. Yeah, he missed his old friend, because they knew when he needed them the most. Yeah, Peyton and Ramai were cool and all, but it was just different. 2 points if you got the reference there. But still, Aburo wasn't alive anymore. He just needed to move on. Yeah, that was something he could do. Ah, my wings are getting soaked. All three ghosts jumped and looked to see a boy with wings and a girl a ghost. Aburo realized after a few seconds also with wings land just out of the bus stop canopy and then walk under so they were out of the rain. The boy shook off his wings, then they disappeared, and he looked at the girl ghost. I thought you said it wasn't going to rain this bad, the boy said. Because otherwise you would have said that we wouldn't need to go for a fly. The ghost girl said happily. But you're gonna need to be able to fly in the rain someday when you're a pro hero. Pro hero, huh? Aburo muttered. The boy and the ghost girl jumped, then looked at Aburo, Peyton, and Ramai, who were all staring at them. Oh my gosh, so sorry. Didn't realize that there were others here, the boy said. You can see ghosts, huh? Ramai asked. Well, yeah, the boy said. And you also have wings, Ramai said, then shrugged, making a Starbucks coffee appear and taking a sip. Not all ghosts could use their quirks after death from what Aburo could tell, but Ramai and Peyton could. Ramai could make any kind of food or drink appear. It was almost always coffee. But Aburo wasn't sure how it mattered now that they were dead. But oh well. Peyton could tell exactly how someone was feeling, and had been working on emotional manipulation before they had died. But wasn't able to do that yet, and Aburo wasn't sure that he could at all. But whatever. Strangely, neither decided to comment on the fact that Ramai was drinking Starbucks coffee. Yeah, the boy said. I can make a contract with different ghosts with my quirk, and I can use their quirks. The wings are actually Odin's quirk. He gestured at the ghost next to him, who waved, with a strangely straight-out black right arm. Hi, the ghost Odin said. I'm Odin, and this is Isuku. Oh, right, I hadn't introduced myself, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. Sorry about that. That's all right, Peyton said. I'm Peyton. This is Ramai. And this is Aburo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you, too, Izuku said. So, you three here to sit out the rain? Yeah, the rain, Ramai said, sipping his coffee. Odin gasped, covering Izuku's ears. You do not casually swear in front of my child. Wait, aren't you a little young to be his mother? Ramai asked, giving her an odd look. Since we're under a contract, I appear to be the same age as him at least. I will until he's as old as I was when I died. Then I'll stop aging, Odin explained. But he isn't my child by birth. But he's still my child. That makes no sense, Ramai said. Nah, makes perfect sense, Aburo said, then grinned at Odin and Izuku. Nice to meet you. Odin smiled, then carefully took her hands away from Izuku's ears. So mind if we sit out the rain here, too? Izuku asked. I think we can fly home, Odin said. Yeah, no, Izuku said. How can you fly with those winds? Seriously, that was hard. Not really, Odin said. You're a ghost, you aren't affected by the wind that much, Izuku protested. You can head home if you want to tell Dad where I am. But I'm waiting out the rain here. Odin sighed. Fine, we can wait. She sat down on one end of the bench. It was pretty big, really. Izuku sat next to her, but turned to Aburo, Ramai, and Peyton. So, want to play a game to pass the time? Izuku asked. Ooh, I love games, Aburo said. Okay, what do you want to play? Izuku asked. Guess the pro hero, Aburo said with a big grin on his face. Izuku grinned. I love this game. You want to go first, or me? I'll start, Aburo said. Okay, my quirk is called Gatling. You're Gunhead, Izuku said. I barely said anything, Aburo said. Izuku smirked. I'm good at this game. Okay, my quirk is called Hellflame. Endeavor, Aburo said. Okay, so completely name the hero from the quirk. This is gonna be fun. My quirk is Quad Arms. Fourth kind, Izuku said. My quirk is High Spec. Aburo snorted. Nezu. My quirk is Overclock. A clock too easy, Izuku said. My quirk is Shield. Crust, Aburo said. And too easy, huh? Okay. My quirk is Erasure. Huh. Eraserhead was an underground hero. There was no way. Eraserhead, Izuku said. Still too easy. Wait, you know about Eraserhead? Oboro exclaimed, his eyes wide. How? Nobody's heard of Eraserhead. Izuku smiled. He's one of my best friend's favorite pros, and Odin kinda knows every pro that she can know about. Pretty cool, honestly. Even I can't get that much of a read on him, and I've been trying, Oboro said. Really? Izuku asked. Why? Because he was one of my best buds back in school, Oboro said, which clearly surprised Izuku. Wait, you went to school with Eraserhead? Izuku asked. Oboro nodded. Yeah, we were great friends back before I died. Oh, Izuku said. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Oboro said, scratching the back of his neck. I wish that there was some way that I could talk to him, but he's probably already moved on. It's fine and all, but still, I miss him. Wait, does that mean you were a pro hero? Izuku asked. Oboro shook his head. No, I didn't actually get there. I died in an internship from a villain attack. Good all Eraserhead survived, thank God. But I didn't make it out of there alive. Loud cloud, Izuku whispered, causing Oboro to jump. Wait, you've heard of me? Oboro asked, which clearly also surprised Ramai and Peyton. My friend and I were looking through news articles involving Eraserhead, and we found one from his time as a student talking about the death of you, Izuku said awkwardly. Oh, Oboro said. Well, you learn something new every day, huh? But you guys actually went that far into the research rabbit hole to dig into Eraser's past. I know plenty about him, but Hitochin didn't, so yeah, Izuku said. Do you want to continue the game, or wait? I have an idea. What? Oboro asked. Easy, Izuku said with a grin. It would be pretty easy for me to figure out how to send Eraserhead a note from you. Wait, you would do that? Oboro asked excitedly. Wait, why does it sound like there's a catch? Ramai asked, them and Peyton standing up. I don't mind doing it honest, Izuku said. But, you've been to Ua. I mean, Odin has, too, but, Oboro said, encouraging him to continue. I'd like every advantage I can have while trying to get into Ua and become a pro hero, Izuku said. So, how about we continue this game? If you win, I give him the note I'm going to anyway. But you'll also get to decide on something else that I'll have to do. Izuku, Odin started. And if you win? Oboro grinned. Izuku smiled. If I win, can I make a contract with you? Oboro, that sounds really dangerous, Ramai started. I accept, Oboro said. Ramai sighed. Of freaking course you do. Peyton chuckled nervously. That's our friend. Rushing into things without thinking twice. All right, so it's my turn again, Izuku said, smirking. Spotted seal. Selkie, Oboro said. Serpentress. Uwabami, who missed the perfect opportunity to make an uwu pun in her name, Izuku said. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that, Oboro said. Blood control, Izuku said. Vlad King, Oboro said. Rabbit. Mirko, Izuku said. Engine. Ingenium, Oboro said. Somnambulist. Midnight, Izuku said, making a face. Heal. Recovery girl, Oboro said. Voice. Present mic, Izuku said. Sandstorm. Snatch, Oboro said. Flight. Captain Celebrity and American Hero. How original, Izuku said. Homing. Snipe, Oboro said. Iron Claws. Power Loader, Izuku said. Then suddenly paused for a few seconds. Then grinned. It looked a little creepy. One for all. Aburo paused. You, one for all? One for all? He'd never heard of it. What hero could possibly have that quirk? It didn't even give away what it did. It wasn't obvious like others. So who could it possibly be? Yeah, he probably shouldn't have entered this contest with this kid. He saw that now. But hey, from the looks of it, losing wouldn't be so bad. Aburo took a deep breath, then let it out. I've never heard of it. You have me stumped. So, who is it? Izuku grinned. One for all is the name of All Might's quirk. Rumai, Peyton, and Aburo all gasped, while Odin bit her lip. Wait, how do you know that? Peyton asked. And why is Odin annoyed at that question? Huh? Izuku asked. I can tell exactly how someone's feeling doesn't matter right now, Peyton said, going therapist mode trademark. As Aburo liked to call it, he was pretty sure Peyton had been a therapist in life, and Rumai had probably worked at Starbucks or some similar coffee place. What matters is that something here is going on, and I would like to know how in the world you even know the name of All Might's quirk when most of the world doesn't know. Ooh, Odin, you look guilty. You know something that the rest of us don't. I'd rather not talk about it, Odin said. But nice quirk. Were you a police detective when you were alive or something? Or something, Peyton said. And why don't you want to talk about it? Guys, Izuku started. That isn't really any of our business, if you don't mind me saying, Odin said. I do mind, 'cause no ordinary ghost would know that, Rumai said. So what? Were you All Might's sidekick or something? Excuse me? Odin exclaimed. Standing up and glaring at Rumai, Aburo noticed Peyton get defensive. So he guessed that Odin was beyond angry. Oh, am I right on? Rumai asked, smirking. Didn't realize that people from his agency knew the name of his quirk, though. I was never part of his agency in any life. I would never be his sidekick, Odin said. Rumai, Peyton said warningly. Why not? Rumai asked. All Might's the best pro hero ever. All Might doesn't even have a quirk of his own. He was just deemed worthy by Nana Shimura for a quirk that was just passed along, as if I was some kind of worthless hand-me-down, Odin exclaimed. Wait. As you were some kind of worthless hand-me-down? Aburo asked quietly, and they all went quiet. You, Odin said. Rumai's eyes grew wide. Wait. Are you even an actual ghost? Or are you one of those quirk consciouses? Oof. Quirk consciouses as ghosts were rare. And while Aburo had never actually met one, he knew that they couldn't go far from whoever they were the quirk of. As long as that person was alive, that is maybe even in death, he didn't really know. Odin looked like she was about to punch him. But she stopped herself and took a deep breath. Look, I'm not really a quirk conscious, Odin said. I mean, I did represent All Might's quirk. I was one for all for about 200 years. But I was once an actual person. It's only been less than a year since I was separated from the quirk, and I could finally live the rest of my ghostly days as a regular ghost. But then I ended up making a contract with Izuku here, which was honestly the best choice I could ever have made. Oh, Rumai said. Rumai, it's not nice to assume that someone's a quirk conscious, Peyton scolded. Well, now that that's all been said, I still lost the bet. So how does this contract thing work? Aburo asked, snapping them all out of their thoughts. Oh, right, Izuku said. Basically, I'll give you a new name. We shake on it. You become the same age as me, and you control part of who I am like Odin, who controls my ability to care for myself and others. There's also Yui, my morals and emotions, Yumio, my intelligence, Duke, my insecurities and intrusive thoughts. But he doesn't really do that last one. Thankfully, I'm 9, gonna be 10 before too long. Dasu, my creativity, and Darnell, my deceptiveness. In exchange, I get to use your quirk. And I also give you Lifeforce. Huh, Aburo said. Do you know what I'll be, controlling-wise? No, Izuku admitted. I don't know what determines it, honestly. Huh, Aburo said. What about me and Rumai? Peyton suddenly blurted, causing Odin, Izuku, and Aburo to jump and look at them. Huh? Izuku asked. Well, I mean, Aburo's kinda our friend. It just wouldn't be the same without him around, if you don't mind making contracts with us, too. That is, Peyton asked. Are you sure? Izuku asked. Both of you? Rumai shrugged. Sounds like fun. All right, I guess, Izuku said. So, coming up with names for all of you. Let's see for you, Aburo. How about Brazen? He held out his hand. Aburo smiled. Sounds good to me. He took Izuku's hand, and a dark blue string appeared and tied around both their wrists, then disappeared, and Aburo no. Brazen felt himself shrinking and growing younger, until he was the same age as Izuku. He was wearing a light gray sweatshirt, goggles similar to the ones from his former hero costume, a dark blue gi that felt similar to his former hero costume, too, leggings, and combat boots. There was also a bandage on his nose. Brazen Midoriya, a voice suddenly said. Izuku's recklessness. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Brazen a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming the first neutral side, who can access his room through a gray door that shall appear in the Mind Palace living room. As with the dark sides, Izuku can move rooms as he sees fit. Brazen is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Brazen's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. So now we have neutral side, huh? A new voice suddenly asked, surprising Brazen. Ooh, and he has blue, too. Hi, I'm Yui, in charge of morals and emotions. It's nice to meet you. He's a kid again, Ramai said. Brazen looked at them and Peyton. Well, Izuku did say I'd become a kid again, Brazen said happily, then floated over to Odin. All right, I guess it's your guys' turns. Ooh, I'll go first, Peyton said, then sat down in front of Izuku. If you don't mind, can you give me a gender-neutral one? Same with Ramai, we're non-binary. Ooh, nice, Odin said. Okay, but the names usually just pop into my head, Izuku said, then thought for a few seconds. How about Emery? Peyton thought for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded. I love it. Sweet, Izuku said, holding his hand out. Peyton took it, and a light brown string appeared around both their wrists, then disappeared, and Peyton no, Emery. That was going to be weird to say instead shrunk, until they were 9 years old again. And they were wearing a light brown cardigan with a white undershirt and brown shorts. Their pink hair was brushed to the side with a blue bow hair clip. Emery Midoriya, the voice said. Izuku's patience. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Emery a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming the fifth light side. Emery's room is in the regular Mind Palace. They are able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Emery's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. Nice to meet you. Another new voice said. I'm Dasu, the creativity. Can't wait to get to know you. Patience sounds nice, Yui said. I'm Yui, in charge of morals and emotions. I have a feeling that we're going to get along just great. Whoa, Ramai said, breaking them all out of their thoughts. I guess it's my turn. They all looked at Ramai. It was weird to think that Ramai was now the oldest one there. Emery smiled, then floated over to Odin and Brazen, who both smiled at them, then turned to Izuku and Ramai. How about, Izuku started. I'm also gender neutral, just so you know, Ramai said. Cool, Izuku said. So, how about Camry? Ramai smiled, then held out their hand. Love it, my dude. Wait, are you a dude? Or does having all these sides of different genders do something in your head? That topic must not be discussed until later in the story. The voice suddenly boomed out loud, making them all jump. Hey, no breaking the fourth wall, that's expensive, Odin said, then giggled. Anyway, pretend we didn't hear that. Avoid the topic, continue on. Izuku gave her an odd look, then shrugged and took Ramai's hand. A black string appeared around both their wrists, then disappeared. And Ramai became 9 years old, too, their black hair brushing to the side to match Emery's, having a pink bow as well. They were wearing a black leather jacket, gray shirt, leather jeans, and a new Starbucks coffee appeared in their hand. Camry Midoriya, the voice said, back to normal volume. Izuku's sleep. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Camry a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming the second neutral side, giving Camry a room in the neutral Mind Palace, accessible through the gray door in the Mind Palace living room. Camry is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Ramai's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. This also gives Camry a small area of the imagination called the Dreamland that can be used however they deem fit. Two neutral sides at once, totally not cool. A new voice piped up. I'm totally not Darnell, Izuku's deceit. And I don't speak in lies. Got it, my dude, right? Camry asked, sipping their coffee. No, Darnell said. He means yes, you'll get used to his way of speaking. He's done that ever since he became deceit. Another new voice said. I'm Duke, insecurities and intrusive thoughts Darnell, and I are the only dark sides at the moment. Good to know, Emery said. Nice to meet you, Duke. Wait, if you're insecurities, Does that mean you're really insecure? In a way, Duke said. But come on to the Mind Palace, can't wait to meet you. How do we do that? Brazen asked. Odin smiled, then grabbed Brazen with one hand. Then Emery and Camry with her other somehow, and they disappeared. Come on, Hope. We've been in this graveyard for forever. As always, Hope just shrugged and looked at Charon. Come on, it's not like we have anywhere to be, Charon. I just want to kick back and enjoy the day, don't you? Yes, Hope. We need to get up and seize the day, Midori said happily. But lying in the sun is so much fun, Hope said. We can seize the day by enjoying the sunlight, can't we? Hana sighed. How had she ended up in this group, anyway? Midori and Hope were sisters, somehow, and Charon had been Midori's best friend back before the three had passed away. Meanwhile, Hana had to get away from Tenko. Oh dear God. He killed Moni-chan. What the pain, the pain, the pain. Why couldn't OFA help her? Hey, Hana, don't you want to go somewhere else? Hana snapped out of her thoughts and looked at her friends, then gave a short nod. Well, I mean, Hope isn't completely wrong. It's nice out, and we're always moving around. We could stand to stay put for a day and enjoy the sunlight. But, Midori started. Come on, Midori, it's 2-on-2. And I guess that Hana's right, just fly laps round the graveyard if you can't stay still for that long. Charon said, rolling her eyes. But Hana knew that she wasn't really annoyed, and she'd probably actually join Midori in her laps around the graveyard before too long. Midori thought for a few seconds, then nodded. Yeah, I'll go some laps around the graveyard. With that, she began to fly towards the edge of the graveyard to go some laps. Hana rolled her eyes, then went and laid down next to Hope. I'll join you over here, I guess. Yay, Hope said, then yawned. I'm tired. How do you get tired? Charon asked, giving Hope an odd look. Seriously, we're ghosts. We theoretically can't get tired. Nobody else gets tired. Yet you somehow do. Hope shrugged, then closed her eyes. I'm gonna take a nap. And nod. She's asleep, Hana said, then shrugged, sitting up and looking off into the distance. Just as she heard a very familiar laugh. Charon and Hana looked into the distance to see a small group of people walking towards the graveyard. After a few seconds, Hana realized that only 3 of the people were real. There were 3 ghosts with them. I still don't get why we're doing this, one of the living ones, a blonde boy, said angrily. I just want to know how you dragged me with, another living one with purple hair said. Sorry, Dad said that I couldn't go alone, the last living one, he had green hair, said, sounding really sorry. But you have Odin, Yui, and Emery with us, and there are others in that thick skull of yours, the blonde boy said, knocking on the green one's head, causing the green one to laugh. I know it's been more than a year, but Dad's just worried about me getting hurt, the green boy said. I mean, I'm happy that he's concerned, but I can look after myself. We'll be going to middle school before he knows it. Still think you should just do online middle school and just wait until high school, the purple one said, then yawned. I mean, you're smart enough to do it. I could, but then I wouldn't see my best friends every day, the green one said, hugging the other 2. Then the 3 ghosts laughed, and that's when Hana was able to pinpoint the laugh. One of the ghosts had familiar blonde hair, wings, a green dress. And even though she looked way younger, Hana knew that face anywhere. It was OFA. Instantly, Hana stood up, causing Charon to yelp in surprise, which woke up Hope, and it caused Midori to come over. Meanwhile, the ghosts and the green boy all looked at them. And OFA landed on the ground, along with the other 2 ghosts. Wait, why had the green boy looked over? Could he hear ghosts or something? Was that why those 3 were following him? OFA blinked a few times, then turned to the group. The other 2 boys looked confused, then seemed to say something before walking over. Instantly, Hana took a few steps forward as well, which greatly confused Charon. Hana, Charon whispered. Is something up? Hana didn't say anything as she continued to walk forward, stopping when she was just a few meters from OFA, who stopped as well. Hana? OFA asked. OFA, Hana exclaimed. Who? Midori asked as she, Charon, and Hope came over. The other 2 ghosts that had been with OFA came over. And Hana realized something. Hey, OFA, who are these ghosts? And wait, where's User? Hana started. Wait, you know Odin? One of the other 2 ghosts, a girl. Hana wasn't sure what the other one was suddenly said. Odin, Hana asked, making a face. I know OFA. OFA flinched. Hana, it's been a really long time, hasn't it? I haven't seen you since you were 6 years old. Wait, you don't look that much older. Hana bit her lip, looking at OFA. Well, you look like you're a kid again. OFA chuckled. Well, yeah, I'm 10 years old again, but how old are you? Oh dear, I should be asking how and why you died young. Did the others in your family die too? How long ago? Oh dear, was someone responsible? If so, then I'm gonna go back to user 8 and make him hunt those peeps down. I swear to God. What? The unknown ghost said, blinking. The girl ghost looked at the other ghost. Hana. I'm going to guess that Odin means the granddaughter of one of the users. I see, the ghost said, then smiled at Hana, then at Midori, Charon, and Hope. Well, it's nice to meet all of you. Who are you? Charon snapped. No, EFF that. Who are all of you? Ooh, introducing ourselves, the girl ghost said happily. Hi, I'm Yui. I'm Emery, the other ghost said. I'm Odin, that's my new name these days. Hana, OFA said, smiling at Hana. Then she looked at Midori, Charon, and Hope. And you three are? I'm Midori, Midori said, stretching a little. I'm Hope, Hope said, then yawned. I'm Charon, but how do you know Hana? Charon said. Hana looked at Charon. OFA here used to haunt my grandma, and she'd babysit if grandma needed her to. Wait, she haunted your grandma and babysat you? Midori asked, clearly confused. Long story, OFA said. And it's Odin these days, Hana. Hana blinked at her. Why? Because that's what the latest user wants to call you. OFA or Odin, whatever said. Well, I'm not exactly tied to the users anymore. She smiled. I'm a free ghost now. There was a pause. Wait, what? Hana exclaimed, eyes wide. Odin chuckled, scratching the back of her neck. Yeah, something happened. And now, I'm my own ghost. Been about a year now since I saw user 8 in person. Whoa, Hana said. I didn't know you could even go far from the users, though. Still don't know what's going on, Charon said pointedly. Like said, something happened, Odin said, then looked at Charon. Basically, I was tied to a person that could pass me to someone else. And those people could as well. So I was passed from one person to another because of that. But about a year ago, that tie broke. And she tied herself to someone else, Yui said. Ironically. Huh? Hana asked. Just as the green-haired boy walked over. Hi? The boy said, causing Hana, Charon, Midori, and Hope to jump. Wait, you can't see us? Charon exclaimed. What the F***? Odin gasped, then covered the green boy's ears. No swearing in front of my child. Odin? Hana said, raising an eyebrow. Hate to break it to you, but there's no way that you have a kid. She basically adopted him, Emery said. And no swearing in front of children in general. Odin, all of the ghosts present are children. Oh, right, or, well, have the appearance of, Odin said, then looked at Charon. Young lady, no swearing, if you'd please. Why should I listen to you? Charon snapped. But seriously, how the heck can this boy see us? Odin hesitated for a few seconds, then brought her hands away from the boy's ears, and he instantly gave her an odd look. Why do you do that every time someone says, the boy started? Don't finish that thought. You aren't allowed to say that word until you're in high school at least, Odin said. Oh, the boy said. Okay, Mom. Odin smiled at the boy, then turned to Charon. This is Izuku. His quirk allows him to see ghosts and make contracts with us. That sounds like the dumbest quirk ever, Charon said. I mean, what? Does making contracts with ghosts mean you're better at spying? How about breaking contracts? Betrayal. You shouldn't put faith in the dead. Most are backstabbing idiots. She rolled her eyes. That's just stupid. Why, would you stab him in the back? Yui asked. PSH, of course, not unless I got a better deal, Charon said. But you wouldn't, and that's the point, Emery said. I mean, you don't really get a better deal than what Izuku can give. But that's not the point right now. Basically, that's why he can see us. Huh, Charon said, clearly not impressed. Either way, yeah, Emery said. So, you made a contract with Izuku? Hana asked. Well, yeah, Odin said. Izuku gave Odin a confused look. Do you know this girl, Mom? Well, remember when I told you about the Shimuras? Odin asked. Yeah, Tenko and Hana, Izuku said. Wait, you told him about us? Hana asked, eyes wide. Huh? Izuku asked. Oh, wait, you must be Hana then, right? Well, yeah, Hana said. Then who are the rest of you? Izuku asked. I'm Midori, Midori said. I'm Hope, Hope said, then yawned. And I'm Charon, Charon said. The rest of you already introduced yourselves. She glared over at the other two boys, who both seemed to be waiting. For whatever reason. Those are my friends, they can't see ghosts unless I have a contract with them, Izuku said. Oh, Charen said. Well, it's been nice to see you again, Hana, Odin said. Although you were supposed to live a lot longer. What happened, anyway? Hana bit her lip, not liking this change of subject. Yui poked Odin's shoulder. You know that you shouldn't ask that, Odin. Oh, sorry, Odin said. You don't have to answer that. Hana, I shouldn't have asked. Why did I ask in the first place? Anyway, I care. That's why, but I should care more about the way you probably feel about that question. Tenko, Hana blurted before she could stop herself. Odin paused, so did Yui, Emery, and Izuku. What? Odin asked. Mentally, Hana was cursing, or, well, close enough to it for an 8-year-old ghost. Why had she said that? Well, too late to take it back. Tenko got his quirk when he was 5. Hana said quietly, which surprised Charen, Midori, and Hope. After all, Hana never talked about her past family, or her past in general, really. Okay, Odin said slowly. Did something happen when he did? Hana bit her lip. Hana, Midori said slowly. When Tenko developed his quirk. A year late, but still there, Hana said, smiling slightly, then frowning again. It wasn't good. Honestly, it was awful. She shivered. I hated it. His quirk destroyed everything, Moni-chan, me, our family, our home. She burst out sobbing. Everyone jumped, and instantly, Odin had Hana wrapped in a hug, and Hana started sobbing into Odin's shoulder. After a few awkward seconds, Yui joined the hug as well. Then Midori did. Then Hope. Then Charen. Then a confused Izuku and Emery. After a few minutes, Hana was done crying, and everyone backed away slowly, staying close just in case. You all right? Odin asked. Hana wiped away some of her tears, then slowly nodded. Sorry. It's all right, Odin said. Well, it is if you are, that is. Hana smiled. I'm fine. Good, Odin said, then wiped away the remainder of Hana's tears. There, all good now. Hana giggled a little at that. Suddenly, a phone started ringing, causing them all to jump. Izuku blushed, then took his phone out. It looked really new and looked at it. Dad wants me back home before too long, Izuku said. Something came up with mother. Oh, Emery, Yui, and Odin said. Yeah, Izuku said, putting the phone back in his pocket, to which Charen snorted, muttering. Why do boys' pants have to have good pockets, while girls are left with small pockets? Izuku gave Hana, Charen, Hope, and Midori a sheepish smile. Sorry, but we have to go. Will we see you guys again? Hana asked, glancing at Odin. We might come back after some time. But who knows, Emery said. Oh, Hana said. Then, she bit her lip, took a deep breath, then just blurted. Then can I come with you guys? They all jumped as Hana scratched the back of her neck. I know that it's really weird to just ask, but I haven't seen Odin in so long, and you're kinda one of the only familiar things I've had in a long time. And, Hana started, then cut herself off. Sorry, but can I? Well, you probably can, but you'd probably have to make a contract with me, Izuku said. Well, I'm fine with that, Hana said. So you're just gonna leave us? Midori asked, giving Hana a concerned look. Hana looked at Midori. I'm sorry, Midori, but I knew Odin when I was alive, and it's just. Charen said, then stuck her nose in the air. Well, if you're going with them, how about we come along, too? Izuku, Odin, Emery, and Yui asked at the same time. Well, I'm not gonna speak for Midori and Hope, but I've gotten used to having Hana around. Besides, I want to prove that your contracts are stupid, Charen said. I think it sounds like a fun idea, Midori said. Same, Hope said, then yawned. Oh, got it, Izuku said. So, basically, how this works is that I come up with a new name for you. We shake on it. And if you're older than me, you become the same age as me. Then we can communicate telepathically, and you'll get the rest from there. Got it, Hana, Charen, Hope, and Midori said. Izuku bit his lip, then turned to Hana, holding his hand out. How about Darlina? Hana thought for a few seconds, then smiled. It has a nice ring to it, I like it. With that, she took his hand. And a gray string appeared around both their wrists, disappearing, and Hana's clothes changed to a gray dress, but her hair remained the same. Darlina Midoriya, a voice said, and Hana no, Darlina's head, almost making her jump. Izuku's innocence and fears. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Darlena a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another neutral side, giving Darlena a room in the neutral Mind Palace, accessible through the gray door in the Mind Palace living room. Darlena is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Darlena's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. This also gives Darlena a small area of the imagination, also accessible through the Mind Palace library called Memory Lane, where a house represents each of the sides, and their memories can be viewed at. Ooh, gonna have to check that out later, a new voice said, surprising Darlena a little bit. Hello, I'm Yumio, Izuku's logic. I'm in control of the Mind Palace library, so I have a feeling that I will be seeing you there. We'll all love to meet you. Another voice said. I'm brazen, recklessness wait. You'll probably be keeping me in check. I'm pretty sure that will not be a problem, Yumio said. Anyway, time for the next contract, Yui said. Izuku smiled, then turned to Charon, holding his hand to her. How about Hura? Charon snorted, but smirked. Nice name. With that, she took Izuku's hand, and a dark red string appeared, then disappeared. But Charon shrunk a little bit, looking to be 10 years old again. She was wearing a red shirt that had a fire design and khaki shorts that seemed to have big pockets, and her hair was styled around the horns on top of her head. A black bow was tied around one of her horns. Hura Midoriya, the voice said again. Izuku's wrath. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Hura a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another dark side, giving Hura a room in the Dark Mind Palace, accessible through the black door in the Mind Palace living room. Hura is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Hura's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. Charon no. Hura's eyes grew wide, and she stared at Izuku. Well, you weren't kidding when you said that there's no better contract to be made, Hura said. What? Midori asked. You'll see, Hura said, stepping back as Hope yawned again. Izuku turned to her, then held out his hand. How about Dot? Izuku asked. Hope yawned, nodding as she took Izuku's hand. A dull pink sting appeared, then disappeared. Hope wait, Dot's clothes changed to a dull pink pair of pajamas. A gray stuffed cat appeared in her hands, and she hugged it, smiling. Dot Midoriya, the voice said. Izuku's sloth. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Dot a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another neutral side, giving Dot a room in the neutral Mind Palace, accessible through the gray door in the Mind Palace living room. Dot is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Dot's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. You seem tired, Dot. I'm Camry, the sleep side, a new voice said. Looks like we'll be working hand in hand. Nice, Dot said, not seeming surprised at all at the voices in her head. Izuku finally turned to Midori. He thought for a few seconds, then held out his hand. How about Yuki? Midori smiled. I love it. With that, she took his hand, and a dark green string appeared. Then disappeared, and Midori wait. Yuki became slightly smaller, and she was wearing a gray crop top and dark green skin-tight shorts that reached her knees. Her hair was in a ponytail. Yuki Midoriya, the voice said. Izuku's health nut side. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Yuki a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another neutral side, giving Yuki a room in the neutral Mind Palace, accessible through the gray door in the Mind Palace living room. Yuki is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Yuki's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. Oh dear, does this mean less sweets? Yui asked. Wait, how many sweets do you all eat? Yuki asked. Because we need to eat healthy. That's what I keep saying, Yumio said. I'm Yumio, Izuku's logic, by the way. Nice to meet you, Yuki said. Now, what's this Mind Palace place? Odin, Yui, and Emery all grabbed onto Darlena, Hura, Dot, and Yuki. Then they disappeared, heading to the Mind Palace. Izuku smiled, then headed over to Kaken and Hitoshi to tell them what had just happened, and that Hasashi needed him to get home. Hopefully, it was nothing too bad. Well, apparently, Inko had decided that she wanted to see Izuku again. But she didn't want to come to Japan to see him, so instead, she was paying for a plane ticket for Izuku to fly all the way to Scotland for a few months, insisting that she would pay for him to do schooling online during that time. And if he really wanted, she would figure out a good time for him to call home at least once a week during that time. Odin wasn't completely sure if it was a good idea after all. She was still wary about Inko as a general rule. But Yumio insisted that it might be a good idea, seeing that it would also give Izuku experience speaking English for a while, and he would be able to understand a new accent of said language. Odin had thought about that, but said that they would definitely have to talk to Kaken, Hitoshi, and Hasashi at least once a week, and she didn't want to stay in Scotland for more than 2 months. All of this had been approved, so they would be heading to Scotland in 3 weeks, so there would be enough time to get Izuku registered for online school, for at least the time that they were there, and get him started so he would be used to it by the time he went to Scotland. Yumio was excited about this. He insisted that they go through online schooling as fast as possible, so they could maybe finish the school year early and focus on preparing for middle school then. Not that they really needed to, but point taken. Kaken and Hitoshi made him promise to be back before they went to middle school. Of course, though, Hitoshi insisted that he try to get ahead, so he wouldn't actually have to go to middle school. To which Kaken responded that he refused to go to middle school with only Mind Freak as a friend. To which Hitoshi joked about how glad he was that Kaken considered him to be his friend, which led to bickering. And so on. It was really funny. So, the time passed. Izuku got enrolled in online school. Was finished with 3 days of it by the time a day had passed. And was done with a month of it by the end of the week, which was when it was time for him to head to Scotland. Yeah, this was going to be interesting. Social life and depression. I'm going to start with Izuku's point of view for this part. Izuku took a deep breath as he looked around the airport where Inko and her new boyfriend were going to pick him up. What if they don't show up? Darlena wondered, fear trickling in. Inko didn't like Izuku because of his previous quirkless state. You don't think that dislike stuck around from then, right? Duke asked, making Izuku feel insecure. She'll be here, Emery said. We just have to be patient. Who thinks that we should just find somewhere to sit? Dot yawned. Or take a nap. That sounds nice. Nah, we should start running around trying to find them, or find somewhere that we can do squats or something. Yuki suggested. We were sitting and napping for hours. Still surprised that we managed to get our passport and all that together so fast, Yumio said. I thought that it wouldn't work that way. And is anyone else still surprised that we were sent on this trip without proper parental supervision? This is Izuku's first time flying, and yet he was expected to know exactly what to do in order to get all the way to Scotland. Maybe Inko and Hasashi just don't care if we get lost, Duke said. Please tone down on the insecurities, Odin said, sending a wave of care through the whole Mind Palace to calm everyone down. Inko set this up, and while most of us haven't known Hasashi for that long, we all still know that he cares deeply about Izuku and every single one of us. He wouldn't just send us here if there was a chance that Inko wouldn't show up. As for the airport thing, remember, he did ask us if any of us had ever flown in a plane before. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all that Yui and Hury are the only ones out of us all that have flown in a plane before, Darnell said. My parents thought that it would be a good idea for me to get a cultural perspective of different countries, Yui said sheepishly. Not that it helped, I was still never smart enough for them. You are very intelligent, considering you were 16 when you met your demise, Yumio said. They didn't think so, Yui said. Hury still makes sense, Darnell said. Hury scoffed. Planes are convenient to travel in. They're expensive, Camry said. I mean, Yui's admitted that her family had money, but you're starting to sound like a rich girl. Huh, Hury said. My parents just traveled a bunch and brought me with them before they died and left me in Japan. Wait, you never said your parents died, Odin said. Well, Mom, you never asked, Hury said. Well, whatever. Let's just find these two and get out of this airport. That person next to you clearly hasn't heard of personal space. Get back, dude. Hury. This is an airport, there are plenty of people. And we can't just demand people to stay back from us, Yumio started. Izuku. Izuku turned his head to see Inko standing next to a tall, thin man. She was waving at him. Izuku smiled a little, picking his bag up a little more and walking over. Yumio, do you think you can activate your quirk to analyze Inko's boyfriend? Izuku asked. Let's see if it decides to like me today, Yumio said. His name is Stuart Bruce, and his quirk is called Aura. He is able to read a person's aura and tell what they are feeling at any given moment. I'm not completely sure, but I think he is also able to see all of us in your aura. I can try to copy his quirk later and test it out, Yui said happily. Good to know, Izuku said as he got over to Inko and Stuart. Nice to see you again, Izuku, Inko said in Japanese. What? Does she think we're stupid? Duke asked. I mean, we're all fluent in English, but are we not supposed to be? Nice to see you again, too, Mom, Izuku said in perfect English, surprising Inko and Stuart. Wait, since when could you? Inko started. English isn't that hard of a language when you've been learning it since you were really young, and Odin and Dad slip into English half the time. So even if I had a hard time, I'd have it figured out by now, Izuku said happily. There, Izuku said. Even if we aren't supposed to be fluent in English. I gave a good reason as to why we'd all know it. Good way to phrase that, Yumio said. I see, Inko said. Then put a hand on Stuart's arm. Izuku, this is my boyfriend, Stuart. Nice to meet you, Izuku, Stuart said, kneeling down to look Izuku in the eye. But he was still a little bit too tall. Nice to meet you, too, Stuart, Izuku said. Please don't be skeptical. Odin, he's probably not that bad, Izuku said. I'd still rather be in Japan. Hasashi, Hito-chan, and Kaken are there, Odin said. You're just unsure about Inko because you haven't met her before, Yui said. Honestly, I'm pretty sure most of us are. I'm not, Darnell said. See? Yui asked. I know, but still, Odin said. She did leave not long after Izuku was declared quirkless. You really don't like discrimination, do you? Dasu asked. Of course not, Odin said. 1 out of every 5 people you meet is quirkless, and yet they're treated like dirt. It's not fair, especially since quirkless people have gotten us off this planet. And in the past 200 years, people with quirks really haven't gotten us further in technology, but have the nerve to act as if people without quirks are completely useless. I know I hate it, too. But we can change that view someday, Yui said, sending a wave of happiness. After all, we are planning on making Izuku into a great hero someday, and when we're one of the best, because let's be honest, there are currently 0.14 of us, including Izuku, and working together as a team. We're going to do great. We can make statements and try to change the world's view. That sounds really thought out. Great job, Yui, Yumio said. Thank you, Yui said. Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm getting pretty hungry. How about we stop somewhere and grab something to eat? Stuart suddenly asked, breaking through Izuku's inner conversation. Hopefully something healthy. We gotta stay strong, Yuki said. Come on, Yuki. You've been trying to get us to eat only healthy food for almost the past month, Yui said. Surely we can just have a treat. Staying healthy, Yuki insisted. We shouldn't make requests on what to eat after all. We don't know any restaurants around here, Duke said. Besides, we don't want to seem picky. If they get mad about us saying something about what we want to eat, too bad, Hury said. I mean, come on, they made us come here. Food sounds nice, Izuku said. Guys, remember, Stuart can read emotions. Can you please stop changing my emotions every second? Izuku asked. We're trying to look sane here. I'm sorry, there are 14 voices in your head, including your own. All the rest from dead people. I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be defined as perfectly sane, Hury snapped. All right, let's get going. Want me to carry your suitcase, Izuku? Inko asked, reaching for his suitcase. Thanks, but I'm good, Izuku said, holding his suitcase a little tighter. Aren't you tired, though, champ? Stuart asked. I mean, you did just get off the plane. Tired of sitting. But that's about it, and Yuki is the only one really complaining about that, Izuku said. Who? Inko and Stuart asked at the same time. Izuku smiled. Oh, Yuki's one of my sides. I'll introduce you to her later. Sides? Stuart asked, clearly confused. Wait, you mean like Odin and Yui, right? Inko asked. Who and who? Stuart asked, clearly confused. You'll meet them later. It's a crowded place. And I don't think it would be a good idea to have you meet them right now, Izuku said. Not a good idea? Dasu asked. More like we would suddenly become a crowd. I'll tell Inko that there are 13 of you later, Izuku said. Stuart gave Izuku an odd look, but shrugged. Well, let's get going. It's about 3 o'clock, so there shouldn't be too many people grabbing something to eat. Yep, Inko said. Now, let's go to the car. Izuku nodded, then followed the 2 adults. Hey, Colin. Colin looked at his twin. Sup, Kimmy? Kimmy flinched at the name, and Colin did too, regretting saying it just after it slipped off his tongue. Sorry, Colin said. It's all right. I mean, I still haven't decided on a different one, Kimmy said, fiddling with a loose thread on their shirt. Well, what's up? Colin asked. Colin looked around as well. They were in the country in Scotland, and all they could see was the grass and rolling hills. I mean, there aren't that many people or ghosts out here. It would be nice to make new friends, Colin said happily. People can't see us. And I don't think that most ghosts would want to be friends with us, Kimmy said, shifting uncomfortably. Colin sighed. Listen, it shouldn't matter to ghosts that we don't have quirks. Seriously. Kimmy bit their lip. But still, I just don't want to have to deal with that. People will be so mean about it. Colin sighed, sitting up and patting the grass next to him. After a few seconds, Kimmy sat next to him, and Colin pulled his twin into a hug, rubbing their back as Kimmy started crying. SHH, it's okay, Colin said gently. As if he hadn't said this thousands of times already to his twin, it still broke his undead heart. It had when they were young kids diagnosed as quirkless. It had when their parents became abusive towards them. It had when Kimmy discovered that they were non-binary. It had when their parents had found out. It had when their bodies went missing a few days later. And it still did, even now that they were dead. Kimmy just quietly sobbed as Colin held his twin close. After about 10 minutes, Kimmy stopped crying and sat back up. All right, so how about we go to a graveyard to recharge on Lifeforce, Colin suggested. Few ghosts, fewer people, and we're pretty low anyway. Honestly, Colin was aching to see other ghosts. He didn't like this isolation. But he also didn't like the idea of leaving his twin alone. So if Kimmy would rather be isolated, then Colin could hope that other ghosts would be at the graveyard. And if there weren't any, then oh well, they'd run into more ghosts eventually. Kimmy thought for a few seconds, then nodded. That sounds nice, I guess. Awesome, Colin said, getting up and pulling Kimmy up, too. Let's go. With that, the two took off flying. Colin laughed as he did a flip in the air, coming back to Kimmy, who looked bored. Isn't this fun, Kimmy? Yeah, I guess, Kimmy said. Colin's smile turned into a frown, and he sighed. Come on, don't you find anything fun anymore? We're ghosts, quirkless ghosts, Kimmy said. What's supposed to be fun? Colin sighed again. Come on, Kim. He cut himself off, then took a deep breath. Come on. Yeah, we're done with life. But we still have our afterlife to have all the fun we didn't in life. Including meeting other ghosts, maybe getting enough life force to be able to go on a long journey to leave Scotland. Or flying on a plane or something. But none of this is fun, Kimmy said. Colin sighed. All right, I guess, he turned away. But Kimmy suddenly started talking. The afterlife is boring, it's as meaningless as life had been, Kimmy said in a monotone voice. What's the point of it all? There isn't one, that's the truth. All we did in life was survive. And now that we're dead, there's no difference, we're just surviving by going to a graveyard or whatever to get enough life force to keep going on. But what's the point? We're just existing when there isn't really a point to it. They took a deep breath. You know what? You go on ahead to the graveyard without me. I don't want to do this anymore. With that, Kimmy stopped, then flew downwards fast. Colin jolted in surprise, then began to fly after Kimmy, who was somehow really fast. Kimmy never moved that fast. Colin had always been the faster one. Kimmy disappeared into the ground, and Colin tried to follow. But under the Earth's surface was basically impossible to navigate. After searching around, Colin went back above ground, and promptly felt the last of his life force start fading. Colin's eyes went wide, and his eyes darted around. How had his last life force drained so fast? He and Kimmy should have been able to get to the graveyard without any problem. Did that mean Kimmy's life force was almost gone, too? Oh ghost, were they about to become wraths? No, this wasn't happening. Are you all right? Colin spun around as fast as he could to see a human boy. No. He couldn't be around people when he was at risk to become a wrath. Stay back, Colin said, forcing himself to take a few steps back. What are you doing? Step forward, take his life force, kill him. Is something wrong? The boy asked, not moving forward at all. Please, just stay back, your life force. Give it to me. No. Go away, Colin cried, clutching his head. The boy started to step forward, but another ghost appeared out of nowhere and stopped him. Izuku, don't get any closer, the ghost said. Colin opened his mouth to agree with the other ghost, but instead, he screamed, which turned into a roar as he felt his body being taken over by something that wasn't him. He lunged at the boy and the ghost, but he felt like his actions weren't his own. Like he was actually watching someone about to attack these two instead of it being him. It was weird. Instantly, the boy and the ghost moved out of the way as Colin hurled past them, then spun around, ready to attack them for their life force. Wrath, the boy said, and if Colin could have talked, he would have asked how in the world this boy knew about wraths, or how the boy could see ghosts in the first place. However, Colin couldn't, so instead, he lunged at the boy and ghost again. That's not a wrath yet, Izuku. Listen, You're gonna have one shot. But I think I have a solution, the ghost said. The boy Izuku barely even looked at the ghost as Colin rushed at him. Izuku barely dodged in time as Colin focused solely on him. The living boy had more life force than the ghost did, surely, and Colin was going to take all of it. Suddenly, Izuku nodded, then smiled at Colin. I'm really sorry about this if you weren't in this state. I'd ask for your permission first, Izuku said, then stopped. What are you doing? Colin wanted to scream. I'm going to kill you. Izuku took a deep breath, then, as Colin came at him again, at the very last second, he leaned to the side, then reached and grabbed Colin's hand. Oh dear ghost, was he planning on dying or something? Paz, Izuku yelled, and a neon pink string appeared around both their wrists, then disappeared. And Colin changed instantly. He felt life force run back into him, and he felt fine. And a little shorter, like he was 10 years old again. And he was in control of his actions again. Oh thank ghost. Colin's clothes shifted into a neon pink shirt and a pair of jeans as he stopped and looked at Izuku, opening his mouth to apologize. Paz Midoriya, a voice boomed in Colin's head, causing him to jump and look around. Izuku's social life. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share life force. By giving Paz a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another light side. Paz is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of life force, and in exchange, oh dear, Paz has no quirk of his own. Well, in exchange, Paz is part of Izuku's team. This contract allows the two to communicate. What the, Colin wait? Was that his name anymore? Why did he feel like his name was now Paz started? Calm down, I'm so sorry, Izuku said, rushing over and pulling Colin, or was it Paz, into a hug, surprising the ghost. What just happened? Colin Paz asked. I should have asked for your permission, but I freaked out, and Brazen said that you weren't a wrath just yet. So he thought that it might be a good idea for me to share life force with you, so you wouldn't become a wrath. And the only way for me to do that was to put you under a contract with me, which basically makes you one of my sides. Wait, you don't know me? Hi, Paz, that's the name I just gave you to create a contract to give you life force. I'm really sorry, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku started. Whoa, please, slow down, Colin Paz said. You gave me life force. Well yeah, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. My quirk allows me to share life force with ghosts, as long as I have a contract with them. Brazen, what were you thinking? A new voice suddenly screamed, causing Colin Paz to jump. But Izuku just sighed as the other ghost scratched the back of their neck. Yeah, I'm the only one that was going to do anything, another voice said. Creating a contract with a ghost about to become a wrath? The other voice cried. Were you trying to get Izuku and all of us killed? Haha, in hindsight, it wasn't the best idea. The second voice said sheepishly. Wasn't the best idea. 12 voices cried, causing Colin Paz to flinch. Guys, please don't get mad at Brazen after all. He's the reckless one, Izuku said, causing Colin Paz to give him an odd look. Izuku took a deep breath, then turned to Colin Paz. I'm really sorry about all this, Paz, if you're alright with that name. I'm really confused, Colin Paz said. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you are, Izuku said. So, as I had been saying, at the moment, I'm sharing life force with you, which kinda makes you part of my quirk in the sense that you're in control of my social life. I'm really sorry for putting all of this on you, without explaining it first, really. It quotas ... it quotes fine, Colin Paz said. So I'm not gonna become a wrath. Izuku shook his head. Nope. Then thank you, that was terrifying, Colin Paz said. Izuku smiled sheepishly. You're welcome. But in exchange, that means that you're part of my quirk now. Which means that we're able to communicate telepathically with me, and the other ghosts I have contracts with, like Brazen here. He nodded at the other ghost, who smiled and waved at Colin Paz. Nice to meet ya, the ghost said. I'm Brazen, in control of how reckless Izuku is. You're way too reckless, the first voice muttered. That was Odin, she's my caring side. She's kinda the mom of the well. 0.14 of us, including you now, Izuku said. Are they nearby? Colin Paz asked. Brazen walked over and knocked on Izuku's head. We all live in Izuku's noggin. Wait, what? Colin Paz asked. Yep, Brazen said. We all have rooms there, can't wait to see yours, Paz. We're excited to have you as part of our family. Colin wait. His name was just Paz now, or whatever, was still confused by the entire situation. But he smiled at the idea of having a family again. But then frowned. Look, I'm sorry, but I already have family, Paz said. I have a twin sibling named Kimmy. They're in the same boat as I am, please. Can we find Kimi and get them some help? Brazen and Izuku looked at each other, then back at Paz. Well, we'd have to make another contract against their will, Izuku said. But then they'd be part of the family. But if Kimi doesn't want to be part of the family, I don't know how to break a contract. So your twin would be stuck with us. Would they be alright with that? Paz bit his lip. I don't know. My twin changed today. I don't know anything about them right now. Well, I'll make a contract. And if they don't like being part of the family, we can try to figure something out to let them go without making them a wrath, Izuku said. Thank you, Paz said. Now, I'll look around. Stuart and Inko did tell me that I can just run around the countryside, as long as I'm at their country home before supper, Izuku said. Yet Inko is not a responsible mother, Odin muttered. We all know. Hi, Paz, I'm Yui. The morals and emotions will all introduce ourselves before long. A new voice chimed in. Brazen, can you bring Paz back to the Mind Palace, so Izuku can start looking for Kimi? Yeah, Brazen said. Then turned to Paz and grabbed his hand. And they both disappeared. What am I doing? Kimi let out a wordless scream, lying back in the graveyard they were in. Unlike their twin, when Kimi had felt the whole losing life force thing, they had bolted towards the nearest graveyard, and they were regretting that choice. I should have just let my life force run out. Did Colin? Oh dear ghost, did my brother become a wrath because of my mistake? Kimi said. He shouldn't have to pay for my mistake. My fault. It's my fault. The emptiness in Kimi's chest grew. Kimi knew that they were depressed, and that's what was causing this whole thing. But they didn't know what to do. After all, Kimi was quirkless. Quirkless people didn't matter. Their parents had hated Kimi and Colin. There was no way they would have paid for therapy, especially after Kimi had come out of the closet. Their fault. It was all Kimi's fault that they and Colin were dead. Kimi took a deep breath, imagining a large glass of water pouring into the emptiness. They felt to fill it up. It didn't work, of course. But it was oddly comforting, and it gave Kimi enough will to get up to go find their brother. Kimi flew out of the graveyard, sure that they had enough life force to at least find Colin and get him back to the graveyard. Kimi flew around for about 10 minutes, looking for Colin. But they couldn't see any sign of their twin. Colin, Kimi called out, stopping at the top of a hill. Colin, can you hear me? There was no response, obviously, which made their emptiness feel more overwhelming. But Kimi knew that they couldn't give up, because finding Colin mattered more than anything. Kimi flew to a few more hills nearby, calling out for Colin at the top of their lungs. But after another 10 minutes of doing that, Colin still hadn't responded, and Kimi sank to the ground on the hill they were on, tears in their eyes. Where could he have gone? Kimi muttered, wiping away their tears, but the tears didn't stop. See, Colin has to be around here somewhere, right? Hello. Kimi got up and spun around to see a slightly younger ghost, wearing a black leather jacket, gray shirt, leather jeans, and a pink bow, and they were holding 2 things of Starbucks coffee. Who are you? Kimi asked. I'm Camry. Want some coffee? The ghost asked, holding one of the 2 coffees to Kimi while sipping the other. I've never had coffee before, Kimi said slowly. Camry's eyes grew wide as they shoved the coffee at Kimi. Sweetheart, you ain't lived until you've had coffee. Too bad. Odin and Yuki won't let Izuku drink coffee until he's 12. What? Kimi asked. Just drink the liquid goodness, sweetheart, and tell me why you were just addressing someone named Colin, Camry said. See, Colin is my twin brother. We were both low on life force, and I ran off and ended up going to the graveyard. But he didn't, and it's my fault. He could be a wrath right now, because I'm an idiot, Kimi started. Sweetheart, slow down and drink some coffee, Camry said. I don't think I should trust you, Kimi said. What? Do you think I'm going to poison you? Camry asked. We're both ghosts. I couldn't do something to kill you, even if I wanted to, for whatever reason. Okay, Kimi said, then took a sip of the coffee. Whoa, this is really good. Exactly, Camry said, sipping more of their coffee. Camry. Kimi and Camry turned their heads to see another ghost and a living boy coming up the hill. You shouldn't just run off like that, Camry, the ghost chastised. Especially when Paz said that there is potentially a wrath on the loose. Chill, found him, Camry said, rolling their eyes. The boy looked at Kimi, who looked at him in surprise. The boy smiled. Nice to meet you, Kimi, right? Wait, how do you, Kimi started. Just as a slightly younger version of Colin appeared and lunged at Kimi, pulling them into a hug. Kimi, I was so worried, Colin exclaimed. See, Colin? Kimi exclaimed, then pulled their twin into a tight hug. I'm so sorry. You don't need to apologize. I'm just so glad that you're all right. Colin said, pulling back and smiling. And my name's Paz now. Paz? Kimmy asked, raising an eyebrow. Colin nodded, then looked at the boy, who stepped forward. Hi, I'm Izuku, the boy said. You can't see us? Kimmy asked. Izuku nodded. I'm able to see ghosts and make contracts with them by giving them a new name. Well, I made a contract with him when we got separated, Colin finished. Huh? Kimmy asked. Okay, so basically, Izuku can create and share Lifeforce with ghosts like us, Camry said, sipping their coffee. Which gives us all a place in his mind, so we can communicate with him and each other. Wait, how is that possible? Kimmy asked. There are tons of weird quirks out there at this point. Anything's possible, Camry said, sipping their coffee again. After a few seconds, Kimmy sipped their coffee too. I mean, I guess, but that's just weird, Kimmy said. Colin, Izuku, and Camry all shrugged. Well, it quotes nice to see that you're all right, Paz said. I should be saying that to you, Kimmy said. I shouldn't have flown off like that. Chill, Camry said. It's all right, Paz added. But I'm probably going to be going around with Izuku and everyone because of this contract. Oh, Kimmy said. Yeah, Paz said. So does that mean you're going away? Kimmy asked. Well, Izuku's from Japan, so I'd be going to Japan with them, Paz said. Oh, Kimmy said. If you like, I can make a contract with you, and you can come with us, Izuku said. Kimmy looked at him. Are you sure? Kimmy asked. It wouldn't be worth it. What do you even get out of these contracts? I mean, it would be pointless to make a contract with me anyway. I'm worthless, and I don't matter. But do you want to make a contract? Izuku asked. I mean, yeah, but Kimmy started. Then that's all that matters to me, Izuku said, then held out his hand. So I need to give you a new name to make a contract. How about Hex? Hex. Huh. Sounds nice, Kimmy no, Hex said, then reached out and took Izuku's hand. Instantly, a dull orange string appeared around both their wrists before disappearing, and Hex felt themselves shrink until they were 10 again, and their clothes became a dull orange hoodie with black sweatpants. Hex Midoriya, a voice suddenly said, making Hex jump. Izuku's depression. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Hex a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another dark side, giving Hex a room in the Dark Mind Palace, accessible through the black door in the Mind Palace living room. Hex is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange Hex doesn't have a quirk, so Hex is just part of Izuku's team. This also allows the two to communicate. Is the voice biased against quirkless people or something? A different voice said. Odin, we get it, you don't like the discrimination, can we please move on from it? Another voice asked. Hi, Hex, I'm Duke, intrusive thoughts and insecurities. And I'm also a dark side, pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you, too, Hex said. Now, we should probably be getting back. Inko and Stewart might start wondering where we are, Izuku said. Camry nodded, then grabbed Hex's hand, Paz grabbing the other, and the three of them disappeared. Anxiety. All of this seemed to have been done with no one watching. But they weren't alone. Nearby, an adult ghost watched as the boy Izuku, was it, walked away from the area, having made a contract in which he would share Lifeforce with those two quirkless child ghosts. What even? He was much more worthwhile to share Lifeforce with, and he did this without hesitating. So would he make a contract with me? The ghost's smile grew, looking creepy. Ha. This will be a piece of cake with my quirk. The ghost's quirk was called Influence. He could force people to do anything he wanted. Which meant that, if he put his mind to it, he could force this boy to make a contract and give him Lifeforce. But first, he would have to follow him. The ghost's smile somehow grew creepier as he began to fly after Izuku. Now, as you probably know, Izuku is by no means dumb. In fact, he's incredibly smart, and he knows when he's being watched. He's also aware that it's most likely not a living person due to the fact that people would probably have come up and talked to him instead of just watching from afar, unless they were trying to kidnap or stalk him, especially since this person had been watching him for a while. And he's also aware that this probable ghost is likely to approach him at some point. But the big question is when. For now, though, all of the sides were on guard, but they weren't engaging with the other ghost, just in case. Also, they didn't want it to take too long since it was almost dinner time, and they didn't want to worry Inko and Stewart. Speaking of, Izuku stopped for a few seconds and closed his eyes, concentrating on something that he had trained himself to do recently. He reached out to his Lifeforce and took some, shaping it behind him. and his wings appeared. You're getting good at this, Odin said happily. I think I mentioned this earlier on, but to recap. Before, he couldn't summon his wings unless Odin was out of the Mind Palace. Same applies for the other quirks and their corresponding side. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said, then spread his wings and took off flying. You have more sides. Izuku sighed, then nodded. Yeah, Mom, Paz, and Hex. Izuku, how many sides do you have now? Inko demanded, then facepalm. You know what? I don't really want to know right now. Just let's eat supper. Then you can call your father tomorrow morning. What, does she have a problem? Hex asked nervously. None of us really like Inko. This is one of the reasons why, sweetheart, Camry said, followed by sipping their coffee. Just wait until you meet Hasashi, he's awesome. Yui said happily. He's Izuku's dad, the guy over there is Inko's boyfriend, Stuart. We all prefer Hasashi, and this visit to Scotland is the first time any of us had met Inko. Even though some of us have been Izuku's sides for over a year now, which I believe says enough about their relationship, Yumio added. Oh, Hex said. I can't wait to meet Hasashi. Ooh, how about your friend, too? Paz asked excitedly. Kaken and Hitoshi are the worst, Darnell said. Huh? Paz asked, clearly confused. Then why are you friends with them? That's Darnell, he's deceit, and he speaks in lies, Dasu explained. He's also a dark side. Wait, you two still need proper introductions, Arg. We forgot to do that on the way here. Well, no time like the present, Odin said. I'm Odin, the caring side, on the light side. I'm Yui, morals and emotions, light side. Yui said happily. I'm Yumio, logic, light side, Yumio said. Dasu, creativity, light side, Dasu said. Duke, insecurities, intrusive thoughts, dark side, Duke said. My name isn't Darnell. I'm not deceit. And I'm not a dark side, Darnell said. I'm brazen, I'm recklessness, and I'm neutral, Brazen said. I'm Emery, patience, and I'm a light side, Emery said. Camry, sleep, neutral, sweethearts, Camry said. Darlena, innocence and fear, neutral, Darlena said. But I don't mind if you call me Hana. Odin often slips up by mistake. Hey, you still accidentally call me OFA. I think we're even, Odin said. I'm Hura, wrath, dark side, Hura said. Sloth, neutral, yawned. Hi, I'm Yuki, health nut, neutral, my room's a gym. So if you ever want to work out, come stop by. Yuki said happily. Nice to meet you all, Paz said. Okay then, Hex said. Izuku walked over to the kitchen table while the introductions were going on, and he sat down. The small family then began to eat. It was almost midnight when Izuku went outside, holding a flashlight. He wasn't going to leave the yard area, but it was about time to confront whatever ghost was watching him. Hello? Izuku called out quietly. I know that someone's there. For a few seconds, absolutely nothing moved, even the wind seemed to be completely still. Then, an older ghost came floating out from the ground. He smiled. Didn't think you'd be able to sense my presence so easily, the ghost said. You've been watching me for hours, and it's creeping me and my friends out, Izuku said. If you want to talk to me, then do it now. The ghost smirked, then stuck out a hand. Hello, I'm Dave. I saw what you did with those two ghosts earlier, and I got curious. I made contracts with them to share Lifeforce, Izuku said simply. I don't like the looks of this guy, Odin said. Same, Izuku said. Ooh, how interesting, Dave said. May I ask how you did that? Don't, Yumio said. We should not trust this ghost. I have my ways, Izuku said. If that's all you need, then you should go. Ah, but that's not all, Dave said, each in his finger a little. Would it be possible for you to make a contract with me? Wow, that's rude, Hura said. Sorry, but no, Izuku said. Dave frowned, then smirked. Are you sure? Izuku opened his mouth to refuse. And his mind suddenly went blank for a few seconds, and his connection with his sides was cut off. Guys? Izuku called, starting to freak out when there was no answer. Oh, something wrong? Dave asked, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Izuku's eyes widened, then narrowed, glaring at Dave. What did you do? Dave boredly looked at his hands. Oh, just used my quirk on you. His smile became really creepy. I disconnected you from your quirk, and therefore him. So you can usually communicate with those you make a contract with, huh? How did you? Izuku started. I can tell what quirk I've disconnected, Dave interrupted, then put his hands in his pockets. You won't be able to speak to your sides unless I reconnect your quirk, And I will for a price. Izuku glared at Dave, then sighed. Name it. Izuku wanted to punch the smug look off Dave's face, honestly. Simple. Make a contract with me. What? Izuku started. If you don't, you'll never be able to see your sides again. They'll be trapped in your head forever, Dave said. Izuku tensed up. If that was true, then he'd never be able to see them again. And other ghosts. But if I don't have my quirk, then how can I see you? Izuku asked. I can't get rid of all of it. But that doesn't mean you'll be able to talk to them. I wonder what it's like to be trapped inside your head like that, Dave said. Izuku glared at him. I can't hear them. My head hasn't been this silent in a while. I don't like it. And I'm not feeling anything from any of them. I mean, Darlena would probably send a wave of fear if she could. Okay, Izuku, think rationally here. Just because you can't hear Yumio doesn't mean you can't do that. If I make a contract with Dave, then I can just ask Yumio to look through the Mind Palace library and find something that can get rid of him. It'll take some time, sure, but I can do this. He paused for a few seconds. Yumio, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if any of you can hear me, but I'm gonna make this contract. To experiment secretly on how to break it. Izuku took a deep breath. Let it be known that I hate you, but fine. He stuck out his hand. You'll give me back my quirk the second I make a contract with you, right? Dave nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Got it, Rand, Izuku said. Dave gave him an odd look. I told you that my name is. I have to give you a new name for the contract to work. Are you fine with Rand or not? Izuku snapped. Ah, I see, yes, it's fine, Dave said. Then reached out and grabbed Izuku's hand. A purple string appeared around both their wrists, then disappeared, and Dave shrunk, becoming younger. And he was wearing a purple t-shirt with black jeans. Rand Midoriya, the voice said. Izuku's anxiety. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share Lifeforce. By giving Rand a name, Izuku made a contract, thus naming another dark side, giving Rand a room in the Dark Mind Palace, accessible through the black door in the Mind Palace living room. Rand is able to consume some of Izuku's endless supply of Lifeforce, and in exchange, Izuku is able to use Rand's quirk. Rand is in control of Izuku's anxiety. This also allows the two to communicate. Izuku. 15 voices screamed at the same time. Oh dear ghost, are you all right? Odin exclaimed. What the F*** just happened? Hury yelled. Izuku, are you hurt in any way? Yumio asked. You do not appear to be injured, but we have no idea what just happened in that span of time. Who the F*** is Rand? Duke asked. Well, swearing to a child, Rand said smugly. How inappropriate. F*** off. Hury snapped. Rand is aside now. Anxiety, Izuku said, so please be kind to him. What? Odin asked. He can disconnect me from my quirk. I don't want to lose you guys, so please, just be nice to him, Izuku said. Odin, please promise me that you won't be mean. You're the mom of the group, please. Yeah, Odin, Pee-wees? Rand asked mockingly. F*** you, Rand, Odin said. The other sides burst into protest. Mom just swore, I repeat, Mom has sworn. Does this mean I can swear N0W? Odin, you should know better. Guys, please, Izuku pleaded. Izuku turned around to see Inko standing in the doorway of the house. I have a feeling that you don't want her to know what you were doing out this late, Rand said, sending a wave of anxiety as he disappeared into the Mind Palace. So you'll have to come up with a good lie. Is there a side that specializes in lies? No, not me, Darnell said. Darnell speaks in lies exclusively, yawned. Good. So what should Izuku say? Rand asked. Darnell sighed, then sent a wave of deceit through Izuku's mind. Sorry, Mom, Izuku said, walking back towards the house. I was just getting some fresh air because I couldn't sleep. Please don't leave the house in the middle of the night, Inko said, then grabbed his hand and guided him back to the room he was using. But being outside in the middle of the night is something that got Izuku his quirk, Odin said. Izuku could practically feel Rand's smile. Outside in the middle of the night. And you think that's all right? Well, then, you don't seem to be a good mother. What the he, Odin started. And Izuku felt his connection with her abruptly go quiet. I'll be taking over duties as the parent from now on, Rand said. Which terrified everyone in the Mind Palace. To those that aren't reading the author notes, please read them this time. Thank you. Izuku smiled as he walked off the plane and into the airport. then frowned as a wave of anxiety came over him. Are you sure that your father loves you? I mean, you added 3 new sides during this trip. Rand, we all are aware that Hasashi loves us unconditionally, Yumio said. Ah, but are you sure? Rand asked. Izuku could hear the smirk in his voice. Yes, we're all sure, Odin snapped. Rand sent another wave of anxiety, and Odin went quiet, which made Hura fill the mind palace with anger. Stop doing that, Hura roared. Rand scoffed. What, are you going to fight me on this? Please stop, Izuku said. Rand, reconnect Odin. Why should I? Rand asked. Izuku could feel his smirk. Rand, I mean it, reconnect Odin right now, Izuku said. Aw, you don't let me have any fun, Rand complained. Then the anxiety drew back. But stayed present. Couldn't he let up on it? Rand, stop doing that, Odin yelled. Make me, B*TCH, Rand yelled. Hey, no swearing, Yui said. F*CK off, Rand said. Please stop, Izuku said. Izuku. Gratefully, Izuku turned his head to see Hasashi waving at him. He let out a sigh of relief and walked over to his dad, who instantly gave him a big hug. Welcome back to Japan, Izuku, Hasashi said. Let's go get your luggage and head home, okay? Izuku nodded and grabbed his dad's hand, letting him guide him over to the luggage pickup place. Aren't you worried that you look childish holding your father's hand? Rand asked. Shut up, Rand, Hura growled. Katsuki and Hitoshi are coming by later today to see you. I tried to warn them that you'd be tired from the jet lag. But they insisted they're really excited that you're back, Hasashi said. Izuku smiled. Can't wait to see them. I doubt that they like you, Rand started. We all enjoy you talking, so would you please continue? Darnell snapped. You don't know anything, Darnell, so please stay out of this. Rand said he'd been really rude to Darnell, Darlena, and Dot since he had learned that they were the only ones younger than Izuku. He knows more than you do, Yumio said. How foolish of you, and you call yourself the logic? Rand asked. I'm older, I know more than you do. Yumio stayed silent. Izuku wasn't sure if this was a choice or not. Hasashi smiled at his son. So, you made some new contracts while with your mother, right? Izuku beamed at him. Yep, 3. Oh, Hasashi asked. What are their names? There's Paz, he's my social life, Hex, my depression, and Rand, my anxiety, Izuku listed off. You idiot, Rand hissed. You think telling him about your depression is a good idea? No one wants to hear about it. Them, Hex corrected quietly. Did I stutter? Rand snapped. You're in it. Shut up right now, or I'll knock your teeth in, Odin growled. Oh, I can't wait to meet them, Hasashi said. He's lying, Rand said. Quiet, Hura hissed. Izuku smiled, doing his absolute best to ignore his sides. Izuku had been back in Japan for a few weeks already, but some problems had come up. Rand was really the center of just about all of them. Rand still refused to use correct pronouns, calling the non-binary sides it, and muting them when they argued. The young ones were also often muted. Odin and Yui were muted often, too, and despite hating it, Izuku was constantly feeling anxious. Aren't you worried that they don't like you? What, can't take care of yourself? That's too much food. Stop being such a burden. Rand was constantly demanding a spot on the Light Mind Palace. But that was something that Izuku refused to budge on, no matter what. Never mind that he wasn't sure how to move sides, anyway. And whenever Izuku slept, Rand insisted on following him everywhere. So Izuku couldn't even have a proper conversation with his sides without Rand looming over his shoulder. It was starting to become incredibly annoying, and Izuku hoped and prayed that Yumio was looking into a solution. He couldn't live like this forever. But he couldn't take Rand down on his own. However, after a few weeks, Rand decided to put a very strong wave of anxiety, almost sending Izuku into a panic attack on the spot. You can't go back to school this year, but do you really want to do middle school? What if people there don't like you? Rand asked. You should finish middle school classes, heck. Go all the way through high school online. You won't have to deal with people before getting a job. You're already wasting Hasashi's money on online schooling. You might as well make it worthwhile by getting out of the house sooner. Izuku couldn't even hear anything else in his panic, as Rand continued on this tangent. Izuku was shaking so badly that he crumbled to the floor. He had been getting dressed in his room. But now the walls were closing in. It felt like he couldn't breathe. None of his sides spoke up. If Izuku's mind had been a little more clear, he might have realized that Rand was just muting all of them. But they were trying to send waves through to him. If Rand was a little weaker, Izuku might have felt the care, the anger, the sleep, the everything of his sides trying to get through to him. but he couldn't. He couldn't feel anything but the panic surrounding him, as he felt himself agreeing with Rand. I'll do middle school online, finish it fast. Izuku was practically screaming in his head. Please, just stop. Just stop. Just stop. And, with that, everything was quiet. The anxiety lessened, and oh thank God the air's back. Prove it, Rand said. Go tell Hasashi that you want to do middle school online. Still shaking, but less so, Izuku got up and went to the kitchen, where Hasashi was making scrambled eggs. Hasashi turned his head and smiled at his son. Breakfast's almost ready, so just wait another minute. You, Dad? Izuku asked quietly. Instantly, Hasashi stopped and turned to Izuku, worry in his eyes. Is something wrong? I was wondering if, maybe, I could do middle school online, just finish it fast, Izuku said softly. Sure, that's fine with me, Hasashi said, clearly still concerned, but trying and failing not to let it show. Did you tell Katsuki and Hitoshi? And no, just decided on it just now, Izuku said. Gotcha, Hasashi said. Well, I'm fine with it, but maybe take just a little more time to think. I know Katsuki is excited to have you there for middle school. Well, in his own way, of course. Why, yeah, Dad, Izuku asked. Yes, Hasashi asked. I can smell the bacon burning, Izuku said. Oh fudge. Hasashi ran over to save the bacon. And that's when he felt his sides reaching out to him, offering support, which he felt grateful for. Hitoshi Rand had gotten on Izuku's case about calling him Hito-chan, same with Kaken, threatening panic attacks each time he so much as thought it had been encouraging of Izuku finishing middle school. But Kaken was angry that Izuku wouldn't be at middle school with them. Rand made Izuku anxious that Kaken would hate him again. He wished that he could get rid of Rand, but he couldn't yet. Time went on for the next year, and Rand was relentless. Izuku often found himself anxious, some days to the point where he couldn't talk to Hitoshi and Katsuki once or twice, even Hasashi, who got incredibly worried, to which Rand mocked him. There would be weeks on end where Izuku had no contact with his other sides when awake, and being asleep felt like torture with Rand, not leaving him alone. He still held out hope that Yumio was researching, but he had no clue. All Izuku knew is that it was becoming too much. He couldn't deal with Rand forever. He could hardly deal with him now. But Izuku couldn't be sure, until Izuku was sitting in his room, reading a book about support gear, when he heard the argument. What the F*** do you think you're doing? Leave my library alone, Rand. I can be here if I want to be. Now what the heck are you doing? Izuku jumped as a logic wave and anxiety wave clashed, then closed his eyes and entered the mind palace, running to the library, where all his sides were gathered in the open doorway, and wasn't it a sight? Rand and Yumio were yelling at each other, both holding books. Give me that book back, Yumio yelled. It's about me, therefore, no you shouldn't be reading it, Rand snapped. I am Izuku's logic, therefore, it's my job to read every book that I can, Yumio answered. I also get to say who comes into my library, and who can't, therefore, you have to leave and give me that book back. I don't have to do jacks *****, Rand screamed. Ugh, I should just force you to stop being Izuku's logic. And, with that, everyone froze, and the non-binary sides took a few steps back. But Izuku's eyes widened upon that realization, then looked at Yui, who instantly knew exactly what Izuku was thinking and closed her eyes, getting ready to use her quirk. What? Yumio asked. You heard me, Rand snapped. Oh, it would be so easy to just permanently disconnect you from Izuku. I'd just need to push my quirk a little further, and instead of pinching the string, just snap it. Welp. After an entire year plus of Rand being around and trying to figure out how to get rid of him secretly, they finally found a way even Yumio with his analysis quirk couldn't figure it out. Somehow, if they could just... Izuku carefully slowly reached for Yui's quirk. Advanced copy. Ability to use any quirk as long as they understand how it works. Rand's quirk must allow him to see connections as strings, and he can interact with them. Izuku reasoned. Then, all of a sudden, he saw strings forming from his wrist to each of his sides, the ones that had formed originally when making the contract. And there was the purple tie, the only thing keeping Rand tied to the sides. But to pull this off, there was a string coming off Rand, there was on all of them. But Izuku focused on Rand's string. He had to time this perfectly for it to work. Izuku mentally reached out to the string and pulled hard, at the same time manually pulling Rand's string off his wrist, physically manifesting it, and everything stopped. All the sides stared at Izuku. Yumio looked incredibly pleased as the books began to fade, and Rand looked angry. What the F*** did you just do? Rand screamed, starting forward. But Izuku held out the strings from him. Take one more step, and I'll snap both of these, Izuku said. Rand stopped, looking shocked, then even more angry as he began to shift back into an adult, starting to slowly move. You're gonna let go of my string and stop this nonsense, or else? Rand growled. No, Izuku said, feeling waves from his other sides in support. That small detail was all I needed to know to get rid of you. And thanks to Yui, I can easily get rid of your quirk, so you can't threaten me again. Oh, bold of you to assume that I don't have leverage here, Rand growled, then suddenly lunged. And before Izuku could even move, he had hold of Emery, and his teeth were suddenly shark-like. Break either string, and I'll become a wrath right here, right now, Rand snarled, and time stopped. Izuku's eyes widened, and he began to tremble. He knew that couldn't happen. But he can't deal with Rand for any longer. He cared too much for his sides to do that. His emotions couldn't handle this any longer logically. This just wasn't possible to continue without breaking. In a moment of recklessness, Izuku pulled Emery away from Rand with Inko's quirk, boosting it with Odin's strength to get Emery away. And as Izuku's sides all scrambled away from Rand, Izuku snapped his quirk thread, but kept hold of the purple one, just in case. Rand roared, then lunged at the sides. I'll kill you. Everyone, run, Izuku screamed. Camry, wake me. Izuku bolted upright, a massive headache forming, but he still looked down to see the purple loop, and, over the noise, heard a very familiar voice. Dave is no longer Izuku's anxiety, but by attacking the sides and attempting to drain Izuku's life force, he has become a wrath, the voice said. He must be rooted somewhere by tying the loose string to an object. A great place might be Yui's old graveyard. Odin yelled above the noise. Remember when we last visited, and it had been so abandoned that the life force was no longer being supplied. And Odin, Izuku, and Yui visited the grave not long before meeting Darlena and the gang, and they realized this. Sorry, I just went back and realized that I never mentioned this detail. Sorry. Guys, nobody goes around there anyway. It's an hour by train. Yumio exclaimed. Odin, this is gonna hurt. I've never pushed this far. But Izuku started, already climbing onto his window ledge and opening it, ready to open his wings. Izuku. Izuku barely turned his head to register that his dad was there, looking scared. I'll be back, just a few-hour flight, Izuku said quickly, then jumped, spreading his wings and zooming away. Anxiety. So, this was it. Choco was going to fade away, become a wrath or something. They didn't really understand. They were too scared to try and ask what all this meant. Their parents had killed Choco not long after her quirk manifested, and shortly after, had been arrested and found innocent, because Choco's quirk must have been too much for them. But they didn't get what that meant. After all, Choco's quirk was simply occupy, the ability to take complete control of a room. But she didn't have the ability to control it and accidentally hurt a classmate when it activated. 2 years later, she was dead, and however many years after that, she was floating along in the skies above. Where was they? Choco had no idea, and didn't particularly care. Excuse me. Choco startled, then turned to see a young boy zoom past her at an incredible speed. Green lightning surging off him, as was he breaking the sound barrier. The boy suddenly dove, and, freaking out, Choco dove after him. He could see her then. What in the world? The boy's wings spread wide, slowing him down as he fell to the ground, and ran into the graveyard there so abandoned that there's not even any life force coming from it. How disrespectful. At least, I think. A purple string suddenly appeared in the boy's hand, and, to Choco's horror, a wraith appeared out of nowhere, screaming and howling. But the boy tied the string to a gravestone and ran out of the graveyard. The wrath began to follow, but the second it reached the gates, the string tugged, stopping it just short. The wrath howled, thrashing around, but the string held tight, not letting the wrath go any further. The boy smiled, and, slowly, Choco landed next to him. Choco said softly. The boy jumped, staring at Choco, then visibly relaxed. Sup? What did you just do? Choco asked. Well, this place is abandoned anyway, therefore this was the closest option, the boy said, then sat down. Carefully, Choco sat down as well, across from him. So, how did you catch that wrath? Choco asked. The boy asked. Oh, Dave used to be connected to me, but I learned how to get rid of him. He didn't like that and, well, became a wrath. I'll try to find a more permanent solution in a few years, but for now, this works. He smiled at Choco. Well, I should probably head home. He yawned. But I'm so tired. Maybe I could just sleep here. Why, you can't just sleep here, Choco said quietly. It might get colder. Yeah, but I can't use my wings right now. And I don't have money to get home, the boy said. Flew here really fast, but pretty far. He yawned again. Thanks for your concern, though. Shouldn't you find a hospital or something nearby to get some life force? People are scary, Choco said softly. I don't understand why people are mean, so I avoid them. Not everyone is mean, the boy said sleepily. I like to think that all my friends are really nice. But they're living, Choco said as the boy began to fall over. Eep, Choco said, leaning over the boy as he laid on the ground. You should really get to a better spot. There's a raft, how are you sleeping? The boy's eyes opened slightly, and he yawned again. Sorry. So used to constant anxiety that now I just feel tired without it. Mom, I don't want to go far, though. Choco looked around, then bit her their lip. I have a little bit of life force saved up, so maybe. If you can stand and get to a nearby house, I might be able to do something. The boy asked, then yawned, slowly standing up. Okay. Choco carefully kept an eye on the boy as they led him to a nearby house. The boy reached for the doorknob, but it didn't open locked. Oh, Choco started, but the boy suddenly slammed into the door, and it opened, causing Choco to jump, but the boy just walked inside. Choco entered after him. See, can you close the door? The boy shrugged, then closed the door and leaned against it, falling back asleep. Choco touched the floor, then mimed 4 walls and a ceiling, using up some life force as they said, occupy. A glowing handprint appeared on the floor, walls, and ceiling, and Choco's hair moved in a non-existent wind. I call upon the waking, give this boy some energy, Choco muttered, watching as a swirl appeared around the boy, and his eyes opened as he sat up taller, looking around. Wow, that was so cool, the boy said. Was that your quirk? Choco nodded. Oh, occupy. If there's a complete room around me, I can mess with my surroundings. The boy's eyes lit up. That's so awesome. So you gave me energy. Choco nodded. I'd offer you some, but I'm rather low myself, the boy said. Choco freaked out. I couldn't ask that. I don't want to be a wraith. No, not like that. I can share life force, the boy said. My quirk allows me to create a bunch, but Dave took so much. Really? Choco asked. That's so cool. Thanks, the boy said, then smacked his forehead. I forgot to introduce myself. He held out his hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Choco said, taking his hand carefully. The boy Izuku nodded, then stood up. Well, I should get home. I still owe you energy. It's fine, Choco said. I insist, Izuku said. Are you doing anything for a while? No, Choco said. Sweet, Izuku said. Then do you want to hang around my neighborhood for a while with me and my sides? Wait, they can't come out. Dang it, Mom. I can't introduce Choco to you guys. Sides? Choco asked. Izuku nodded. They're the ghosts I'm already sharing life force with. They live in my head. I'd love to introduce you, but they're stuck since I'm too low on life force. Oh, Choco said. So, you want me to hang around until you can share life force with me too? Just give you a little? Izuku said. Not long term like my sides, but still. Choco thought for a few seconds. Well, I don't have anything else to do. And I don't like being alone, see, can I? Izuku smiled. Yes. He carefully took Choco's hand and guided them out the door. I should probably figure out how to get home. I can't fly, and I don't have money, so police station is the best bet. I'll have to explain what happened so Dad can come pick me up. Choco just nodded, and they left. Choco watched as Izuku's dad Hasashi worriedly checked him over. Is that what a normal parent does? Choco couldn't help but wonder, watching as Hasashi fussed, then picked Izuku up and carried him away. Thanking the police, Choco didn't have anything better to do, so they followed. Not seeing you every day is weird. Izuku chuckled slightly. Sorry, Hitoshi. Dave was insistent, and I couldn't do anything about it. Katsuki scoffed. Anxiety must suck. Anxiety isn't that bad when it's neutral, Izuku said thoughtfully. Yumio thinks that the purpose of my side classifications is to control output, Like light sides needing the most, dark sides needing the least, but neutral sides in the middle. So maybe I just need my next anxiety to agree to be neutral. Whatever, Katsuki said. When are your sides gonna come out again? Izuku bit his lip. I don't know. I've been doing everything Yumio can find to try to get my life force to go up. But it's only been a month since I abandoned David Takes Time. Then I owe some life force to Choco. I don't know if I would have made it home without her help. Choco, who was nearby, winced a little, but didn't know why. Katsuki rolled his eyes. That sucks, you don't owe anyone anything. She used some of her life force to help me. The least I can do is give her some of mine, Izuku said. When I've recovered better. Choco bit her their lip, knowing that, once Izuku had given her them life force, Choco would leave. But Choco already didn't want to leave ever. Huh? Choco asked. Non-binary. What's that? Well, it quote kinda like not wanting to be either girl or boy, Izuku said, thinking. It's complicated, and I'm not entirely sure each of my Fathom sides says something different about the topic and how they feel. You can feel like both, be more one than the other. It's just entirely complicated. Non-binary. That felt right. Choco, they had no idea how else to explain it. Oh, Choco said, wondering how to bring it up, then deciding not to tell Izuku about it. Yet, they needed more time to process it. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Choco jumped at the new voice coming out of Izuku's mouth. Huh? Choco asked. Nice to meet ya, a new voice said. That was Yumio. Logic, I'm brazen. Recklessness. We can finally talk again. Now, everyone, please, one at a time. Hello. Choco, I'm Emery. Patience, another voice said. I'm Yui. Morals and emotions. We all love you. You're so adorable. Another one said. We don't have much time. You took up a bunch. I'm Odin, caring, the mom, and we're gaining more life force. So you should be getting yours soon. Choco, another voice said, then cut off, and Izuku looked disappointed. Well, that happened. Didn't realize that used up so much energy. He smiled at Choco. Another few weeks, I think, and I can give you life force. Choco nodded, pushing down the bad feeling in their gut. I don't want to leave. Hey, Mom. Yes, Izuku. I think I'll have enough life force to give to Choco tomorrow. Ooh, nice, Odin said. But a small wave of sadness came through his mind. Yui, was that you? Izuku asked, a few years forming in his eyes. I want to meet Choco in person, Yui sniffed. I would like to as well, Yumio said. She seems like an amazing kid, Brazen said. I think we should let her become a side. What? Izuku winced at all the voices. He doesn't have a point, Darnell said quietly, and everyone stopped and listened. But we're still recovering. We simply can't have another side at this time, Yumio said. But we still want Choco around, Odin said. And it was quiet for a few minutes. I don't want another rant, Izuku finally said. Ever. But, guys, Choco has been around for a few months. She isn't Rand. She's much kinder. There isn't even a guarantee that she would be anxiety. But that's what we need right now, Emery said. To fill up that spot, we're using fear, caring, morals, social life, logic, health nut, and sloth all for one job. They took a deep breath. None of us want another Rand, but honestly, we know Choco. She isn't Rand, and it's insulting to believe her to be. Everyone stayed silent for another few minutes. I don't know if I can make a contract tomorrow, Izuku eventually said. I'm still so weak from everything, and she stayed for so long already. I can't make her stay with us. Just offer for now, Emery said. Let her decide if she wants to stay or not. Izuku yawned. Maybe tomorrow. He fell asleep. Choco had a bad feeling in their gut for that day. When Izuku asked to talk to them, that bad feeling only grew. But they agreed, and now Izuku and Choco were sitting on Izuku's apartment's rooftop. Or, well, Izuku was. Choco decided to float slightly above the ground. Izuku took a deep breath. I have enough life force to give you some. Choco's heart dropped. Oh, Choco said. Then it's time for me to leave. Yeah, but I have a quick question, Izuku said. Huh? Choco asked. Well, all my sides want to meet you, but I can't bring them out yet, probably won't be able to for quite some time. And even then, all of them out is going to be too hard for at least a year at the rate I'm getting better, Izuku said slowly. A year? Choco asked, trying to hide their excitement. Could they stay for a year? That would be awesome. Izuku nodded. But there might be a faster way. And Yumio took the time to do the calculations. In a month and a half. You could meet them. But there's a catch. Choco asked. Well, I've told you about contracts I make, right? Izuku asked. Choco nodded, eyes wide in hope. Could he mean? Dave took so much of my energy that I can't make a contract right now. But ... in a month and a half. Would you like to make a contract? Izuku asked. You might become my new anxiety, we don't know, though. And you'd be with us for a while. Hopefully forever. We came to the agreement that, if you want, you can become part of the family. I'd love to, Choco said excitedly. Being part of your family sounds awesome. Izuku beamed. I'm glad, if you'd like. We can come up with new names together for you, too. Usually, I come up with something on the spot. But we don't have to this time. So what kind of name would you want? He took out his phone and began to type up something. Actually, I have a name that I heard a while back, Choco said softly. Oh, Izuku asked. Hinata, Choco said softly. Hinata, Izuku said carefully, then nodded. That's a great name. He held up his hand for a high five, then flinched back. Wait, too little Lifeforce. Shouldn't create a contract right now. But it's awesome. Choco smiled. I'm glad you like it. Izuku nodded. The others do, too. Izuku. Izuku asked. Well, I was wondering if you'd maybe use they them pronouns for me, Choco asked quietly. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded. Gotcha. Thanks for telling me. Choco nodded. Thanks for being okay with that. Hey, I have 3 non-binary sides, Camry, Peyton, and Hex, Izuku said. Pretty sure they'd all be mad at me if I wasn't. Ah, Choco said. Gotcha. Izuku smiled. Your checkpoint. Izuku jumped. Choco did too. What's Choco started? What's going on? Paz exclaimed, and Izuku felt a wave of general panic. Hey, I'm gonna check in on the Mind Palace right quick, okay? Izuku told Choco. Something weird's happening. Oh, okay, Choco said. Izuku gave them a nod, then closed his eyes and fell asleep, landing in the Mind Palace living room. Paz and Hex were glowing. Everyone was staring at the two, who looked more scared than anything. Odin and Yui were trying to calm the two down. Year checkpoint, the mysterious voice said. Year checkpoint. Age-wise, Paz and Hex are exactly 1 year from the time of their demise. Starting now is their year checkpoint. What does that even mean? Odin muttered. For the next year, their forms will mirror their age, meaning wounds will appear, yet not cause harm until the final day, the voice answered, surprising everyone. 1 year from now, on the final day, pain will be felt, but dull, of course. The voice went silent, and so did everyone else. Wait, Paz muttered. What in the afterlife? Choco swung their legs back and forth, waiting for Izuku to wake up. They were really excited to be one of Izuku's sides. Or, well, they would be soon. And everyone would be okay with their pronouns. And maybe the others could explain more stuff to them. Everything was confusing, but Choco was just happy to now have a family. Or would, soon. Izuku suddenly started glowing. Choco jumped, staring at Izuku as 15 bracelets made of rope. All different colors appeared on his wrist. Pretty. Slowly, Izuku opened his eyes and looked at his wrist, blinking. The glow went from a white-ish light to a green hue. Make sure to be careful this time. You were incredibly low on life force. But the year checkpoint fixed that. A strange voice came from Izuku's mouth. Choco had talked to all the sides before, but they'd never heard that voice before. Which side was that? Izuku looked at Choco and smiled. Should have enough for a contract now, but that's not on me to do. Izuku's eyes flashed a bright green, then he blinked, his eyes back to normal and the glow gone, voice also back to normal. Well, then, I guess that happened. My life force is more normal, not as much as it used to be, but much more than it has just been. Hey, I can make contracts again. Izuku held his hand out to Choco. Ready, Hinata? Choco hesitated, then nodded, carefully taking Izuku's hand. A purple string appeared around both their wrists, adding to all the ones on Izuku's wrist. And Choco now, Hinata changed, staying the same size. But their clothes became a purple long shirt and gray leggings, a pair of black and white shoes on their feet. Hinata Midoriya, the same voice from earlier said. Izuku's new anxiety. Izuku's quirk makes him able to create and share life force. By giving Hinata a name, Izuku made a contract, this naming another neutral side, giving Hinata a room in the neutral Mind Palace, accessible through the gray door in the Mind Palace living room. Hinata is able to consume some of Izuku's supply of life force, and in exchange, Izuku can use part of Hinata's quirk. This also allows the two to communicate. Hi, Odin said. I know we've talked before, but it's great to finally have you on the team. Another anxiety. That's concerning, Darlena said. It will be fine. I believe we can all trust Hinata. And if not, well, we can now disconnect sides, Yumio said. I apologize in advance for the caution around you, Hinata. I understand, but I promise to do my best, Hinata said. Then appeared in a living room area with 15 others, all lounging around in some way. 2 were glowing, which was weird and cool. They all stared at Hinata. Then one came closer and carefully picked Hinata up wearing all green. So this must be. Nice to finally meet you in person, Odin said. Time to put faces to names. And that's all for this chapter. Sorry this took so long, but read the notes and stuff, please. I'll try to update more, but I'm still busy. Just graduated high school, moving soon, working a bunch, college stuff, visiting family. Yeah, I'm busy. So, here's a list of the sides and quirks. Some information is missing. But I misplaced my copy of the information. So, yeah. I have a general idea of where the paper is packed, so, yeah. Odin, the caring side, was Irony OFA. Has Wingzone for Allah vocal quirk. Died at 17. Yui, the morals and emotions, was Himari. Advanced copy, was 16. Yumio, the logic side, Hajime, analysis, was 25. Dasu, creativity, Saburo, can make tangible illusions, was 23, one of 3 triplets. Duke, intrusive thoughts and securities, can make weapons, was 23, one of 3 triplets. Darnell, deceit, high, snake, was 8, and he's afraid of fire, and speaks in lies. Brazen, recklessness, Aburo Shirokuma, cloud, was 17. Emery, patience, Peyton, can see emotions, was 21. Kamari, sleep, Ramai, food and drinks, was 21. Darlena, innocence of fear, Hanashimura, float, was 8. Hura, wrath, Charon, had horns, was 13ish. Dot, sloth, hope, can't remember quirk. Insert age will add when I find the information. But I misplaced it. Yuki, health nut, Midori, endless energy, was 13ish. Paz, social life, Colin, quirkless, was 12. Hex, depression, Kimmy, quirkless, was 12. Rand, anxiety 1. Dave, disconnect, oldest 30-something. Hinata, anxiety 2. Choco, occupy, was 6.